to give Dan and myself a platform to kind of keep this case rolling. And you can see we're still here, man. We're not going anywhere until we get some answers, some clear answers about what happened with David Crowley. But, you know, we also want to make sure that people understand that there is absolutely nothing that proves David Crowley guilty. It's all in the back of my books. I know you can't see it that well, but there are some simple questions here that all prove David Crowley is not guilty. In this country, the greatest country ever, you are innocent until proven guilty, and we are on a mission to make sure that it stays that way, regardless of all the things that are happening in this world, that are happening in this country. I want people to know there are still people out there who believe that you are innocent until proven guilty, period. Because something like this can happen to all of us, to any of us here.
After you shared the complete script with me.
Yeah. So, Greg, let's go right back to the beginning, because there are some.
It plays out exactly what's going on in the country right now. I mean, after reading through that script, wow.
Wow.
That's all I
appreciate that.
But, Greg, let's go right back to the very beginning, because there is some of our audience here that have got no clue about what we are talking about.
Really?
Yeah, there is, because we've got some people from Australia. We've got some people from Australia, like Kath from Western Australia, that you spoke to in the.
Are these people that have never seen that promo I just played? Like, I put a different music and stuff to it, but it was the same promo that's been out there, and that got millions, tens of millions of hits. If I remember,
there is
hundreds of millions.
There are some people that have got no idea what we are talking about.
Okay, cool.
So, Greg, if I put the microphone over to you, just educate a little bit what's been going on.
Okay, so David Crowley is a soldier who served this country. He is a film maker, and he was accused of murdering his wife, murdering his 5-year-old child, and killing himself. And the bodies were found on January 17th, 2015. And within 24 hours, the police are basically saying David Crowley is guilty and the public is not in any risk. And it's pretty much case solved without saying.
It was pronounced a murder. Sorry for interrupting. It was pronounced
murder-suicide.
Before the coroner even had a chance to pronounce it a murder-suicide, which is it's impossible. That's not how protocol works. Okay, the coroner has to pronounce. Anyway, yeah, my bad. Just you know how passionate I am about this. It's ridiculous.
I know you are. I know you're very passionate about this. Yeah. So go ahead.
So so we are kindly been fixating on the COVID thing, as you're aware of, Greg. But today is all about the grey state. David Crowley, his family, the investigation, and also exposing how that investigation was conducted at the crime scene of the house, how many inconsistencies by the FBI, the police investigation. We've seen so many photographs of the investigation that does not add up to the quote-unquote murder. You've written a book. We've got the dog.
Just let me interject this really quick. The dog who lived there for weeks apparently learned how to flush the toilet.
Yeah.
Still living. I mean, that's how ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
The dog had a full bag of food.
Yeah.
And when remember when we went through the crime scene photos, Greg?
Mm-hmm.
The full bag of food. The dog knows where his food comes from. He would chew through that bag of food. Instead, he chose to eat his owners. I mean, that's just one of the many craziness things.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me there's people in here who do not know the case. Because, I mean, this is things that people, ridiculous things. I mean,
if it was cats, maybe.
Oh my God! Just wow! And the thing is, again, the script. If you have not read the script, are you going to do is that in any of your books yet? You have 2 now, right, or 3? How many do you have out now?
Yeah, I've got 3.
Have you been able to reproduce the script, or would that be like a copyright thing?
Yeah, I really haven't yet. I'm really thinking about that because there's so much new data that came out. This was before we had David Crowley's day one journal. So now we have David Crowley's journal. Now we have so many different documents that we just did not have back then. We didn't have any of the scripts when I wrote this.
And so do I, thanks to you. And I went through them, and right now where we're at, I mean, he talked about exactly what's going on right now with this pandemic.
It is really crazy.
And the thing that I think scared people the most, and why? Okay, so why would they off this guy? Well, A, he did 3 tours. B, he was a veteran and became awake to what was going on. And C, he had the funding. So supposedly this guy lost his mind and decided to kill himself, his young daughter, and his wife right after he got the funding to make this movie, which would show nothing you've seen on Netflix, nothing you've seen on Prime, nothing you've seen will expose what he was exposing, because he was showing you straight up. And this was the scariest thing, I think, to people, was that they're watching your every move. They're watching you through your devices. And they called like people like Alex Jones nuts for talking about this. And that was a fact, but they were showing you there's actually people in the room. Anyway, I got to calm down, because it's been a long time since I had a chance to talk to this. But what David Crowley was going to expose, what was more than the general public probably could handle. Go ahead.
It's the wrestler in you. You can't help it.
Right.
Exactly.
Slim Jim.
Not enough bubble gum.
Get rowdy.
Just the murder. I mean, the fact they murdered a 5-year-old.
That's a big deal, man.
And as we get further into this, I'm going to shut up and let Greg go, because I mean, he's the man when it comes to this, and I'm studying from him, and I have been studying from him for years. When I first put out these videos and got involved in this case, your research and Dan Hennon's research were the things that I was using to support my theories, hypothesis, or facts, if you will, of this case, and nothing added up, like absolutely nothing.
That's true. Right. Yeah. And it still doesn't. 7 years later, almost 7 years later, you know, it's like the more information that we get, the more data that we get. For whatever reason, they're still releasing data that we've been asking for years. So now we have all of this new data that is coming out, and it just really helps prove our side that David Crowley is not guilty. There is nothing in this data that proves David Crowley did any of these crimes, period. I mean, we have to really start there. And people who are like, well, maybe he went crazy, maybe he went this. Well, maybe you jump off of a freaking log, you know, maybe we don't live in the world of any maybes.
Right.
We live in the real world. And if we're going to act like this guy is a child killer, oh yeah, I want some damn proof. And I'm sure many people,
all of his brothers, everybody that I mean, when you go to war with people, they're your brothers, and all his brothers completely turned their back on him in support of that narrative. And Greg went to the trouble of attempting to interview a lot of these guys. They would talk in chats, or they would talk on Facebook group, the David Crowley Facebook group, but they would never get on camera with you and support their opinion now, would they?
No, you're absolutely right. I think, I think
brothers.
Yeah, I know, man. And that's hard. You know, privately, I think a lot of people that served with David Crowley know, and for whatever reason, publicly at that time, at least, they did not want to come out. When Eric Nelson's film A Gray State, the sloppymentary, came out, we got, you know, more people. And if you look up, I mean, there are some weird things that happened with the people.
Oh yeah, Greg was on a Netflix documentary about this as the crazy conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I was one of two. Yeah,
and Dan Hennon, right? I think Tony Mead was in there too, wasn't he? You guys were.
Who's that?
Tony Mead, was he in there? Was that? Oh, that was Handy. So that was a different. Yeah, that was a different documentary of slandering people who.
That was another slandering video. Yeah.
But the whole point is that even his own family, you know, it was supporting that narrative, and it really sucks. The way
David.
I guess the main point is, I mean, we'll talk about Hendrix, we'll talk about all the clowns.
Oh, geez, we're gonna go there. Okay,
I haven't forgot about any of them, and I know you haven't either. They're in your book. But when we talk about this and what happened, here's the thing: these people were involved in making the film with him, and they were supposed to pick up the torch and finish the movie. And guess what? How long's it been? It's been 5 years now, 6?
Almost 7 years.
7 years. And the movie is still yet to come out.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't these people involved in the film pick the torch up? They had the funding, correct? They had the funding to make this movie. Why didn't it come out? Well, I think we know why.
Well, you know, you got the vendors. See, that's what people don't understand. All the vendors are very in on the whole one way or the other. They're all the chosen ones, you know, like all the movie theaters they have to kind of pre-approve movies before they're even made most of the time. People don't know that. They have to be
Oh yeah, no, it didn't get to that point though. No, it got to the point where he had enough funding to actually shoot the movie, to actually
Right.
put it together. They had started shooting some scenes on a small scale, but and correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but he actually got $1 million+ to actually freaking make this into a movie. Whether the vendors will pick it up or not, is irrelevant. The fact that this movie was going to come out, even if it's an independent film, he got the funding, right, Greg?
Yeah.
He did not get the funding. What happened was the company that he was working with, the Michael Entertainment Group, thought that it was going to cost about $30 million, and so that's what they were prepping for. So they were working on getting that funding for the script. Now, of course, David would have gotten paid, and
Not a couple $1 million though.
He would have got something out of it. Definitely,
he got some to start with, but I didn't know that. Okay, great.
Well,
Yeah,
but the other
Go ahead.
issue is if they would have allowed him to film on different locations. They got to grease the pass to get
Right, good point.
Right.
permits and everything. That's the big problem.
I guess the point is he was starting to get some major funding.
Yeah.
oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it was a green light. I mean, it was
Absolutely
a
no
green
reason why
light.
somebody would put their heart and soul into this.
Yeah.
And then,
Greg,
A whistleblower would
Yeah.
off himself when the momentum's going his way.
right.
hell
But
no.
Greg, this leads me to the question. I don't think I've
Mhm.
I've answered. I don't think I've asked this question to you before. But was any of the movie filmed beforehand, before the murder? None of
No.
the. None of
No,
the.
No,
they
it was-
did some. I wouldn't say filming they would use in the film, but they did some mock
Yeah.
true.
setup
Yes.
of what the film would be, but
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think between 2012, after the Gray State 2012 trailer took off, which you guys played, which is awesome that you played that first. Once that took off in August of 2012, David and his crew were off to the races.
Yeah.
And so what they started doing is they started going to different places. They were filming scenes, right? They have a couple of scenes where they're filming of people being dragged out of their house.
Yep.
Which, if you look at what happened with China, and you guys were talking about all that stuff, which you're talking about Australia, all these other countries. I mean, that's what was happening. They were literally dragging people out of their homes, and
And
so
the flood.
and so David was busy filming all of these different scenes. These were what they called concepts, concept
He was a
footage. So
visionary.
yeah, it was all going to be used to pitch to a big Hollywood company, and they found it. They had it. David had this working deal. So for people that say that David did not have a deal, the deal was dead, that is absolutely not true. The deal was going on up until David died. The only reason the deal died is because David died. And my view is that once David is dead, and everybody is saying that he killed all of these people and killed himself, the project is completely dead. And it's crazy.
His brother, like Mason Hendricks. I mean, these people that were his brothers, not only in arms, but making the movie, completely dropped it too.
Well,
kept
he was
putting it up.
just
They'd be like, it's coming out soon. It's still 7 years now later.
yeah he just
Nothing.
worked on the film, but Hendricks didn't serve with David. That was
He
Mitch.
wouldn't do an interview with you either. Would
That
he?
was
Oh,
Mitch
no,
Heil.
Hendricks.
Yeah.
My bad. It was there was another name.
That was Heil. Yeah, Mitch Heil.
Correct. Yes.
Mitch Heil. But Hendricks is kind of a strange one because he was out doing all of the media. So he's in all of these like early media things. He's not in any police reports, period. He's not mentioned in any of those documents.
Nope.
And I'm like, how does this guy know so much, but the police didn't even talk to him?
Mm.
I mean, it's really, really weird.
Thanks for correcting me too, because it's very
Yeah,
important that we put.
Well, there's so much to it, Eric. There's so
Right.
much to it, and I mean, you have to. There's so much that we didn't know back then that we
Right.
learned later on, and so that was the other reason for this book, was to help people kind of get caught up on all of these things. But there's so much that did not make it into
Why has
this
nobody picked it up and ran with it? All
because
these people that are involved.
I mean, who is going to think
Trevor
about this?
Dorgo?
Well, what Hollywood company is going to
Right.
say, hey, let's go with the project that this murderer. They're not
Well-
going to do that.
Right. No, I mean, just anyone picked it up and tried to even make it an independent film.
Danny August Mason tried. Danny August Mason
Well,
did try, and it's
he did?
possible some other people did try. Yes.
You know, if it
Okay,
gets
so
held
that's new
back
to
in-
me because last I checked in with you, which is probably a while ago when it came to him,
Yeah.
I thought he was supporting the whole narrative still of what happened.
He was, but he was still trying to move forward with David Crowley's project.
But he never did. So is it possible that he pretended
failed.
like he was trying to move forward? I mean,
That's a good point too. He became a Freemason soon after that too.
oh,
So
Oh, what a coincidence.
yeah,
Hey, now
So,
it's
yeah.
blowing up. Now it's blowing up.
It's
Now,
I
starting
think
Greg,
that goes
together.
back when I was saying that these people were kept saying over and over again
Yeah.
that the movie's going to come out, and it's still
Right.
waiting. I would love to take that script and make it.
I think
I'm
they-
with you now.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm
I
with
think
you.
so.
somebody
Like,
tried to.
funding, yeah. How are you going to do that? And who's going to actually do that? You want yourself and your family off? They'll probably off your grandma, grandpa, and your dog too.
Right.
Just to
Could've
make
been
a
a warning.
point.
Yep.
right.
I'm
That's
surprised you
right.
left the dog alive.
Yeah. Greg, we do have a question in the chat room
Sure.
from Quick Rick. He said, was David not trying to get everyone to sign over their rights?
He was trying to get, because he had two partners. So he had Mitch Heil, who was the soldier that served with David, a
Right.
childhood friend. He signed away his rights, no problems, et cetera, et cetera. Heil is also the only one that I've ever heard publicly state that David Crowley did not have PTSD. All of the other people are kind of like, well, he might have had it.
Yeah.
It's possible. Da, 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 da. So Heil, even though he doesn't like me, I know he doesn't like me. He doesn't like a lot of us. Me.
You cannot make up the name.
But
by the
yeah,
way.
but I mean,
You
but
make this shit up. His last name is really Heil.
I don't know if he's German or not. I have no idea if he's
So
German.
the
or not.
anomalies, Craig, are off the chart, right?
I
His
know,
last
I
name's
know.
freaking Heil.
Yeah.
Well, then you have Danny August Mason. Danny August Mason. who
Right,
became
Mason. Like,
later on.
wow, man,
Right.
there's so much
So-
craziness with the stories. My bad, guy.
Yeah, so Danny August Mason was the only other guy that was supposed to
You got a
sign
Mason, you got a
his
Heil.
rights away. And Danny August Mason never signed his rights away. He kept stalling. He was stalling up until David died, basically.
Yeah,
And then David died, and he's like, okay, maybe now I can move forward with this project. Why the hell would you want to move forward with a project that that you're claiming this guy killed his family, and you want to move forward with his project? I mean, to me, there's just no logic there, except for
Right.
Green.
And for
I don't
people who
get
are
it.
just listening into this and really not familiar with the story, at the end of the story is that David lost his freaking mind, and he literally wrote what in blood on the wall, Greg?
He
Allah
wrote some, Allah Akbar. Allah
You're
Yeah.
talking about Allah, right? Allahu Akbar on the
Yeah.
wall, and this is the
But then
definition.
he writes it differently. He writes it differently in a separate room. He writes Allah, ALLAH, on a notepad in a separate room. And then he walks over to the kitchen, and then he types up some note. I have loved you all with all of my heart. So you have three writings, three different places. None of them are signed. There's no
Right.
real proof that David did any of those three writings, except for maybe the I have loved you all with all of my heart, because that was written on December 19th. So that was written way before David had even died. So that's a whole nother thing there too,
Right.
that just came out that I just found out because of these new documents. And if anybody wants to find those documents, go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down to the bottom of the website, and you can download all of the documents, all of the new documents, everything that I have, you can download it right there.
which I have.
And
Thank you very much.
Now,
please back them up just in case.
Yeah. well, Greg, do you want to go through some of those documents tonight? Because I know we do
I want to
Whatever
hear
you want, man.
now.
Whatever you want,
Yeah.
whatever
Well,
you guys want to do.
because ladies and gentlemen in the chat room and are currently watching, we do have a never before heard 911 call that Greg passed over to me early this morning, Australia time. Eric, it's in the chat room in the
From
private chat.
David's neighbor, who Greg and myself and her have gone back and forth. You've gone back and forth with her way more times than me. I had the pleasure of going back and forth with her to display.
You were close. Yeah, you were very this
Oh my
close.
God.
Yeah. Now, before
I
we
would-
do play, before we do play this 911 call, what got me so thrilled about this whole thing was
Yeah.
when the police went into the house and they didn't even look up into the ceiling near the doorway where
Wow.
there was a bullet hole.
it was already a murder suicide before they even walked in the door. What do they need to look anyway? That's freaking bad joke, but I cannot wait. Where'd you find this phone call, Greg?
So I found this in a comment that Crip Rick, so he's actually in our chat room right now. So I did a show with him. Judy started trolling that show and started leaving all of these comments. So I started answering all of the comments that she left. And one of them was about her 911 phone call, which we have the actual transcript. We've had that for years. But she was saying that, you guys don't know how to basically research because we haven't listened to it. I'm like, why would I need to listen to the call? I've read the transcript. I think the transcript is actually more unbiased. Probably. And I would recommend people go to read the transcript first. But I was like, wow, so she's basically saying that if we listen to the police audio, then that's going to change my mind about her 911 call. And it did not. I mean, I want to hear your guys'
probably right. It helps what I want your view. And the thing is, I'm sure that you've wondered this too, Greg. Was she in on it? You know what I mean? That's the more. I don't
think she's smart enough. I don't think she's smart enough, really. I mean, all of these
pay her a few bucks, you know, for the do something for her. You know,
I don't know. These aren't the sharpest. These aren't the sharpest tools.
No, she's really dumb. You're right about that.
Right.
Really
so, Eric, we do have that 911 call in the private chat here in StreamYard.
I got to get my freaking recorder ready, man. So I can record it too right now.
You know, if they wait any longer to do this film, they're not going to be able to find anybody that could even see after all these people getting vaxxed and all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to be able to use a camera.
I've thrown it out there with Greg. You know, Greg, how can we pick this script up? And you know,
I really think once his name gets cleared, it'll be a green light.
You think it will?
Yep, it'll be a green light. Just have to
his name will get cleared, though, Greg.
Under Biden's administration, this DOJ and everything. I don't know.
I mean, they don't know what's going on either. They're not sharp. They're Judy Prochnow level, so they don't know what the hell is going on.
Like, Greg has gone so as far to actually talk with police officers from Apple Valley Police, where the supposed murder suicide was committed. You actually spoke with these people, and they have concerns too.
Yeah, several people from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group have talked to police and have talked to people involved, the authorities involved in this case. And man, some of them, it's kind of like, you know, publicly they're saying one thing and you just look at them and, you know, do you really believe what you're telling me here? Or are you just you're just going through those motions? That's the question. I don't know. I don't know what's in their heart. So.
Sure.
Yeah. And also, Greg, we got this from Sophia in the chat room. Don't forget to tell us about the fake document.
Oh, the fake document. There was a police document. Somebody created a police document acting like it was coming from one police detective to the other.
And was his last name Mason, or did he have badge number 33 too, or so?
I don't think so.
666, I think.
It was from Detective Shane Klokanos to Detective Tommy Booth. So those are the two cops that it was from. Sophia is the one who actually sent it to the authorities to pretty much ask, is this a real document? Because it did not sound like anything that they were saying, right? It was very like, oh, David is guilty. He was smoking weed, blah, blah, blah. He must have went crazy, et cetera, et cetera. The police, the Apple Valley City attorney sends us a letter, sent it to her and to me on the exact same day at the exact same time, saying this is an absolute fraudulent document. So somebody created a fake document and was passing it out to try to convince people that David Crowley was guilty. So this is more of that. Remember, Eric, we were talking about with Sean, where Sean was kind of saying, "Hey, I have this knowledge, but I can't share it." Right? It's like all this knowledge. Yeah, we know David's guilty, but we can't share it with you now. So this kind of falls into that same camp where people are claiming to have knowledge of David Crowley's guilt, but they're not going to share it with you
because they were intimately involved with him. They're you know what I mean? They were friends, so we don't know anything.
Exactly. They got it all figured out. And if you would just comply, Eric, if you just comply with them, you know, maybe in the future, if you kiss their ass, maybe they'll share some of this with you and keep your mouth shut. And maybe they'll share some of this with you. And this kind of falls in that same
someday.
That same thing. Someday. Yeah.
Before we all get murdered.
Yeah. Just
It
have a
is,
look at it.
it's such an insane story, and there's so many layers. And the fact
There's so
that
much to it.
I mean, the fact that you already had so many anomalies, if you want to call them that, so many
Oh
things
yeah,
add up,
yeah.
and things are still to this day, 7
It's
years
getting weirder.
coming out. I was blown away that you had a 9/11 call from Judy. And like,
It's pretty
I
crazy.
saw the
It's pretty
transcript, I'd never heard it.
Yeah, she was so confident that this 911 call would pretty much show you all that, hey, man, her 911 call, there's nothing weird about her 911 call, is basically what she's saying. And so you guys listen to it. You tell me what you think. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this 911.
Right, Eric, you want to put that 911 call up, man?
Yeah, one momento. Do a little copy and paste.
And before we play
Oh, my
that,
computer just blew up. I'm looking in the chat room. It's like, don't put the transcripts
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
printer, or your printer and computer will blow up. Not doing that. All right,
This is
hang
a
on.
9-minute, 11-second long tape. Is it recorded?
right.
426.
It's 426. Yeah.
And Greg, Sophia said this in the chat room, and they copyright some of the crime scene photos.
Yes. So there was a photo that we've been trying to get. We've been trying to get a photo of where the gun landed. That's all. Where did the gun land? So somebody had a photo of the bodies where the gun was, and they decided to put a copyright on it. I mean, these people are nuts.
Well, of course
They're
did.
nuts. It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's stupid.
All right, I got it. I'm giddy. I can't wait to hear it. I only listened to the first 30 seconds.
Can you share screen?
Yep.
Yeah, can you
Here we go,
share-
brother.
All right, here we go. Here we go, guys.
Please let us know in the chat room. Let me know. Make sure this is coming through loud and clear. Okay.
Yeah. All right, here it is, guys. Just hold on for a second. Here we go.
Police and fire, how may I help
Yep, coming through loud and clear.
Yes, this is Judy Procknell, and I live on 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
you? Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Well, wait,
What? Can we pause? What? What? Hold on. What? I think there's been a murder, suicide. Really just said that. My bad. I should just let it play. That's the
It
part.
could
I heard.
happen. I mean, I could see the people I know. I could see that happening, but it does sound fishy. I
I
mean,
think there's been a murder. Okay.
he sounds like he's just having a good old time. And you know
Oh my
what I
God.
think?
Let me start
I
over.
think-
Police and fire, how may I help you?
Well, I'm eating my set. Oh, man.
this is Judy Procknell, and I live on 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Well, we noticed that they haven't been around, so, and there were Christmas presents on the stoop. So I went over there, and there's a dog in the house, and there's definitely some bodies in the living room.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna have to pause this again. So, the dog had been there for weeks and never heard it barking. Oh my God, my bad. This is wow.
You know,
Fine with me.
she fed that dog, man. She
There's a dog. Okay.
Now, before you continue, we will be share screen the transcript. I've got the transcript. So after this, we'll put the transcript on. Right? So here we go. And welcome everybody. We've got Zadikin from
Oh
Victoria.
my God.
We've got Cass from Western Australia. Thank you so much for watching. Keep watching this. This is a 911 call of the event. Play it. Keep playing.
I'm just gonna start it over again.
Police and fire, how may I help you?
Yes, this is Judy Procknell, and I live on 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Well, we've noticed that they haven't been around, so, and there were Christmas presents on the stoop. So I went over there, and there's a dog in the house, and there's definitely some bodies in the living room.
Oh, okay. Stay on the line with me just a minute. Do you know what their address is?
Well, I'm just
There's definitely some bodies in the. Fuck, we're only at 37 seconds, Greg. But because Greg and I have gone through the crime scene photos, and I don't think it was that obvious from the crime scene photos I've seen that they were definitely bodies in the living room. Greg,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we didn't get any crime scene photos that really showed where the bodies were up until this one that was copywritten, and yeah, one other photo that showed the three bodies. That's really it. So,
Oh my God. Yeah, you guys should play this without me on here because this is insane.
1055, and they would be to the west of me,
Okay, the house. So,
like 1050 or whatever.
okay, so if I'm facing and looking at your house, Judy, would it be the house to the right or the left?
And look at those Christmas presents. They've never been touched, and they're still wrapped.
They've been there for how long?
well, those were actually stacked up. So those are not how Colin Prochnow found them. Colin Prochnow said that they were actually scattered, and so he goes up to the door and he stacks them up. And then he's well, first like, oh, maybe I'll take them back home. Then
Because we always go to our neighbor's house and stack their packages.
yeah, stack them up.
Got it.
And Greg,
It's a
why wasn't there any photograph of the snow prints at the front of the house? Surely somebody would have been walking in the snow to the door.
Well, it
Yeah.
snowed again, and snowed that over. But the fact I didn't know that, Greg. As we go through this, we want to separate the wheat from the chaff. The fact that
Sure.
the neighbor came over and stacked them back up, because that was one of my points of contention a while back, was the fact that how could they just be still stacked like that after 2 weeks in the winter? So
in the wind,
thank you for clarifying
like
that.
probably.
Yeah.
And that even makes it goofier. I went over and I restacked their pack. Look at, he stacked them all nice. Got the this is insanity.
But where's the footprints on the snow? Where's the footprint?
They could have been snowed over though, Jamie. I think is
Yeah,
what.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
Well,
That's
you
true.
have the Prochnows that look through the window. You have the cops that show up. They look through it. So you have already a trampled crime scene, a compromised crime scene there, because it could be their footprints. And that's why the police, it's in some of the 464 photos that we got, it is of the police taking photos of their shoes. And that's probably why. But at that point, it's hard.
Yeah.
Now, Greg, at what point did the neighbors say they went and stacked them up? Is that they stacked them up and then looked through the window, and that's exactly
Correct.
when it's, okay? So they stacked them up like that, and then looked at. Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
To the right. What are you seeing in there?
It looks like there's a pile of bodies, and one, like the head is eaten off.
Oh no.
Killed by the dog. And
Again, from the crime scene photos that I've seen, with the limited vision we can see from the bodies, you cannot be able to see that. But
Well, hold on, Eric. Just hold on. Sophia Stacy's in the chat room. There was barely any snow during the time frame from Christmas to January the 17th. Barely an inch, if that. So where are? Well, here it is. You got footprints there. Is that the footprints? Would you?
that's a whole lot of footprints. Did they actually survey the footprints? And
This is probably the police. A lot of this is probably from the police, because this is like this footage is from hours later.
hours.
You can see, you can see they have the actual crime scene tape up. So all of that is up. So this is after they walked through the whole house. After they cleared that house. So the police show up. One of them looks through the front window. There's other cops, at least one or two other cops, that do a 360. So there's their footprints around this whole house. So if there was anybody else's footprints, it's all trampled.
You know what I find interesting about this, and this is the first time I've seen this actual picture, Greg, after we've viewed thousands of pictures. I know
This is new.
There's footprints coming from if you look to the right of where the porch patio is, or where the front steps are, you see some footprints coming from that direction. What would be it's because they're trampling all over the house. I got it.
Because they're going back and forth.
There'd be a lot more footprints everywhere. If this was it's interesting. There's just that one little trail, but anyway. And the fact that is it Sophia in here that was talking about the fact there was less than an inch of snow? You would think there'd be a lot more footprints than just.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe we're just.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm overanalyzing. This is insane. We're only a minute through, Greg. Thank you. Cannot thank you enough.
Well, don't
And-
forget.
Yeah.
That's those footsteps are coming right from the driveway where the police would have pulled up.
Yeah, but not the ones over here.
No, I know.
Yeah,
but that
Which
could have
one's
been
coming from? The neighbor just
been, the one that called.
Where's Judy's house, Greg? In relation to this photo.
If you're looking at David Crowley's house, her house would be to the left
To the
of
left.
this.
Okay.
Yes.
but they had to put up that the yellow tape. So
The crime scene tape. Yeah.
yeah, the crime scene tape. They would have went over. They
Have
would
you
have
ever tried to reach out or try to figure out who lived to the right, the people on the right?
Yes, yeah. So that's one of the other neighbors. I believe that's one of the neighbors that heard the fireworks or gunshots, possibly.
They didn't hear the dog
um,
barking for a couple.
They didn't hear the
And-
dog. No.
And then, Greg, just correct me if I'm wrong. Not long ago, there was people living in this house that sold this house just recently. Yeah.
Across the street, there was a family. He's one of the he is probably the last person to see David on Christmas Eve, and so he lived across the street until 2017, and so that's when they actually moved out.
Yeah, but didn't a new family move into this David Crowley's house?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So yes,
And then,
there was,
and then that
and then they
house,
moved out. Yeah.
and yet then they moved out.
Oh, yeah.
The house got sold just early this year or last year, I should say.
I'm not sure what the current status is of that home. I know it's been sold and then resold, but I don't know if there's anybody living in there now currently.
Right.
And last question, Greg, the people that you reached out to that we're seeing in this photo right here to the left of the house,
Mhm.
were you able to speak with them?
Not yet.
Because I mean, I'd just be curious. You can see how close it is in proximity to the house. Again, you have a dog in there for weeks. You would think that they would have heard the dog. That would be my main question to them if I had a chance to talk to them. But that's the biggest thing there, dude. I mean, I own a couple dogs, and
Probably gonna hear him. Yeah.
yeah,
So so if you haven't already hit the follow button, hit the follow button right now, because this is a bomb-shelling
yeah, this is
screen
awesome.
right now. I have not seen this. Eric has not seen this.
No.
This is a 911 call. We are going to show you the transcript after all this. If you want to go back to the start of this, Eric, or, I don't know.
Well, you know what? Let's go through it. We'll talk about it, and then we'll play it through one more time and in its entirety at the end of the show without us talking. Because does that sound good? Like I'll play it again at the end of the show, so without our commentary. That makes sense.
All right.
The hands look real.
The what? The hands look real? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
I think so.
Let me. Like I said, there's no way I can show.
Or the head.
The hands look real.
The hands look real. Okay.
Yeah.
What the?
And they
Well,
look
because
like they're
Yeah,
Oh,
go
ahead,
Colin, yeah, because Colin had said that they were mannequins, that's what they look like. And one of the police reports, Colin Prochnow is saying that it looks like they were mannequins that were set up to make it look like somebody was home when they weren't.
Was she told this before the call?
This is where it gets weird because he also calls them too. So she calls the cops. He calls the cop. They're both calling the cops from two different places, two different locations. It gets pretty weird. So we don't have his 911 call is
Who would
yet.
who would communicate to Judy though that the hands didn't look or the mannequins though?
Colin came back over when Colin first looked through the window. He went back home. He talked to Judy, and basically that's what he said. He's like, they look like mannequins or something. So that's why she is clarifying that the hands look real.
So, Greg, Mary asked in the chat room, what hand could you see from the window?
Good question, because there's only one. There's only David's hand. Kamel's hands, his wife's hands are both missing, quote unquote missing. David's hand, the only hand that he has is his left hand. The gun is found next to his left hand. David is right-handed.
Yep.
With his right hand. And his daughter had her whole arm ripped out, completely gone.
Say that part again. You just said, Greg. About
Daughter's
what hand it is.
what hand?
Found.
Okay, so David's the gun was found next to David's left hand.
Left hand.
And David is right-handed. David shoots with his right hand. And the right hand is gone. David's right hand is completely, quote unquote, missing. Kamel's hands are, quote unquote, missing. The daughter's arm, her right arm is, quote unquote, missing, completely missing.
Mm-hmm. I remember that too.
So this dog, if the dog did all of this damage, it's very picky and choosy. It's not saying, "Hey, I'm going to eat all of David's hands." No, I'm just going to eat one of David's hands.
And
I'm going to eat.
Let's not
both of
forget that
Cal's hands.
the full bag of dog food, as we saw in the crime scene photos, was still sitting there untouched on the freaking counter.
Right.
Yeah, because Scott, who was Zadikin, he said this in the chat room. Interesting, because Judy said the hands look real.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, this is
Great
it's
point.
all insane. It is. We're only a minute 15 in. This is
Well, you know what? You know what? This might even be weirder than we think. I mean, she may have seen the hands after they were cut off on the floor, and she didn't say the ones that are cut off on the floor. And then maybe the cops did it. I mean, God, we don't know. Like,
we're trying to figure out.
You
We're
know?
still trying to figure out what the dog where it knows its dog food comes from. The bag is sitting there
Yeah.
untouched.
Well,
Yeah,
Greg,
too
that's-
bad.
Well, Greg, that's a question I want to ask before we continue. Where did the police find the dog in the house? Was it in the lounge room or in a different room of the house?
So
And how
when they
much-
found the dog, the dog and dog owners, maybe they can shed some light on this. The dog is circling these bodies almost like it is actually protecting them. So I don't know, is it protecting its food or is it protecting these people because it loves these three people?
Yeah, right.
Dog owners would know that. I'm not a dog owner, so I don't.
Dog will protect its own boundary. It will
well, they
protect
would have
its own-
tested the feces. It would have been crapping all over the place. They would have tested how many craps that they. I mean, I'm not.
They
being
never tested feces.
No, they didn't
They
trust.
never
anyone.
tested feces. But you're right. You're right. They should have, and that would have cleared up if the dog ate anything. Because they did not
Yeah.
test the dog feces, they cannot prove the dog ate anything.
Exactly. Now they walked in the door and said murder suicide. End story.
Yeah, Cash says the same thing that I did. If it's their dog, it would have been protecting the people.
Okay, good to know.
And it would have chewed through its dog food before it chewed through the
Well,
owner.
Right.
they would
And I
have
digress.
killed the dog and checked his stomach too. Sometimes they do that. If you know,
Nope.
Since before Christmas.
Okay, and so you haven't seen.
And all their Christmas lights are still on in the house. And my husband said he saw a gun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, stay on the line with me just a minute.
Oh, so is that Judy's house right there?
Yes.
Well, I can't wait. You get a chance to. Do you know who the people are? Do you know their names? The people who live to the right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a chance to talk to them.
Sure would.
I
So
want
that's
to know what's behind the house. I want to know, like, is there woods back there? Is there a place to sneak in and out?
Oh, there's a cracked door which the dog could have ran out.
So Greg, Scott asked in
I
the
don't
chat
mean to
room.
laugh, but God.
So Scott asked in the chat room. I know you probably answered this many times over, but Scott is
It's
very
okay.
interested. How long was the dog in the house for, and how did the
Weeks.
dog have to eat?
Well, according to the official theory, it was in there for 3 weeks, and it had no water apparently, except for any toilets, and it only had access to 1 or 2 toilets, none of which looked like a dog had tried to drink
Rumor has
anything
it
out
the
of those
dog
toilets.
did learn how to flush toilets though during that time.
Yeah,
and clean them the
clean 'em.
toilets so that it didn't have any dog hair or anything like that on it too. But so apparently for 3 weeks, all it had was these 3 bodies.
And we
You know what?
also, Greg, as we were going through the crime scene photos way back when, I remember specifically looking for piles of dog crap. And
That's
there was,
right, you were, yeah.
remember that? And piss. That would be
Yeah.
everywhere. It wasn't.
Right,
Yeah.
right. It
It was in
the dog-
certain areas, yeah.
and the
Right.
and the dog-
count the
For 3
number.
weeks.
yeah,
I
and the
leave my
dog had
dogs
2
home for like 8 hours and the whole house is freaking trash. But this dog,
Right.
whatever.
And the dog had 2 bags of dog food, but it was on a higher level than the dog can reach.
it was, I mean, it's
No.
ridiculous. 3 weeks, a
It was
dog.
on the ground. It was on the ground.
my
So-
God.
Yeah, it was on the-
Yes. This is insanity. All right. So I get to see Judy's
What
house.
kind of dog is this? What kind of dog was it?
It's like a medium-sized beagle, half
Okay.
beagle breed,
Yeah.
like a mixed breed.
Yeah, they can be.
Another thing that should be noted is that when a dog, if it supposedly ate human matter, it would get very sick and crap way bigger too. I mean, it's just going through those photos and not seeing crap hardly anywhere and pee hardly anywhere. And do you still have all those photos? You do, don't you, Greg?
Yes, sir.
Because I've lost a lot of them when my channel got nuked.
We got them all for
I can
you.
go back through- yeah, because I want to go back through those because there would be I mean, why don't we ask somebody who's an expert on dogs? 3 weeks, how much crap and pee would be around the house for the whole
Right.
house? Crap and pee.
Great question. Great
How many
question.
piles? How many piles?
It'd be everywhere. At
Yeah.
3
Right.
weeks.
All
Anyway,
right, here's a weird take from me. Okay, now maybe it's the area, maybe it's those people. The wrapping paper, the Christmas wrapping paper on those presents. Maybe I saw it wrong. It was black and white. I mean, it could
what you
be a
didn't
clue.
see wrong is how perfect and how well they looked. I mean, they look like they weren't touched by the elements whatsoever, laying out there for how many weeks? Whether they're stacked up right or wrong, I mean, they would have been torn up in the winter, especially if they were all over the freaking yard. There would have been animals. It could have came. I mean, it's just that's the insanity. Let's.
But you know
Look,
what?
I want to go back to the presents and show you how perfect and pristine they look after laying out there for how many weeks, Greg?
3.
3 weeks. This is the
who-
way that the wrapping paper looks. Are you kidding?
Yeah,
You gotta be kidding me.
If somebody staged that, they might have thought through what color should I put on these, and there might have been a reason. How
It's
black-
brown. It's brown and white.
Interesting.
Is it?
They're gold. Yeah, but I'm saying, look at how there's not one tear in these packages. 3 weeks in the winter, and they were in the.
There is a $14,000 check in that brown bag right there.
Really?
Yeah,
And-
from David's dad.
And Greg, what about the newspaper that was found in the letterbox?
Yes. So there should have been 3 newspapers. There was only 1 that was found there. There should have been 3.
Oh, the dog's been reading
Judy
the
probably
newspaper,
grabbed them and was reading them.
The dog took the papers and started reading, I guess.
We know he's a fast learner.
Oh, that- Well, he needed newspapers to read while he was sitting on the toilet, crapping in the toilet and flushing it to get water. I mean,
It's
it's-
just uncertain.
it is, and we have to do this because it's that ludicrous.
It is. It really is.
And all the Christmas lights are still on in the house. And there's my husband said he saw
Oh, it is black and white.
Oh, hold on there. We gotta, my bad, but
It was black and
we gotta
good-
close
good
to
eye-
the package.
good-
So these
Good eye
packages
there,
are
Bill.
supposedly
Good eye
out
there,
for
Bill.
3
It is
weeks
black
in
and
the
white.
winter.
It is black
All right,
and white.
think about this. Think about this,
Look at
guys.
that.
Someone thinking they're going to be staging a scene doesn't want a lot of attention. They want packages to be there to be part of the narrative, but they don't want it to attract too much attention. So no one would notice really too much if they've been there too long. But at least not people driving by like who don't live
There
there.
is not one tear that I can
Pretty
even find
interesting.
in these
Right.
packages after 3 weeks out in the winter.
Oh,
Got it.
Now-
guys, think about this. Think about this. And this is how criminals think, the deeper thinkers. They might have wanted to put those there, right, a little later, and they were afraid any color gleam would catch someone's eye and maybe make them get noticed. They did not want to be as noticeable walking up to place those there. So they chose black and white. It kind of blends into the background, blends in,
Oh yeah, good point.
you
Good
know.
point. But
just-
it was on the they were on the lawn though.
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Previous.
Now, as you can see here, the ice is melting, and that's why there's a wet patch on the landing.
This
of
is
the-
insane, Greg, dude. So let me get this. So there's snow on the ground, which is wet,
Mhm.
right? And so at very least there would be some stains from water damage, and there's
Right.
none.
Right.
It's insane. They were on the for real, Greg. They're on the front lawn.
Oh, yeah. Water would have been dripping
Yeah.
on them from the
Of
roof.
course,
right?
there would have. There would have been water. There's
Yeah.
none.
But you can see the water stain on the front on the landing here. The ice is melting.
No,
Right.
right, but not on the paper.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not on the
All right.
paper. Right.
All
It
right.
looked
Oh,
like
yeah, the brown
well,
bag.
good
Look at the
night.
brown bag. The brown
3
bag.
hours later, we get through
Right.
the 4-minute and 26-second video. But I mean, that's how ludicrous it is, folks.
Right. I mean, if looking at the first time, this wet patch looked like someone actually pissed on the stairwell, but it's not. It's the ice that's melting.
But these packages that were wrapped in paper were laying. in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
yard.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's believe that though. Sure. And
But that foot what you rubbed your foot on that looks like a freaking net, doesn't
and
it?
Sandy
It looks
Hook was not a false flag either. Yeah.
And then my husband said he saw a gun.
Who dat? Who's filming this?
On the floor.
BCA.
You see her in the door. Somebody, the reflection in the door.
Oh,
Filming it. Just curious if you know who that is. See the person in the door
On the
filming it?
floor.
Yeah.
you can pull that out.
Dandelion. Just a minute.
It'd be a husband, wife, and child.
Right.
Dandelion. I'll get some people
There we
over
go.
there.
All right, now
There you
there's another one, Greg, right there. So directly behind them, there's
Yeah.
a couple houses that are pretty close proximity.
Trees. They could
dog.
you could hide in the pine trees.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see footprints in there, but like you said, oh, look at that one. Look at that foot. Look at those footprints.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
must have been police.
Christmas present.
Colin, I'm calling 911.
You saw presents inside the home too.
There's presents on the front step, and they've been there since before Christmas.
Now, you said Judy Prochno's husband said he put him back on the front step,
Yes.
but she just said there's presents on the front step. She didn't say they were in the front yard and we put them there.
It's possible they were scattered on the front step and he just stacked them up.
Got it.
So what we're seeing right now is the back of the house. Yes, Brett?
Correct.
Yeah, did you want to look at that again, Bill? You were asking about seeing the back of the house.
Well, no, that's okay. Thanks, but
Look at all those
a
footprints.
little late. Maybe another. Well, I'm
We'll get a
wondering
little
if that
closer,
black-
I'm sure, in a sec, maybe. But if not, we have other pictures where the doors ajar.
You know, if the police were in on this by any chance, they would have walked over. Well, they would have walked over the old footsteps if there were any. They would have just kept tromping over the
Sure.
path.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm looking for ways in and out.
And there's been
You know,
That's it right there. That's your way in and that's your way out. Right there.
right?
Well, Greg, is that where they missed that bullet hole that we keep talking about in the doorway? Was this the doorway?
No, the bullet
That's the
hole
other
was
one.
next to the front door.
Yeah.
Front
They
door,
missed.
front door. Yeah, yeah.
It's gross.
Up.
I just peeked in the front window and it's gross. Colin, what's their address? 1051.
There,
There it
you
is.
go.
There it is. That's when they left the house or gone in the house from the
Now, Greg, let me ask you a question. This looks way wide. It looks cracked wider than the door. This isn't the door we're talking about. This must have been left open by somebody who went in and out.
This was left the way that it's looking right now is not the way that police when police walk up to
Right.
this door when they first show up, it is 1/4 inch open. That's it.
Right. That's way wider than what the.
This is way wider, and you can tell by
Oh.
the night
And-
sky. This is
In,
this
in
is
other
a
words,
lot.
Jamie, it was cracked open, but not this far.
Yeah,
It
but
was 1/4 inch
Right.
open.
correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't I think it was the front door or this door that the latch of the door was ajar.
Yeah, it was this one.
All right.
Yeah, it was this one.
Hey,
No,
this is important.
the actual
Which a
actual-
dog, absolutely, especially in dire circumstances after a couple days, would have found a way to open that door.
Yeah, a dog would have opened that, but this is important for another reason. Insects well, maybe not in the winter, okay, but insects get in even sometimes in the winter, and they would start to go after the
Oh,
body.
would.
You know what? You just triggered something else because if the dog was in there for that long and leaving feces everywhere, there would have been a ton of maggots and a ton of flies too. Now that's
Yeah,
something
because
else that we did
flies.
not see, Greg, in the crime scene photos. Wouldn't there have been maggots and flies everywhere in there?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, they have worms a lot naturally anyway, and
It never ends, Greg.
they survive in the winter. The flies, they just kind of thaw out on the warmer days, fly around, and freeze up at night, and go wake up the next day. They would have found maybe a day. They would have.
But there would have been maggots everywhere with dead
Oh,
hanging bodies.
it would have stunk to high heaven in that house.
Right,
Yeah.
that too. I'm thinking back to the crime scene photos I seen in the house. Looked pretty damn clean.
I'm trying to remember how long it takes for the bloating to really get.
Oh my
bad.
god!
Oh,
All right, we're more than halfway through, folks.
oh,
Ray,
1051 Ramsdale. That's okay.
right.
And you said that
Ray, don't look in there. No.
So here we go. We just saw two different views, two different rooms. Still, I don't see any dog shit or dog pee. Yeah.
so it looks like
Don't look in there.
multiple bodies inside.
Yes.
Like a dog would have ate that freaking the dishes and all that out. Anyway, this is
Would
ridiculous.
have been able to jump right up on that basket thing, you know. I mean,
And there, let's. Have you seen any pee or poop yet?
no,
Anywhere?
I'm looking.
3 weeks,
no.
right? Okay.
That's where the bodies were found.
That's insane.
That's where the bodies was found. That's why it's blacked out.
You saw the kind of
Look
There's
where
two
all the
right
blood banks, blood and all. There's hair. There is hair there. To go back there a bit. Eric.
Greg, you said you had seen pictures of dog poop or pee. I haven't
Yes,
seen
there is
any.
a lot of there is a lot. Yes,
He's talking to
absolutely.
the neighbor. We had
Where?
I
I don't see any yet. Stop it tell me to stop.
This week, and we still haven't seen in the present for
I gotta rewind. I was talking.
So if you go back just a little bit, you'll see some dog feces on that carpet.
Yeah, but you know what? Is there like
But I mean,
dog
there's
hair?
piles of it everywhere, man.
Yeah, but what
Uh,
about dog hair on the couch? That's what I'm interested
Wait,
in.
where's the poop? I see hair. I don't see.
Yeah, this camera is not giving. There's a little bit right there. It kind of in the upper right next in the northern part, right before the blur. That little
Okay.
thing is poop. It's really hard to see. But
Right.
in the crime scene photos, remember we have 464 photos from the Apple Valley Police.
Right.
We have 711 photos from the BCA. The BCA photos show a lot more dog feces in certain areas. And
Yeah. Just for kicks, I'm gonna Google it.
yeah, you can go to my website and you can download them right there. You can view them all right there too.
It doesn't look like that. It doesn't. Everything looks immaculate. Everything. It looks lived and yet too clean at the same time. But I'm still wondering about dog hair on the couch because that's like the kind of couch would like gather up here as they slept on it every night.
I'm literally Googling how much feces from a medium-sized dog in 3 weeks.
I should look.
Get out of that. Seriously. Let's see what
Yeah,
it's
to answer your question, Bill, it all depends if the dog was shredding hair or fur around.
Okay, so the dog would go 2 to 3 times a day. So let's go 2 times 3 weeks, right? So that's twice a day times 7 is 14 times 3 weeks. I mean, over 50 times. Anyway, let's finish.
Yeah, I also do want to bring up something that was brought up in the chat was that
Sure.
once the dog was taken to the pound and sent to go and live somewhere else, that owner, the owner who took the family dog, did state that there were that days later the dog was pooping out like Barbie parts, like Barbie hair and different pieces. So it was eating something, but again, it's like it's eating toys, it's eating things like that. There's just no proof that it was eating people. Someone who would know, I don't know if anyone would know this, if somebody knows what dog feces would look like if a dog ate humans, that may also help too. Because like I said, this video will not do the crime scene justice. You really have to look at the photos, and even the photos are not too great, but you can clearly see lots of dog feces in certain areas of this house. And so if somebody could look at those dog feces, the photos of the dog feces, and if they knew what it would look like if the dog had eaten a human, that may help. The fact that police didn't test any of that dog feces, the dog feces, is really odd. If you're not going to take the time to test it, why would you just accuse this dog of eating these bodies?
Well, here's the other thing.
Well, Greg, you have to go back to a
Human feces can be very harmful and most times deadly to a dog. Strains of bacteria as well as residual traces of drugs and foods. Interesting. Okay.
The only way I can sum this up for you, Greg, there was a case here many, many years ago in Australia that dingo ate my baby.
Mm-hmm. I remember that one.
Yeah, but guys, think about this. If the dog was putting out like Barbie doll heads and legs and arms, that means the dog was eating toys. In other words, how come there weren't any Barbie doll parts in the other dog crap pictures? You know what I mean? Like,
True.
Wouldn't we already see that in the normal poop too?
Well, Cass says
That's a good
this in the
point.
chat room. It would resemble what it looked like after that ate pork. Similar body and makeup to human.
Okay. So it would be good to maybe have that person go and look at some of those photos later on, because there are different colors of dog poop. Some are darker, some are lighter, some are very lighter, some are kind of chalkish too. So
that-
I just thought, because if they're there for 3 weeks, they should be more chalk color, right?
And that's right, Mary. When a dog changes its diet, it also changes its texture. That is
Well, here's
absolutely
another thing:
100%.
when a dog eats human remains, or obviously when a human becomes deceased, it lets go of his bowels. I'm sure the dog definitely dug into that, because there's actually food in that, so a dog would definitely eat whatever. Anyway, what it says here is that the dog would have increased vomiting too. So what this is saying is that if this is true, the dog would have vomited everywhere too.
No, I don't see any dog vomit anywhere.
No, see,
No,
that's
well,
great,
that's the thing.
great.
That's
Great.
a
That's the
clue,
thing
man.
too. When a dog vomit, they go back to eat it up. So that's why.
Oh.
Well, and then vomit again, and then eat up, and then vomit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd see it on the rug though. You'd see those stains.
Absolutely, you
Uh,
would. It's just
yeah, you would.
it's just being a dog owner. You know, anyone who's a
So,
dog owner can
we got-
attest
we
to what I'm
got-
talking about here.
We got Pigeons Returns. G'day, Pigeons, in the chat room. How much weight had the dog lost when found? I can't imagine a distressed dog would have a great appetite.
That's what I was thinking. I forgot to say that.
From what I'm
Very,
reading here,
very low.
it'd be dead from eating human remains for 3 weeks. That's what
So,
I'm.
Greg, how much did the dog actually lose in weight when the dog was found and taken to the vet to get checked up?
Well,
I can only speculate on it, but very, very little from,
Right.
from what I've heard from sources. Yeah.
yeah, because we don't know what he weighed to begin with.
Beforehand. Yeah, we don't know what it weighed beforehand.
But
Correct.
if he was
We do
slow-
have photos.
Maybe
Yeah, we do
eating
have photos
humans.
of-
If it ate humans, it makes the dog not bark anymore because none of the neighbors heard it. But I digress. Let's finish the sucker up.
Oh, okay.
We haven't seen any movement over there. We just thought they were gone for Christmas, and we came back from Florida this week, and we still hadn't seen, and the presents were still there. So my husband went over there to check.
Okay.
So, Greg, are they just basically shooting all the places that the dog wouldn't have pooped or peed now?
Pretty
Just looking at this.
Yeah, it's all clean. It's
Right.
perfect.
Right. This is insane.
We went there since before Christmas. They haven't shoveled.
Who's filming this, Greg?
the Minnesota BCA is filming this here, and we
Gotcha.
just got this recently, and I don't
So-
even know what the heck. Why didn't we get this? We've been asking for
Mhm.
stuff like this.
So we got
Doesn't
the
care.
Sophia, we got the transcript of this call. So Sophia says in the chat room she's giving her police statement to 911.
Yeah, Nakani or Nasani is. I've had dogs eat all sorts of shit. Me too,
Yeah.
and it just goes through
Yeah,
them at the other end.
Yeah,
right?
Eric,
The
Eric,
the basement's full of poop, so it is possible.
Yeah,
Still, I mean,
Eric-
the dog getting that sick, it would just its bowels would release and it would puke. But there's poop in the basement. I got that. I want to. So I got to go back and look at the crime scene photos as far as how much poop is in the basement.
yeah. Well, Eric,
There's a lot in
Nakani,
the basement.
Eric Nakani is Cass. She lives in Western Australia, so I just call her Cass.
Of course,
Oh,
the was.
God.
That's where they were feeding the dogs. You know why they're
Guy,
staging
Yeah,
this thing. Just
the
speculation.
the number of craps would be, if it was 3 times a day, 7 days a week for 3 weeks, that would be about
Yeah, and I think the
63.
significant part of this is that as I'm reading this, if it's eating human feces or humans, either or,
Right.
it would be throwing up everywhere too.
Yeah, but it would be 63 craps. And
Yeah,
okay.
a lot.
Oh, who was that in the jacket?
They haven't shoveled. Excuse me, I think I have to throw up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, ma'am. I won't keep you any longer. Okay, Judy.
Okay, thank
I appreciate the call. I got help coming. Okay.
you. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
right.
Mhm.
All right. So, Greg, you want to go through this transcript that we've got here?
Sure. If you got it up there, we can
Yeah,
go
yeah.
through it if there's anything.
I'm going to do it right now. So,
Holy moly, Greg.
I'm gonna go charge my laptop
Yeah,
before
yeah,
it
yeah.
dies. I'll
that's
be
cool.
right back.
That's cool.
I think the
That's cool.
dog wrote the Allah on the wall.
well,
And herein lies the biggest issue. With all of this, with his passion, Greg's passion, and Dan's passion, Dan Hennon, and the rest is that the chances of actually getting the truth, actually having justice for David Crowley are pretty slim, and that sucks. That's the sucky part. Is there yeah.
So, Eric and Bill, this is a transcript here, if you can see this on the screen, from Apple Valley Police Department. Unknown male dispatcher, caller, Judy, I won't mention her last name. And you got Colin.
Now, I'll mention it.
now, Greg, are you still here? So, Colin is the husband of Judy, yeah?
Correct. You guys can hear me, yes.
And who's Lorraine?
Sophia, it's 1776. I just had the best chat with 911.
And Greg, who is Lorraine? That's the lieutenant, or who's Lorraine?
That's another neighbor. So that was the other neighbor. She tries to walk up to the door so she can see the bodies, and you can clearly hear Judy saying, "Don't do it." So there's two schools of thought. Obviously, she is telling her that because she doesn't want her to see the gruesome thing, which I would think, well, why don't you just say that? I mean, second guessing, and I don't know, so I don't want to second guess what decision she made. So that's why I really was more focused on the actual transcript, not on the audio. It's like the transcript is bad, the audio is worse.
Right.
So
Well,
that's the way I saw it.
Well, here's a transcript. Let's read this. Police, fire, how may I help you? This is Judy, and I live at 155 Ramsdale Drive. Yes, I think there's been a murder or suicide next door. Okay, why would you say that?
That to me stuck out.
Go back to the very first thing, because I've listened to many 911 calls. I like to watch crime.
Police and fire. How may I help you?
Who calls and says who the hell they are? What do I care who you are? Tell me what's going on. Hi, this is Judy Park. Who gives a shit who it is?
Yeah,
I don't know who you are.
Wow.
Greg, I have an idea for you.
Yes.
When you go, if you go up there around Christmas time, I'll give you an idea a little later.
Good.
Yep,
So,
I may know where you're going with it, and I'm sure it's going to be an awesome idea.
So do I. So yes, I think there's been a murder or suicide next door. What's going on? Well, we've noticed that they haven't inaudible. They haven't been around. Okay. So there's Christmas presents on the stoop. So I went over there, and there's a dog in the house, and there's definitely somebody's in the living room. Oh, okay. Stay on the line with me just a minute. Do you know what their address is? Well, I'm 1055, and they would be to the west of me. Okay, so how so? So like 1050 or whatever. So she doesn't know the address?
I mean, it's right there on the front door.
Well, regardless of that, why would they ask if the house is on the right or the left? I've never, I listen to a lot of true crime stuff, and they ask for the address. Why would they ask if the house is on the right or the? Anyway, it's just
It's all about her, pretty much.
It's all speculation, my friend. Speculation.
So okay, so I'm facing it. So if I'm facing and looking at your house, Judy, would it be the house to the right or left? If you're facing my house, it will be to your right. To the right, what are you seeing there? It looked like there's been a pile of bodies, and one looked like the head is eaten off.
Whoa. Eaten off. Not chopped off.
Yeah.
Not missing. Eaten off.
Not blown off by
Right, not blown off. Anything you could say. Eaten off. Got it.
The dog did it.
Right, of course.
Oh no, Judy. I suppose.
Wait a minute. Dog's not going to eat the head off. It's going to eat everything but the. Oh my God. There is so on the. Anyway.
2 heads, by the way. 2 heads.
Oh no. I suppose by the dog, and my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, inaudible, and they look, and they would have been there since before Christmas. Okay, so what haven't you seen? And all the Christmas lights are still on in the house, and there's my
What
husband.
haven't you seen? What does that even mean?
I'm just reading it the way it's been
What's
written.
that? What haven't you seen?
Yeah,
That could be a
what haven't
typo
you
or
seen?
something.
Okay,
yeah.
so So
Oh, and so you haven't seen. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you haven't seen. And all the Christmas lights are still on in the house. And there's my husband. He saw a gun on the floor. Yeah. Okay. Stay on the line with me just a minute, please. It would be a husband, wife, and child. Stay on the line with me, Judy. I'll get some people rolling over there. You saw Christmas presents? I'm calling 911. Well, she's
Wait,
on the
wait,
phone to
wait, wait.
911.
Why is
She's on the phone.
why was her seeing Christmas presents even relevant to the conversation at this point?
Why is anything of this?
Right. This is ludicrous. You saw Christmas presents. What? Okay. There's a head eating off. Let's talk about you saw Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Colin, I'm calling
Christmas
911.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no.
Yeah, I'm back,
You
guys.
saw wait again. You saw presents inside the home. Come
I
on,
think
man.
I think that's sort of like telling.
How
us
is that
the reason-
relevant?
Well, no, it's relevant because if they've been out there for a long time, you would expect.
But inside the home, lots of people keep Christmas presents under their tree through the new year. and beyond.
Inside. Oh,
Right.
yeah, right.
You see, that's the next thing they say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh well, if
So-
they didn't open them, though.
What's
but-
the
and it's-
relevance of that?
How
Right.
much? What was the date again? What was the
3
date?
weeks later, man, there could be Christmas presents still. Why is that
Yeah,
even
three-
relevant?
3 weeks later, yeah.
Nah,
So here we go.
These bodies were found on January 17th, 2015.
right.
Right.
Lots of people have
Right.
Christmas presents still underneath the tree or laying around after that. I mean, whatever. There's
Hold on,
presents on that
hold-
front. Here we go with the presents again. Like they're
Yeah,
totally
yeah, hold on.
kinda-
Hold on. So Colin, I'm calling 911. So Colin is her husband. You saw presents inside the home too. This is the caller that took the 911 call. Judy, there's presents on the front step, and they've been there since before Christmas. And
Okay.
there's a definite. I just peeked in the front window, and it's gross. Colin, what is their address?
So that, I mean, okay, the fact there've been presents out there outside for 3 weeks could be relevant. The fact there's presents inside has no relevance.
Yeah.
Um,
Colin, 1051. Judy, 1051 Ranswell Drive. Okay, 1. Don't look in the window, Laurie.
huh?
1051 Ramsell. Is that okay, right? And you say, Laurie, don't look in there. So Laurie is the other neighbor, by the looks of it. No.
What's going on here with the Lori? Who's Lori?
She's
Laurie is
the
the-
neighbor.
She's the other neighbor.
And she's talking to the neighbor saying, "Don't look in there" while she's on
Yeah.
the phone.
Correct.
How? So she had a cordless phone. She was outside or something, or was on a cell.
Well,
or-
Judy had a husband there and her other neighbor, Laurie, there. with
Yeah,
her.
but I'm saying, she's making it. And it looks like that she's telling her not to. Like they're right there in front of the house, so they're making the call in front of the house.
Judy's probably in. My guess is Judy's probably in front of her house and kind of
Yeah.
looking over and calling.
But how would she be
and
able to? So she.
Well,
I want to
in
listen
front
to
of the
that.
driveway. From the
I want to
driveway.
listen to that recording again because she would have to, if she's in her driveway and somebody's actually looking in the window, she would have to say, "Hey," she'd have
Yeah.
to be a little.
well,
I want to hear
that-
that. I'm gonna look. I can't wait to listen.
Yeah,
to
that's
this.
right.
Well, Greg, that tells me that Judy could have been at the footpath at the front of the house while her neighbor Laurie was trying to look at something around the house.
That's possible.
The only way when we listen to the call, if it wasn't kind of a shout like, "Hey, don't look in there," if it's like right next to them, is one of
Yeah.
two things. If
Yeah,
she
yeah,
was in her
right.
driveway, then there's no way that
Yeah.
happened. Or two, she's standing in front of the house.
I guess whatever it is, she's not close enough to see that. It's
Right.
that on the front door it says
Right.
1051 Ramsdale Drive.
So
I'm
don't-
kind of wondering what she meant by a pile too. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
everybody's
So,
Right,
like on top of each other, or
so it looks like multiple bodies inside. Yes.
Yeah. Let me
Dog
read
may
it.
have been.
Yeah. Let me read this.
They've been what?
So don't look inside. Don't look in there. So it looked like multiple bodies inside. Yes, and it looked like the dog may have been. Yes, may had eaten the head. Remember we go back
Yeah.
here. Remember when we go back here? Where was it?
It's like one of the first lines. She's
Yeah, and one of the head is eaten off. Remember,
Right.
that's what Judy
Not that
said.
off.
How the hell would you know what a head looks like when it's eaten off?
Right.
Right.
What the hell?
Oh my God.
Okay, so you saw the gun on the floor there. Yes. Remember, look at the hesitation of the answer. Yes, my husband saw it
See, she doesn't say she says she saw it, but and even in a statement earlier, she says that her husband saw it. So it's like it was never really clear if she saw it. We know her husband saw it.
Well,
It's not
now,
clear if she did.
Good.
so now
catch,
she's
brother.
saying, my husband saw it. He's not right
I
here
thought
right
she
now.
saw it though.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Her husband, Colin, is here in the freaking statement.
Well, her husband could have told her that right over.
Her husband, Colin's here giving the address to her.
He's
and
over
her-
having a beer with Boomhauer, the neighbor, right now.
Hold on.
I couldn't help
Hold
it.
on. So her husband's given the address of David Crowley right here,
Mm.
right? Now she's saying, where is it?
He's right there.
Now she's saying that her husband not right here right now.
We already covered that. He's talking to Boomhauer.
My husband saw it. He's not right here right now. He's talking to the other neighbor. We haven't seen any movement over
Mhm.
here, over there. We just thought they were gone for Christmas. We'll be back from Florida this week, and they still hadn't inaudible. And the presents were still there. So my husband went over there to check.
Mhm.
Okay, they thought they were gone for Christmas. Haven't seen any movement. So there hasn't been anything movement there since before Christmas. They haven't shoveled. Well, that's not,
So nothing in here indicates that Judy even went and looked.
She does say she went and looked in the front in the window.
Well, he's the
No, I'm
Right.
saying it after that part, Greg. The rest of it makes it sound like her husband was the one who saw everything.
well. Here it is.
Her
Here
husband
it
did
is.
see it. Yeah.
Here it is. Here's the other one. Dispatch. It's 911 police fire. How can I help you? Yeah, my name is Colin. I live at 1055 Ranswell Drive in Apple Valley, and my next door neighbor, they haven't been home since Christmas or before Christmas. Okay, and there's Christmas presents on the front step, and there's a dog in their house, and nobody answers. Okay, what's the address again? Your phone kind of broke out.
What is this? A second phone call? What is this?
Yeah, this is the husband calling the police department.
Gotcha.
Okay, what's the address again? Your phone's kind of broke out. Oh, my address is 1055 Ranswell, RAMSDELL Drive in Apple Valley. Okay, do you know what the house number is? Yes, it's 1051. Would I like somebody to come over and what to do a welfare or well check or something
Now
like
that sounds more like a normal conversation, not so there's
Exactly.
presents inside. Okay, go ahead. The welfare check
Okay.
is immediately what they talk about.
Okay, and you said 1051 for them? 1051. Okay, let's go through. And I looked through the front window. There's 3 dummies on the floor. I don't think they're any bodies, but it looks like there's a gun next to one, a handgun. So he obviously said there's 3 dummies on the floor. He doesn't
Mhm.
think there's any bodies on the floor. Okay,
Great.
and what's your name? Okay, and what's your name again, sir? First name is Colin, Collin. Last name, now, P as in Paul, ROCHNOW. And the phone number for you, Mr. Puncho, and the cell phone is, yep, okay. My home
Dude,
number
go
is,
back to the first fucking thing, man. And I look
Well-
through the front window and there's like 3 dummies on the floor. I
That's
don't
what I'm
think
saying.
they're bodies, but it looks like there's a gun that what?
Now,
Okay,
if you compare that to what Judy said when she looked through that window, she
Yeah,
had
okay,
already
but-
knew that it was a murder and a suicide. And the dog
Right.
ate
Yeah,
the bodies.
Let's go back to
Right.
Judy.
Real.
So let's
Thank
go back to
you.
Judy.
Real.
Yeah,
This is so dumb. God.
This is what Judy said. I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door. That's
Uh-huh.
what Judy said, and this is what her husband said. Right? Her husband said, my next door neighbor, I don't think.
Yep, no, keep going down. You almost do this.
Yeah, go down.
Keep
and look
going.
through the window. 3 dummies on the floor.
You're
okay?
all right in just 1 second.
Right. And we were out of town for the first week in January, and when we left, the presents were in our front step. And I told my wife, I didn't notice them any the other day because I didn't look. But I said, I'm going to run over and see if those presents are still there, and they are. And he doesn't answer his cell phone because the neighbor next to him on the other side has his cell number. Okay, did you already call? What?
No.
Yeah, we tried calling the cell number, nobody answered. No, I mean, did you already call us? Your wife already called us. Judy just called us. Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
That's
So
it.
once, oh, yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Not
he
paying
didn't
the
know-
phone. Okay, got it.
I'm thinking
That's
Judy.
insane.
I mean, like Judy started to sound kind of legitimate a little bit through the call after the beginning, and then I was like, okay, maybe she's not guilty. Now her husband sounds guilty, and now like their contradictory story in a way, like they did it. I
Just
was
after
gonna-
all the evidence that's already been out there for so many years, I just hard to handle the stupidity of people anymore. That would the attacks that have happened to Greg. Greg's always been a class dude. He's been respectful when he's contacting these people. The police even tell you this themselves. The Upper Valley Police that he contacted, he's been respectful. He's just asking questions, relevant questions, and the way he's been attacked and characterized as a horrible human being for even questioning this happened, much like Handy Sook. People who question that same
Well,
thing.
you can say Sandy Hook here on Twitch, Eric. I'm just letting you know. You can say Sandy Hook here.
Yeah, I
on
know. I'm trained to just say Handy
Now,
Sook.
Greg,
Yeah,
have you
it's a practice.
have you spoken
It's a
to Judy at
discipline.
all?
Just following rules.
Yes. Yeah, we
You have-
did a 3-hour debate, the debate itself lasted about 30 seconds because she couldn't prove David Crowley guilty. So we ended up having a 3-hour talk, and I just was asking her questions, and she answered those questions. And so we did a 3-hour talk, I think back in 2016, I believe.
And
Yeah.
what about her husband, Colin?
He walked in while we were doing the call, but he didn't want to talk, so he didn't want to say anything.
And the other neighbor, Laurie?
Yeah, I have not talked with her yet. I have not.
Or
talked
any
with
of the
her.
neighbors,
any
looking
of
at
the
those
neighbors.
photos, you can see how close in proximity a lot of the houses were.
Yeah, I have talked with. There are neighbors I've talked to. I just don't want to.
No.
Don't want to divulge that all yet.
Gotcha, brother. And we'll be right here when you want to.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yep,
we'll
I
be
know you
right
will.
here.
Yeah.
You know,
No, Jadakin's. Yeah.
Oh,
go,
here's something to think of also. If whoever killed who or opened up blood anywhere, dogs and cats would at least once got a lick of blood, once the taste of blood or the smell of blood, they would probably lick it.
Good
I mean,
point. Rodents from the outside with that cracked door would have found a way in. I mean, again, that's just there's so many anomalies in this, and we're not trying to sit here. I know Greg for sure is not trying to sit here and bring up some obscure anomalies. There's no evidence that this went
Right.
down the way they said it did.
You know,
Pretty
but
much.
that hair, I'm wondering if that hair came from like the dog chewing off the scalp, maybe the face and all that. I mean, what do they mean by the head got chewed? I mean, is it off? Is it off the
She
body?
knows what a chewed head looks like. Zadokian 782 in the chat. Wife already called, but no timestamp.
Yeah.
So, Eric, we're going to go through some documents that we'll talk about earlier. The police documents in Greg was saying earlier. What was those documents, Greg, that we're going to go through? Down at the bottom.
I mean,
of the-
there's tons of documents we can go through. I don't know which ones you want to go. Whatever ones you want to go through, we can
How long
definitely.
did it
Eric.
take? How long did it take for the cops to show up? That's
Ah,
kind of
here we
wondering
go.
that too.
Here we go. Sophia said this in the chat room. Judy called around 12:55 p.m. on that day.
Yeah, and the cops showed up maybe about 5 minutes later, I believe, but very, very quickly.
And
They
then
were
5
there.
minutes later, it was pronounced a murder-suicide. And the story.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm kidding. It wasn't that quick. You get my drift.
Yeah.
1 minute later.
Definitely within 24 hours. Giving them the benefit of the doubt within 24 hours, they released a public statement that said that this was a double murder suicide and the public was not in any danger.
All right, think about this. Think about this, guys. Now, the door was open in the back, a crack, right? Now, who would do that? Somebody that would be afraid, that would want to walk in and out on a regular basis to check up on the dog, and they would just walk around the back, open up the door, slide in every
That's
day.
been theorized that somebody accidentally left that open.
Well,
it's been
yeah, but I
theorized
mean,
that
it could no.
there
it
were
could
no
have been
bodies
open.
there, and that this was
No.
all staged, and the dog wasn't there for
Right.
that long at all.
Right,
there's
but
so
if
many
the
different
dog
things.
was there and they were feeding the dog by occasional snack here and there, checking
Well,
on him, maybe they just
wasn't
kept
there-
going in and out.
Well, Greg, wasn't there speculation that David's brother was going around the house to check on the house on the outside?
Well, David's brother is the one who left those presents there.
Yeah.
So David's brother left the presents there. In the news reports, he said he wasn't sure about what day that he left them there. He gave two separate dates of what day that it could have been. But in the police reports, it's very clear that he left. He told the police that he left them there on December 28th of 2014. So those presents should have been there from December 28th, December 14th, December 28th, 2014, all the way until the bodies were found on January 17th, 2015.
They put some special anti-wet stuff on there though, so the paper didn't get wet.
I mean, it looks a little warped, but I don't know. I mean,
if it was dry, cold,
you would test yourself, folks. Grab some packages and put them out on your freaking stoop.
That would be great.
See what happens.
You know, I could see them surviving if it just stayed dry and cold. But here's the thing about the presents inside, though. It could be important. See, the thing is, if they were unopened, that means they were never opened on Christmas. So, you know, they were in there the whole time. Like, if they were opened, that's one thing.
Claim.
Yeah, but they're unopened, and that does make a difference. That means nobody celebrated Christmas.
Right.
Or they set it up late, or extra early. Who knows? Whatever.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that they had already packed up. They had already put everything. Because if you look at some of the things in the crime scene photos, it looks like they were already packing up. The Christmas stockings are on the kitchen table, so it kind of looks like they were putting things out. They were putting, about to start packing things up.
No food though. No food out. Any like prepared meals or?
There were like eggshells out on the kitchen table. There was oil in one of the pans. I think Judy Prochnow was the only one who said that there was pizza in there. There was like a pizza that was there somewhere. I don't know how the hell she would know that, but
whoa. Pizza in there.
In the oven, pizza in the oven or something. So if you look at that,
toilet couldn't have learned to open the oven anyway.
Maybe. I mean, if you look at that crime scene, to me, it looks like they were. It looks like a scene that was
staged.
I don't know if they were ambushed.
Right.
It looks like they were just kind of cooking. They were doing their thing. There's butter out on the kitchen. People aren't just going to leave butter out like that. It looks like they were in the process of cooking or something. Somebody snuck in.
There was butter out.
Something happened.
The dog didn't touch the butter?
No, but there were dog bone treats on the kitchen table too. So not only were there those two bags, but there were there was a box of dog bone treats on the kitchen table.
Wait, what?
His favorite too.
I thought they got up and back. There were dog treats.
There were dog treats within visible sight.
Come on, man.
Oh, nice, the chewy ones too, right?
What?
Yeah, they'll probably.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, they were probably his favorite, and they were like the chewy, moist ones you could smell across the room. Had a good aroma, and yeah.
I don't have those photos, man. I didn't see those, Greg. So you have.
Have you got
What
those
about
photos?
this? What about this?
Wait, have you got those photos?
Yes. Yeah, we have these photos.
Can you pass them right now? Can you pass them right now? We'll put them up.
Of course. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Hey, but what about
Let's
this?
do this.
We're forgetting about like how the kids' rooms were, where the kids leaving things out. Was the homework out? I mean, wouldn't be homework.
Oh
sorry.
yeah, that's a whole nother ball of wax there too.
Right, just put them in the private chat here and.
And the kid was only 5, so he really didn't have homework.
Oh yeah.
So these are the treats. So the Cash says this very strange stage job by who did this for sure.
No,
Of course.
bad stage job. Yeah.
Much like
And
Samuel.
Zadikin says this in the chat room. At least the operator ID number would have at least been more legit, but an unknown operator looked real sloppy.
Right. Immediately they talk about welfare checks. No, you don't talk about the Christmas gifts. I mean, you talk. The operator's like, hey, I think there's a head shoot off. And the operator's like, so are there gifts outside still? Are the gifts still inside? I mean, come on, man.
Hey, we lost Mary Holt though. We had Mary Hoyt or Holt.
Yeah,
here.
very hot. Yeah, yeah.
And glad Greg's still around. He's in there. But there was somebody else too.
And we're gonna get a picture of the Greg's like going through his freaking
Yeah,
thousands.
he's
of
gonna
pictures.
drop it in the private chat.
Might
He's gonna
take
drop
me
it
a
in the
minute.
private chat.
That's all right, man. I want to see this. I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, I'll try to drop that link here. I'm trying to remember if it was in the 464 photos or if it was one of the way. I know it's one of the kitchen photos though.
Like I like using Occam's razor, man. You know, to the simplest thing usually tells the story, and the fact that there's a dog in there eating its owners and not the dog biscuits.
Yeah.
Oh, and the pizza.
Explain that one to me.
And the pizza in the microwave.
Well, yeah, but I mean that could be possible. The dog's not going to probably open the microwave, but
Yeah,
That's-
just put the
that
paw
there's-
up, hit the paw up, hit the
there's dog
hit the paw up.
biscuits laying there. I mean, that's in a bag of food.
Yeah, well, 2 bags of food, wasn't it?
All right. What about like? All
Because
right,
you know, with any of these false flags, you can go into a million different theories and hyperbole about them. Much like Handy Sook, I did it again because you do that.
it's
But I mean,
just-
there's certain things that are unexplainable and make no sense.
Well, we can do a show here on Sandy Hook. Well,
Sure. I'm just saying that you go to like when I remember interviewing Wolfgang Halbig, which apparently he's gone insane now because nobody will freaking give him the time of day.
oh, Mary's
yeah,
here,
he's
guys.
gotten-
Mary's here.
anyway, he's like, you know what, we can talk about that David Wheeler was dressed up like a freaking army dude and stuff like that. But he comes down to the basic things. And here's the one thing, and I'll leave it at this, then we'll go back to Crowley though. The one thing that you can use that nobody can refute, and there are freaking ad nauseum shots, overhead shots
Well,
of the parking lot of Sandy Hook. There was not one handicapped parking space at a
Right.
school, and you have to have handicapped parking spaces. The signs have to be 4 feet tall, and you have to have the blue light. There weren't any.
And no
Well,
flag.
That's the one
There was
thing we
no
can't
flag.
refute. Where
No
was
flag
it?
on the
Was it there?
flagpole.
You know what I mean? That's where you go, man. With that stuff, that's what Wolfgang was going for. But
yeah.
poor guy.
And also, I like to do a show on Port Arthur. I haven't done a show on Port Arthur yet, but I know a lot about Port Arthur, the massacre that happened in '96 here in Australia. There's a lot of red flags over Port Arthur massacre because in 2002,
They got the guns, man. I mean, that
Well-
there's your biggest red flag.
let's take it one step further. In 2002, Monarch University was another mass shooting. No one's talking about that
Monarch.
one.
Universe can't make this shit up, folks. Monarch.
All right, so
Monarch
Greg
butterfly. God.
just gave me these photos here. So I'm
Yeah, there
going-
may be a better one, but I figured for the sake of time, I think that one that pretty much shows it there. I think once everybody sees the box, they'll pretty much know. Anyone who has a dog has seen it.
So
And
this
Crypt Rick was
Oh
the
my
other one,
God.
and he's now back, or they are now back. Hello, Crypt.
So I'm just
Come on, man.
yeah.
Oh my God. And it's fucking open. Wow. Wow.
There's a box right
My
there.
dog's behind me right now and is trying to get at the screen. That's how ridiculous this is.
So we're looking at the red box here, Greg, the dog crate box here.
Yes,
Dog obviously
and
knows.
to the left on the floor is where those 2 bags of dog food would be.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's all kind of in the same area.
That kind- that kinda
Obviously,
looks
that's a
like
little harder for a dog to get to. But
It kind of looks
Sure,
like
sure.
a
Little.
What's that blue on the white? That's like a raspberry
It's
tree
starving.
bag or something.
yeah,
How to make it chips?
it looks like blueberries, like
Yeah,
dried blueberries or
No,
something.
behind the blueberries.
This one here, they look like
Oh.
Bag of chips.
Banana
What?
chips.
What the hell kind
Banana
of chips
chips.
are those?
yeah.
Anyway?
Well, that could
Oh,
be
yeah,
like
yeah.
What are those?
Like-
What is that?
Well, you got a drink
Those-
there, and you got a box.
I'm
of
just saying, if you're a dog and you're starving, man, you know where the
You
chips.
may
And you
take
got some-
a dive at it.
you got some
Yeah,
sauce
yeah.
here.
got 2
Yeah,
bottles there.
exactly.
You got,
Take a dive at it. This is insane.
Okay,
But again, this is not even as important as the fact that there's dog food, bags of dog food within the dog's reach.
Well, you know what? I noticed all the bottles of water too. Now, you when you do a crime scene, you try to figure out every single little trick and like how much did they use water? They haven't used water in so long, and they're full or they're empty. And I saw full ones there either way.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, Greg, correct? It might be an illusion on my eyes.
My bad.
But-
Real quick,
but-
veggie straws. The Vivid Monkey. That's what they have. There's veggie straws. Again, the dog's on top of that counter eating
Yeah.
those things.
Now, Greg, it's either this is an
Nothing's knocked
illusion-
over anywhere, Zaccone. Yeah. Insane, I know.
Now, Greg, this is either an illusion or my eyes are playing up. But on the black binder here, or the folder, I call it the folder in America. You might call it a binder. Is that blood? Is that blood on the top of the folder here?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
The
You know
dog.
what?
I really
It
love
looks like-
focusing on the dog, though, and I see the chat is too.
Yeah, yeah. No, but
The
I'm,
Sandy,
but I'm looking-
a dog
I'm
alone
looking at-
3 weeks and hungry would have destroyed the treats and the chips.
Right.
Absolutely. It would have eaten the chips and the bags.
all
Would
right,
have been howling at the
It's going to be
food.
looking
I
for
mean, that's a-
whatever residues on the bag. This is ridiculous.
I'm looking at this section here, Greg. That looks
Yeah.
like a blood. That looks like a blood splatter to me.
if it's not blood, it could be liquid or oil, and that's a clue, right?
And there's one there. There's
It's
one
couple-
there.
And then the
there's
biggest
one
clue
there.
is the dog didn't eat any of the treats
But
or the bags of
yeah,
food.
that one there.
Well,
yeah,
see,
we'll have to take a closer look at that. I haven't noticed that before.
yeah,
that
because
looks
you
like
have to
blood.
figure out.
Sophia, the baby loves veggie straws. We
Well,
just
that
tried all of them.
well, let's go down a little bit further,
Oh my
Greg. I
God.
don't know. There's a little bit of fake red
Yeah.
on the.
That could be a stain, though, man.
No, that looks like blood to me right
Yeah.
here. This section right here.
I mean, to the right of it, it looks like it could be mustard. I mean, that's
Well, yeah, well, that
Yeah, it is.
looks like mustard. But this
The-
section right here,
Yeah, I don't know.
The
Hmm.
thing, the stuff on the binder. See, what's important to note is what it is, because we need to know how long it's been sitting there without being dry, or is it dry? Is it still wet? Or
Yeah,
good point.
you know,
you know,
Some-
well, have a look at this. This makes it a
One of the
lot easier.
officers that were on the scene could have sneezed on it.
well, yeah, COVID sneeze,
Yeah, yeah.
early
Greg,
COVID.
Look at these spots. Look at these spots here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, right down to the bottom here.
Mm. Some oils would deteriorate that.
Yeah.
Would kind of
I'm-
eat into that a little bit
I'm just
too.
making sure. I'm just making sure it's not my bloody computer that's got. No. That's actually spots here. 1, 2, 3. This one here. This one here, and that one there.
Mm.
Oh well.
It
whatever.
could have
But I-
came out of that bowl. If that, it probably didn't. But if that bowl was the one with the eggs in it, and they stirred and maybe dripped a little, it's probably not that. That's maybe they attempted to make that happen, and it certainly was
Does anyone know what was on this letter or whatever, Greg?
I think we zoomed in on it, but I don't remember. I know there's other crime scene photos where they actually open up that binder, and there's some interesting stuff I think inside of that binder. Now this binder, one of the recent things that we got was David Crowley's Day One Journal, which is like, I think it's like 80 pages. It's, you know, you could do a whole show just on David Crowley's
yeah.
journal. It covers
did.
his last months basically. And
I think we
but-
did one, Greg, 3 or 4 years ago.
yeah, well, I mean, we just got David Crowley's Day One Journal within in August, I think.
So it was some other journal
It
entry.
was probably a different one, yeah. But I mean, we may have talked about it, and we may have talked about like what we knew about the journal, but now that we actually have it, there's some strange things in that journal. You know, they say that the journal ended in September. When we got the journal, it clearly ended in November. So it's like, well, okay, how is that possible?
The
And then
detectives, forensic analysis. None of these people thought it was weird that the dog didn't eat any of the food or the treat.
Right.
I mean, no, there's so much of that right there.
Here's
another
And that's a big point about the dog.
Here's
I
another
wanna-
clue, though. Oh, go ahead,
Yeah.
Jim. Go ahead.
Now I want to say welcome, Vivid Monkey. Welcome to the show. If you haven't followed, hit the follow. But Vivid Monkey said, I don't think the dog would have destroyed anything. My dog would probably starve. It's a pit bull and doesn't go after her food, treats, or cookies. All
Oh,
on
she's
the
a
floor.
pit bull?
Some
Yeah,
would,
it's a-
right? Some would starve, but they're like that. Some eat
Oh.
their owner, some wouldn't. You know,
It was a
So-
pit bull, God, beagle mix. I think it was a mix, wasn't it, Greg?
Yeah, it was a beagle mix, like a
Not that it's
medium
really,
size.
I mean, any dog could have been a Chihuahua. Like freaking, it's gonna go try to get those chips. But
Yeah, but here's a clue, though. All right, sometimes things seem insignificant, but to grab timelines and to figure out things. See, the food that was up there, other than the dog bone thing, the dog bone box was open, but everything else, like in other words, behind that bowl, behind that green bowl, was
Yeah.
two
Oh, right.
unopened bottles of things to drink, and the box they pulled out was an unopened box. Now it looked to me like they were new, like they were never opened even once. You know what I mean?
can you imagine, Bill? I mean, he has, Greg had literally probably thousands of crime scene photos, and we're taking this much time on just this little,
oh God, oh man.
it is. It's freaking, it's, ugh.
There's so much. There's so much. Yeah.
It makes you
Boy, I
sick
had to write that.
sometimes just because these people were freaking murdered.
Yeah.
And it sucks.
You-
And they're about to make, I mean, David Crowley is about to make, again, a film that just would have blown
So,
off everything.
Bill, you're talking about this green bowl here?
Yeah, behind it is food that's not open. Nothing is open there. It's all brand
You
new.
got some air freshener, looks like some a box of some kind of cooking, and then you got like a A1 sauce or something.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was thinking that or a wine cooler or something. I don't know.
That look like barbecue or cat.
Nothing about this looks staged whatsoever.
Yeah.
And you got some bread. You got some breadsticks here.
Yeah, that's veggie. Those veggie.
Yeah. So, and a pair of scissors of all things.
Like a clean bowl, just a completely clean bowl sitting there.
Now that's what's in the kitchen, yeah, Greg. This is in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's in the kitchen. I'm gonna send you this other
Yeah,
one here
yeah.
too.
Please do. I know. Eric's got a lot of photos too.
I'm bringing one of my dogs over here, Veda. She's gonna take a look and tell me what she thinks.
All right.
Cool. Let's solve it. Solve the case.
All right. I'm going to put it on solo screen so we can see Eric's dog. Come on, Gil. Jump up, man. Jump up.
Maybe we're about to see his dog eat his head off.
There we
Now
go.
we'll
There we go.
solve the mystery. We'll show us how it's
Beautiful.
done. Show us how it's done.
Just playing on the ground. Playing on the ground.
All right, we're getting crazy here, but yeah.
The
All right, now
dingo
look
ate
at
me
this.
baby. The dingo.
Veda
ate me
said
baby.
that within a day she would have eaten the veggie straws and
All right.
put it on the ground before she'd eat my head.
Eric,
That's
Eric,
what's
Vivid
best.
Monkey say, see if she goes for biscuits. Throw a dog treat out to it, see if she goes for it.
Dude. Yeah, this is again, and I understand your passion for this, Greg. I mean, it is ludicrous, and we have
It's a clear slam dunk case. I mean,
Slam dunk.
we've talked about this too, Eric. Where is
Oh,
the
here we go.
alternative media? Why is the alternative media not
Yeah.
covering this? For someone like Alex
Exactly.
Jones, man, this would be a slam dunk case.
And I
Why
know
is he not covering
initially he
this?
talked about it maybe one or two times, but then
Twice.
And didn't David Crowley try to go to him for funding?
Yes. And
Well,
what's funny
David. I mean,
enough-
David was on his show at least twice. There was a guy. If you guys know the guy Joe Biggs, who was
Yeah.
working
Biggs,
for
yeah.
for
Yeah.
Jones at that time. He started looking into this, and then all of a sudden he becomes friends with Danny August Mason right after this.
I remember.
And it was weird. And then he gets fired. Like Alex Jones fires him. He has this whole drunken thing where he's like
Yeah.
drunken with this. He
Yeah.
gets choked out by the security guard. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Biggs.
Yeah. And then the whole the whole Trump thing, the January 6th thing, he's there and now he's being charged with all this stuff. It's like, is this guy a government informant? I'm like,
Right.
what the hell is going on here?
I remember
It's-
going
it's
through that
really
with him.
weird.
I remember getting into it with him during the pizza and chili days, but it turned out we're not
He probably blocked you.
Well, one is certainly a shield. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
probably.
down at Bunkerville. Down at
Right.
Bunkerville.
Yep.
Now, what are we
Anywho,
looking- now, what are we
digressing.
looking- So what are we looking at here, Greg, for those people that don't know?
Yeah, Veda's disgusted right now too.
Okay, so yeah,
No.
he's disgusting.
She is. She would eat those.
She's disgusting.
Here we go.
Yeah, so this is kind of that other angle. So if you're looking at this image to the right would be where the dog biscuits are. So this kind of gives you an image of that kitchen. So I just kind of sent you a few other images of the kitchen, what the kitchen looked like when the police were there. You can see there's coffee. You can see that there's something in there. There's it looks like they were in the middle of something. Somebody came in and did something very bad to this family.
There's
Now,
nothing
looks
on
like
the
it.
stove though. Is that a pan on the stove or no?
Yes, there are two
Okay.
pans on the stove. That's in one of the other
Okay.
photos that I sent you, Jamie, too.
Frying pan. But Greg, this
Yes.
what got my eye. Can you
Mhm.
see the different color on the tea towel? One is light red, but look at the dark red patches on it. There's 3 of them there.
Yeah, great
Blood.
point.
I'm saying blood. I'm just saying for what I'm
Oh,
saying.
now there you have a good point. I'm looking at that, but
And it could be grease, right? It could be
right,
grease.
could be, sure.
Yeah, but would they would, I mean, if they had that much grease, there would have been grease all over the place.
I'm sure they didn't collect it
There's-
for evidence and sample it.
There's grease in those pans. So there is another image
Oh,
that shows
yeah.
like the actual pans, and there still is grease in the pans to the left of where those pans are. Over to the on the other, right over there.
I would have never smelled that and jumped up and tried to lick the
Yeah,
There's
but
there's
you know,
there's
head off,
butter
and then
there.
we go again with the dog.
There's
Around-
like
around here?
eggshells there. Yeah, right around
Greg,
that
do you
area.
have were you able to obtain a list of the evidence they collected? As far
Yes.
as
Yes. So I do have that on my website too. And it does show that they have like everything that they collected. It's the property and evidence report. So they do have
Holy
that.
All right, here's the other
And it's pretty
photo.
thorough.
again, more food on the counter. Oh well, no, that's
Yeah.
the other view, but right here, chicken stock that wasn't in the last view.
What's
That looks like old coffee.
All that crap.
Yeah.
What's
So that
in
may
the-
be, I think in that purple thing is
Yeah.
coffee grounds. And I think they were going to use that for fertilizer or something like that. You know how you do that.
Yeah, I do that.
I used to work at a coffee shop. Somebody would
Yeah.
always come by and they would take our old coffee grounds. Like, what the hell are they going to do with the coffee grounds? So they put them in a plant, and I guess it grows.
yeah,
Whatever.
it's good for
And-
certain points.
And who will leave a fork that close to the counter edge?
It's pretty close right there. Now that window too is also open. Not only was there the rear slider that was open in the police notes, hidden in some of the notes, is that the kitchen window was actually also unlocked too. So when police are saying there was no signs of anybody forcing their way in, here we have 2 ways, 2 proofs, 2 evidence that show they didn't need to force their way in. They had a open door, a rear slider that was open, and they had one of these kitchen windows that was open, that somebody could have gotten in without having to force their way into it. So why are they going to such lengths to say that there was no signs of quote unquote anybody forcing their way in? Nobody would need to force their way in.
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm not
On
saying
the
that-
other side with the dogs too. I mean,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
playing devil's advocate. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
there is lots of documented scientific evidence that the dogs, when their owners die, will out of distress and other reasons actually eat their owners. I mean, we're not saying that
No,
could
no, no.
not have happened, but
Sure. Yeah.
that's all. I mean, you gotta freaking look at both sides. At the same time, if it has food readily available to eat, okay, whether it's
Right.
eating its owners or not, it's going to eat that food too. I mean, if you have dogs, if you leave an entire bag of dog food out, they'll
Right.
eat
Now-
until they throw up, then eat the throw up, then eat again. They're going to eat
Yeah.
everything
Right.
within
Now,
sight
Greg-
eatable. It is edible. My point.
Now, Greg, I'm sorry for putting everything under a
Oh, it's all good.
microscope here,
It's all good.
but look at the window stain. Now, I know
Yeah.
I know it's been snowing and that, but I want to know if these stains on the inside or outside. But for me, it looks like someone threw eggs on the window here. It looked like an egg
Interesting.
No,
Yeah, I didn't notice that before either. I don't know.
there's-
That's
there's three-
pretty
there's
good
three-
point.
there's
Well, it
three
could be
parallel-
evidence of sliding
Well,
too, like if it slid up and down.
Oh, if it's sliding
Yeah.
open and shut.
Could be
Interesting.
light- It could be
Ah.
lighting,
That's a
but
good point, man.
That is a
They
great
look-
point.
these look like 3 parallel lines. Look like someone's egging the freaking window. That's what they do when you egg someone's house.
Hmm. No, that's interesting. Yeah, I
but-
never noticed that before.
But wouldn't it be in plain hindsight that could also be blood?
I don't know. I mean, it looks more like snow. I just thought, oh, it's just got to be
does look
snow.
like
But
it does look like snow, but
yeah, I
for
don't
me,
know.
it looked like someone throwing eggs at the window. It looked like eggs.
It could be. Yeah, I never thought of that. I'll have to really
None of
take a
those.
deeper dive in that, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So here's some other photos here. See, it's not the lighting, Bill, because this is a different angle of that same window.
I'm wondering about the grease splatter more though, because grease splatters
here.
all over the place, like to the refrigerator on its right, above it, around it. It should have been.
Now, was this the microwave that had the pizza in it?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay,
Wait,
now
wait,
I'm looking this craziness up right now because I had an idea that the dogs will eat their owners, but now I mean, as I'm looking, your pets will eat you when you die. And here's the thing,
would.
maybe that's why the little dog there is part of the whole freaking setup, but they tend to go for the neck and the face first.
Yeah, but also the other thing is, I was wondering what kind of clothes the people were wearing, because if they were wearing leather, sometimes animals would go chew on the leather, at least chew it. And
Well, they would have chewed on lots of things in the house, and again,
yeah,
As you can see, Bill. We were talking about look at the grease on top of the stove. Yeah.
but
around
like I'm
here.
wondering about if it's on the refrigerator to the right and everything. And
Oh, here,
all over,
yeah.
You know,
I'm going through the photos here. I've got 711 photos here. I just received them all now. So
there's
let's
no
have a look at
drawers
this.
open.
Hey.
There's no.
Look at this.
Oh. Yeah, it's a
It's
little.
all over
It's slightly messy. It's a little like. I guess it wouldn't have to be. A lot of people. Sometimes I clean as I go. You can't really tell, but
Yeah.
sweatpants and sweatshirts on from the Vivid Monkey. That's what they had on.
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
That's the other one. That's the other pan. So we're going through. So okay,
Wait,
let me
go
zoom in.
back a sec there.
Yeah, there's like nothing in it at all, though.
But I'm
Nothing,
saying,
almost-
so you're telling me there's still liquid after 3 weeks? It's not dried up and oh my god.
Well,
Maybe.
but
Who
there's.
knows?
I'm
Probably
wondering.
dog pee. The dog peed in the pan.
You know what? If they finished their food, they'd be trash from the food, but they didn't even start it. So they started that and ate it. Maybe gave the rest to the dog that was in the. They pulled out of it, but the other stuff they didn't even open up. So why would they? Why would they make that and then leave it behind and then like not have the whole meal together? You know, like.
But 3 weeks after, like the bodies weren't found for 3 weeks
That's
after.
the 19,999th question about the anomalies in this freaking house. And this is just for 3
In 3 weeks, all of this would have dried up and be hard as a rock. It wouldn't be a liquid.
It would be white. It would be like white or something. It would be
yeah.
dark or
Yeah.
white. You know,
Right.
it wouldn't be like.
I'm excited to hear eventually when Greg's ready to release it some of the conversations he had with some of the neighbors.
Now,
Yeah.
Hey,
Also, I don't know.
Talking to him.
Did you guys look at the
Oh, yeah.
the coffee pot? Because one of the other things that we looked at was, okay, if the coffee, how long,
here?
how long does that coffee look like it
This
was
one here?
there?
This one
Yeah.
here, Greg?
In that sludge.
Yeah, and there's a better photo of that coffee pot somewhere.
Here we go. Here we
but-
go.
Good question.
I know when I leave coffee there, it starts molding. It doesn't last that long, and you can see there's maybe about 2 cups left of that coffee there. So I had always wondered, because obviously we were trying to find what is a real timeline, and like
You gotta
is
look
there-
at
is
the
there-
rings. It leaves the
Okay.
rings as it dehydrates. It leaves rings. I used to notice that all the time. Well, not all the time, but I
Now-
have. You know,
Oh, it's
Right.
Folgers.
Greg,
No,
was this the microwave that the pizza was in?
I don't remember if Judy said it was the microwave or the stove that was underneath where those pans are. But I just remember she mentioned that, and I thought it was kind of weird. Like, how would she know that, or why would she say that?
We'll say like we'll just.
I'm
say
waiting for a
when-
knock on the door.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilkinson, you've been Googling how long before maggots grow on dead bodies and how long before a dog will eat a dead body. And I think we might have to have a talk, sir.
Greg,
where do you guys?
I
Where
want
do you
that out there
guys?
just in case.
Where do you
Well, Greg-
guys leave a pan handle? You know, when you leave a pan like that on the stove, it's done. You don't want to touch it a while. You push it back or you leave it there. But you want the handle moved out of the way. Where do you guys leave the handle?
The other way. I leave it towards the entrance of the stove, like the other way, not the back,
Yeah.
not towards the back of the stove, towards you, basically.
Right.
Or,
It's
or because I'm left-handed, I'll put the handle towards at 9 o'clock. You know what I mean?
so a
At 9 o'clock.
left-handed murderer, or left-handed person.
Yeah.
Maybe that would indicate who was the last one to use that hand.
Yeah.
So after a week, maggots start to the eggs are laid within 24 to 72 hours, but after a week, maggots start to appear, and this is actually used normally by coroners to use an estimate for the time of death. So
Hey,
I'm
we found a
curious,
pile
Meg,
of shit from the
if you have
dog.
any information about that, as far as
And the
they-
Kiwis. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Kiwis
just-
are another.
you have some of the
So-
coroner's reports, I assume.
So, Greg, are these
Greg?
mushrooms or onions?
Those are Kiwis. So that was another thing. We're like, okay, well, the Kiwis look like somebody had just washed them all. That's why there's a towel underneath them, and then it also looks like like that's one of the things. Like Kiwis left out for 3 weeks. It's hard, especially with these photos. It's hard to really see because all that I see with Kiwis that are left out for 3 weeks is they just
Kiwis left
They
out.
kinda
Well,
shrivel.
I'm from Australia, and I eat kiwi fruit. You leave it out like that for 3 weeks, you'll start seeing bruises on them.
Okay. All right. I mean, those are some of the things that we're kind of wondering, and we're like, well, maybe they were GMO, but this seems like a very health conscious family. So obviously, if you leave some GMO food out, it's gonna sit there. You're probably not gonna notice it for
And
weeks. But
And this is the bin, yeah? This is the bin type of thing, or just
that's a garbage can. So that's a garbage can.
yeah.
And that's where that's where one of the newspapers that was dated December
Here it is,
26th
here it
was found right
Here it
there.
is.
So yeah, and that's the only evidence of any Christmas. There's like a Christmas ball there that you can see. There's actually a letter from Kamel's daughter to Kamel, and that's what that thing is that you have highlighted right there. Yeah. So
Boy.
that also made me think that all of this happened after Christmas.
So
Yeah,
that
but
one-
the dog. I mean, that was open a little bit. I mean, dogs always dig in the trash. They'll
Yeah,
always-
and here's the problem with that is because in some photos the police open it and they do what they did, they pull it out and they take photos, and then in other photos, so it's hard to tell which photos are how the police found everything or how they moved everything out so that they could take a photo of what's inside.
right.
Um,
Yeah.
That's
here's
that's
the-
why we wanted all photos. Go ahead.
Now, here's the valid point. Look at the date at the paper, December 26, 2014. Now, when did they die? Was it the year after? Or was it 2014?
Yeah, so this brings up a great point. This is a point that I did bring up in my book. Now, these are weekly newspapers. This is dated December 26. This was so the question is, what day was this delivered to David Crowley's house? Okay, here is the problem. You have the coordinator for this paper saying one date. You have the paper delivery boy saying a second date, and you have the paper delivery boy's mom saying a different date. So you have three people saying three different dates. You're probably going to go with the coordinator, the one who coordinates it, I would think, that the cops spoke to. And so it really brings up the question of, was this even possible that this could have been delivered on the December 22nd, December 23rd, or was it delivered on December 24th? Those are the questions here. Okay, so that's kind of where we were at, trying to figure out, okay, when the hell was this delivered? And I'm trying to pull that up to see. Okay, so here's what you have. The Sun Week newspaper. According to the delivery driver, the weekly newspaper was delivered to the Crowley residence on December 23rd, 2014, between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. However, the delivery driver's mother told the detectives that her son delivered the paper on December 24th. So right there you have the mom and the paper delivery driver, who is underage, giving two separate dates, but this is where it gets even weirder. Additionally, Detective Bones spoke with the circulation coordinator for the Sun This Week newspaper, and that person said that the paper could have been delivered on December 24th, December 25th, or December 26th. So there you have this, and I know it's kind of weird, to see, okay, what day did this paper actually make it there? The police say that the paper was delivered on December 24th. That's what they settle on. But how the hell could that be if the person who delivered it says that it was on the 23rd? So
Well,
you have.
How old was the kid?
He's underage. He's underage, so we're not exactly sure. But my guess would be 16, maybe 17. Now, here's another strange thing: is one week after this, he pretty much quits, and he does not deliver the paper the next week, and and nobody delivers the paper the 2 following weeks there either. So that's why I always kind of follow this Sun Newsweek thing. I felt like there was something more, and if I could just follow this trail, that maybe this would kind of help us figure out, okay. Because if this paper was delivered on the 26th, then that means that at least somebody in that house didn't die until the 26th. Right. So now if it was delivered on the 23rd, like the newspaper person who said that it was, okay, great. But how does the delivery person say that it was delivered on the 23rd, but the person who is in charge of coordinating this newspaper says that it could have only been delivered on the 24th, the 25th, or the 26th? Unless this newspaper the delivery driver is a time traveler, there's no way he could have delivered it on the 23rd.
Well, that's a possibility, though, Greg.
Well, it says yeah, but the newspaper is the newspaper from the 26th, though, isn't it?
Come on, man.
It's dated on the 26th, but because it's a weekly paper, sometimes they'll they'll like say, okay, well, we're going to do it, and plus it's Christmas and et cetera, et cetera. But I just don't see how he could deliver it on the 23rd if it wasn't even ready until the 24th. It makes no sense to me.
So still got all these.
So I have an interesting thing to share with Greg. Because he shared so much. He might already have looked into this, but after we go through the pictures, I got a screen share. I'd love to share with Greg.
So, what can you say about this one, Greg, for the listeners?
About this picture right here?
Yeah.
So what you have? Yeah.
What I
is there something?
What I can say, that silver Christmas ball that was in the bin must have fallen off this tree, this white one here, because it's got the same.
Well, one of the police knocked it off.
Oh, yeah.
Going through.
Yeah, of course. So there's Alu Akbar, and look like that looks like. Hold on again.
I'm laying with you.
I'm sorry, Greg. This is just my psyche.
Sure.
I'm going to zoom in here. Look at this. Is that like a handprint on the window that you just?
No, that's your reflection.
Yeah. That's
okay. I'm sorry. I do this too many times, guys. I just do this too many times. I'm just putting it under the microscope, but that looks like someone's hand on the freaking.
Well,
window.
somebody should. The police sure didn't. That's for sure.
Well, have a look at it. One, two, three.
I know. It's good. I'm thinking Halloween stuff right now.
I got an angle that I got.
Those are those books.
Oh, there we go. Mm-hmm.
So this is the couch, Bill. You're talking about the dog hair on get on.
That isn't there.
Probably would have slept on it every night.
No, it's not there. We went. I remember Greg going through that too, talking about that. This next one though is something that I have not heard you or anybody bring up yet.
Like the dog didn't grab the pillow off it either. I mean, not that would be a normal thing, but you know what I'm thinking? See, all right, whoever painted that, that was in blood, Greg?
Yes, correct. That was in Kamel's blood, in the wife's blood.
The thing is, it's so thin, and I find that peculiar because someone who would not want. See, there's not
Shut up, conspiracy theorist.
There's no blood splattered all over the place, other than right there. Like it's not on the couch. It didn't drip down the wall. It didn't drip on the couch. When they applied it, it doesn't look like anything. And whatever they used to put it on the wall didn't drip. It wasn't saturated. It's obviously wasn't saturated.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they wanted to keep the house clean. It's like, I don't know.
I
Like
got a
it's,
mind blower coming up for y'all.
Yeah.
let's hear it.
That's a
Well,
great point.
well, Greg, I just want one question. Was there any blood splatter on the ceiling at all?
No, there
Right.
may have been one little dot above the A or the L somewhere. There was one little dot that I remember somebody thought when they got the photos, they thought that there was a bullet hole up there, but I think it was just a piece of
Right.
blood or something.
My question is this: did they step on the couch, lean over the couch, or move the couch forward to paint that on there? They would have had
Yeah,
to step.
that's a
There
great
would have been a
question.
big. If there was a guy, like a big guy with a bunch, boots or shoes, or it's snow on his feet.
Or you're
it
looking for
would've,
some imprints on the couch. Good call.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, the
Yeah, and
dog did it.
this
Bill, the
I would
dog
I
did
would
it.
think that the couch was pulled out because if you go back to that photo that you just
Yeah.
had up and you look on the right hand side, see where that where the plug is on the lower right hand side.
Oh, down here?
Where that tree thing is. It looks like that
Yeah.
whole tree was supposed to go around the whole couch. So if somebody pulled it out, then that would make sense
Yeah.
why it's there, and then all of a sudden it's like at the bottom of the couch.
right.
Like some type of ornament for the trees or something. Yeah.
It's like a Christmas lighting. Yeah, it's a Christmas light that is supposed to just go around the couch. That's what I think it is.
Well, see, all the lights were off. It seems to. I like. It feels like.
That's true. There was only one light on. That's right.
That's what it felt like. That's what it seems like to me. Like just
So this
There was
well,
one kitchen light on, and then all the Christmas, the
Yeah.
Christmas tree lights and stuff. But yeah, there was only one light on in the whole house, and that was in the kitchen. So they wanted
Yeah.
you to know, hey, we did the murders right here, and just
Yeah.
look through this kitchen. Look
So,
through the
Greg,
window.
I just want to know: have you paid attention to when this photo was taken? It was like 10 to 6 by the looks of it, unless the clock stopped.
Yeah, I think if you look at, I think when we looked at multiple photos, you'll see that the clock does kind of move. The time
Yeah,
on the clock moves
yeah,
a little bit.
almost 10. Well, I'll say 5:59 at night. So
Yeah. So that's
well,
it's about 5 or 6 hours after the 911 call.
And then you got the shoes here. We got hair, probably blood somewhere as well. Oh, yeah, you got a couple
Yeah.
of blood splatters up here.
here's a
There's
random
poop there,
thought.
too.
Here's a random thought. It's just
Where
random.
we're at? Where do you see it? Oh, it's like it mixed in there. The little
Mixed in with the hair.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But here's a random thought. We have to
The
consider
dog
all possibilities.
poo.
let's
yeah,
say-
the dog poo then. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
dog poo.
Let's
2 weeks
let's
worth.
say
No, there's a
Let's
bunch
say-
in the basement. He's right.
yeah, but let's say two people maybe two people wrote different Allah Akbars. Like so let's say a kid joined in, like being trained in the family murder of Christians or whatever. Like one of them didn't know how to spell right, but the dad wrote it right, and he's like joined in. It's far fetched, but I don't think an American Islamist would.
There's no freaking way. Even if David, even if they are correct and he went insane, there's no way that in his last freaking writing is going to misspell it.
I have to tell you that
Not
had
his
to be
style.
like
That's not David Crowley.
that had to be like a 7 foot to 8 foot tall type of human being to get right. Look at the handprint right here. Right, to write it. Look how close to the ceiling is, and look where the couch is. You need to be at least 7 to 8 feet tall.
Yep.
Probably.
And they have no proof that David did that.
And they absolutely, did an excellent job of not getting any blood on the clock. I might add.
How-
They,
Right.
it's pretty good.
Well, Greg,
What
how
the fuck? Sorry.
Greg, how tall was David Crowley?
It was a little over 6 feet, I believe. Yeah,
Right.
a little more than 6 feet.
Well,
so.
look where the couch is, and look where this handprint right near the ceiling.
on,
You
man.
need to be at least 7 or 8 feet.
Yep, that's insane.
I'm wondering if the Bible is missing. I'm wondering if any of the Christian books on that shelf have been ripped out of there and
That's the first thing that I looked for was a Bible in
Indeed.
that house.
And the
not find
Quran.
one.
And the Quran. Did he have a Quran too? Look at it.
The Quran is actually ripped out on the living room floor.
Oh,
So that not only did they write all of that, but they actually ripped out the pages of a Quran and spread it across the whole living room floor. Like that's exactly what you see right there. And it was also found.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just one last thing. It was also found conveniently right next to where David was.
Wasn't Kamel a Muslim to begin with?
Yes.
So I mean,
but she
Right.
also even back in Texas when she went to a Christian school. So the whole theory about her being a strong Muslim and the family being
It's not true.
hardcore
No.
Muslims is really not true. I'm just
Hold
not buying
on.
it.
that was part of playing into the whole narrative, though. I believe.
That was playing into the theory that it was a honor killing. Yeah, definitely.
Right.
yeah,
Right.
or something like she's no real Muslim, or like
Yeah.
so much
Right.
for.
Is
you know.
that a cat underneath the Christmas tree?
It looks like one. I know.
It's a stuffed animal.
Yep.
It's a
Yeah,
stuffed
it
animal.
is.
Yeah.
If you look at it from the other view, again, Greg has seen how many of these photos from all different.
Too
views?
many. Too
Right. But I
I'm
got.
sorry,
I think I have something for you, man. That can add
Greg,
to
I'm-
this big time,
Greg,
and it's
I
forensic
don't want-
evidence that this
I
is
don't want to
complete
keep
bullshit.
saying. I don't want to keep saying sorry because
Please,
For those
no,
people that-
please.
for those people that don't know, I used to be in security, and my cousin is a Australian police officer. We used to do this together. He's 9 months old. We look at these stuff and we go over everything, and that
Mhm.
looked like a freaking cat, someone's cat. But anyway,
You know what? I was sort of thinking the same thing. Like Sophia, she wrote. Wait, was it Crypt? Who wrote it? Somebody wrote something about. Mary Holt, I think, wrote about the clock. Why not just remove the clock? That was Sophia. And I was thinking the same thing. They would had to go around the clock, like over and not touch it, not push it. If they were killers, violent killers, they just would have ripped it off the wall. Like.
right.
I mean, like, it's like if they, well, maybe they were trying to be quiet, basically, I don't know. It shows control. It shows control.
There was no.
Interesting. Does show
Now-
control. Yeah.
The door was left open, ajar. This fetus here from the
Is that a bullet, the shell casing right there too?
Yes, it is. Yes, that's a.
Oh, yeah.
bullet. That's a bullet right there.
And where was the body in relation to the bullet shell casing?
So this would be this is not really close to any of where the bodies are. This is like the other side of the it's
yeah.
like
Really?
you can see where the front door is there. So this is that bullet casing is pretty far off. Not too far off, obviously, but for the angle for it to
That's
land
another
there,
one.
for that one to land there, you can kind of guess of where somebody would have to be standing. So think about a 40 cal Springfield XD, and when you fire it, think about the way that the shell leaves the
Ejects?
gun.
Sure.
Yeah, and ejects. Thank you.
So-
And so that should help you figure out this.
It leaves
So,
it
Greg,
hot.
just to tell some of the audience, the body is way over to the right of this photograph in the lounge room, and this bullet's in the hallway.
Yeah.
Well, it would leave extremely hot. I would think if it hit any rug or furniture, it would, might have-
And again, that would depend on the trajectory which the bullet was fired and such.
yeah.
But, we keep splitting hairs because there's so many hairs. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
dog
There's
head,
so little hair, dog
No.
hair for sure.
dog head, yeah, dog
Yeah.
head for sure. Yeah, dog head for sure. That's another. Is that the same bullet? Yes.
It's a bullet casing. So it's just the casing of
Yeah.
one of the bullets.
So it's the same kind of floor that the gun was found on, or was it on the rug? Was
The gun was on the rug, kind of closest to the wall, close to where the writing is. So if you're looking at this image here, the gun would be to the far left.
So this David.
That's
Crowley-
actually that's Kamel. That's Kamel.
Kamel.
She's
Kamel, yep.
face down. To the left of that.
Ooh,
where
can you
Kamel
zoom in on that?
is David. Now, this is one of the only photos in the 711 photos. There are 3 very disturbing photos. This is
Kamel's
one.
under a blanket, right?
Kamel is above a blanket, but I think one of David's feet is underneath
Under
it.
it.
One of Kamel's hands is actually underneath her
Can you
body. So
zoom in
the
on
other
that?
question was, how did the dog eat both of her hands? If the if one of her hands was underneath her?
That was what I was getting at. Can you go back
Yeah.
real quick, Jamie, and zoom in on it?
Yeah,
So
sure.
you can see the rip. If you go down, you can see the rip in her right leg.
Yeah, I can't go down. I
Can't
can't,
go down.
yet.
Wait, I think that's
Yeah.
a different photo though. Oh, is that? Oh, that's you zooming in. Got it.
Yeah, it's in the Zoom. It probably right around here.
Okay, what are we looking at just above her?
Just
It's just a
above
blank-
her, those are blank. That's her sweats. What he has the arrows on.
So
right
while the
now.
dog's eating while the dog's eating them, it just doesn't move. I mean, that's
And those are blankets. So she was over those blankets, but of course, remember her head is gone. So
right.
and then,
Yeah, but
um,
I mean, the dog might have tried to like rip into all that stuff and pull on it and yank on it.
And there are no official.
Hang
there are
on
no
a
official
minute.
Photos
Hang on a
of
minute.
the corpses, right?
When they took the photo of the lounge room from this angle here, going up there, you don't see any of this. Must be a before photo, yeah? This had to
No,
be-
and that's what I'm at, Greg. There's no, from what I've seen, I haven't seen him yet. Is there any photos of the deceased corpses? Anything, or just that? Is that the most we get? Is
say it again. I'm sorry.
are there any photos of the corpses?
Yes, I'll pull one up for you guys.
Oh, there are.
I'm just going
Oh, yeah,
going
good,
through
good.
quick.
Yeah, just be
Yeah,
very
no,
careful here.
Oh, there's Greg and I have been through all this. I want to see the.
No, no,
I've never.
no.
I haven't seen.
I want to get to this point because this is what I brought up earlier. This was kind of strange the way.
Sorry, I was being selfish.
I think there was a screw that was missing from this, Greg. If I'm understanding, it wasn't really great, but I know you got blood prints on the handle there too. That right.
This
there,
is the front door here that you're
Yeah.
looking at
Right.
here.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a
Right,
blood
that was
spot.
closed.
That's a blood spot right there. I'm not mucking
It
around.
could
That-
be. It could be a lot of different things, though, Jamie.
No.
No,
I mean, what we know for
Yeah.
sure is
Yeah.
that
it could be anything.
This is this is what
police
I'm
do
really
not say
talking
that
about.
it's blood.
This
Yeah.
is what I'm really talking about. This part here. I mentioned it earlier in the bulletin. This show here. This was broken.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been in disrepair too. You know, I mean, it could have been. You know what I mean?
There was one thing that Sean Wright said to Dan Hinnon very early on, that the police knocked down the front door, that they
Come on.
kicked in the front door. And obviously we know that that's not true. The question was, why would Sean, of course, because he's just spreading lies, but otherwise, why would he even say that?
Greg,
But is it possible that somebody did at some point
well,
kick this door down or something?
Greg, someone jarred this with a freaking screwdriver. Have a look at it. Come on.
No, I want to see the body pictures, man. I want to see.
Do you think it's somebody coming in or coming out?
You guys are just going to keep me waiting. This
Coming-
No,
Come-
check,
Yeah,
Eric.
hold on.
Check the
Hold on.
private chat. I
Yeah.
left you something.
Coming in.
I've been following this for a very long time, just like Greg, and I have not seen any
Yeah.
pictures of the bodies. I didn't.
Yeah, in a second. Greg, my observation, this is this part here underneath the door thing, it's a
Mhm.
screwdriver job. It's from the outside going in.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I see.
This part here. This
Oh
part
no,
here.
no. Okay, so there's pictures of the bodies in the house, but there's no pictures of like morgue pictures or anything like that, like complete pictures of their bodies.
Oh, correct.
Right. Okay. Because I mean, you see again a lot of true crime. You see actual pictures of the bodies, and here, so we have them with clothes on. Okay. Now I see. Okay, so I have seen these,
Here's
Okay.
the thing.
and they do. I mean, especially if you're looking at these right here. I remember distinctly. This is not. That's a freaking. Can you let me screen share this right here? Right here of Kamal. I'm sure you saw it too, Greg. We talked about it. I think of Kamal's body. Looks.
Can
It
you
does
blow
not
it
look
up?
like her.
Can you blow it
Her
up?
midsection does not look like even skin. It looks like
Can you
like
blow it up?
a mannequin for sure.
So we're talking about three.
Doesn't look
people
anything like a
murdered, or-
body.
Was it
Yeah, but
three or four
gonna
people
screenshare
murdered?
this.
How many people got killed?
Three.
It was
Three.
So there would
One was a
probably
5-year-old.
there's that increases the chances of it being two or more people trying to kind of round them up.
Pause it right there.
Yeah, that's one of them. But if you go to the end of this one, you'll so that's one angle. That's the one that was posted on a guy named Tony Floyd's website that shows where the gun landed.
So
A photo we've been trying to get for years.
over there, where it's in the wrong side of his body. Yep.
Yeah, and then if you go to the end of this video, you'll see maybe some people here have not seen that image.
Can you go just play the whole lot, Eric? For some people.
Well, the thing I want to point out is Kamal's body, where you look, where it looks like, I don't know what that is. That dog would have anyway. Above that, I mean, that doesn't even. Is that supposed to be a belt that she's wearing right there?
It's like a girdle. Yeah.
And
I
okay, so again, and this is going to be the big surprise for you, Greg.
Well, Greg,
Seriously, Greg's seen a lot, but I'm going to blow your mind with this
Yeah.
one. I've been waiting to share it with you since I heard you were coming on, because there's something, there's a big part that is missing from these bodies, and it's used in every single forensic analysis, especially after
Greg,
3 weeks. It's to
Greg,
blow your mind,
Rick
Pete.
says this. Rick says this in
Yes.
the chat room. Did the coroner ever explain or comment on the daughter crack or broken rib?
No, all they say is that her third rib was fractured, and they say it very quickly, and they never talk about it.
What's missing from these bodies, guys?
We can't say anything. It's just a
Yeah, we're not seeing it.
I
Yeah.
was missing
Oh, you're not?
a-
Oh, hang on. No, I'm looking at it. I'm not even sharing it. Hang on a second, because this a perfect picture to go with what I'm going to present next. And it's I want to know if this is in the autopsy reports, because it is used in every single forensic analysis when it comes to bodies who have been left for longer than 3 or more days. Here we go. I'll share this with you.
Well, rigor mortis.
And let me go back up. Go back here, and we'll go back to
About 21,
right about
42 that shows all three
right up
bodies.
there. Here we go.
That's a different one, but that's yeah.
So what's missing from these bodies?
The leg? No.
Nope.
We need to see.
What's missing from these bodies that have been laying there for 3 weeks?
Well, they're not all swelled up, for one.
Yeah, but that's not what's missing.
The hand?
Well, I don't see any blood pools anywhere that I'm sure of, so I'm not sure.
That also, but what else is missing? This is again used in
I
forensic
don't see a
analysis.
bullet hole. I don't see any openings that I can tell for
There'd
sure.
be multiple amount of insects, maggots, and bugs that would be crawling all over the bodies after 3 weeks. There is none.
Right out.
Because when you go into forensic analysis, that's how they determine.
Yeah.
A lot of
The
times,
body-
how long the bodies have been. There's none. Where are they?
The body would have been decomposed by now.
Yeah, but there's no. Where's the maggots? Where's the flies?
Yeah,
Where's all the?
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
the body
yeah, but it's
would have
winter.
been decomposed by then.
We need
It's
to
not winter
know
inside the house.
Yeah, but we need to
That
know
thumbs up
what
real quick.
temperature. We need to
Yeah.
know what the thermostat was set on though too, because the
Share this
door
with
was
you.
cracked.
It was set at 68.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of a.
Go back to that photo again, because it looks like the midriff was all bruised.
Some parts
It
did.
was
Yeah.
lacking any forensic evidence that the bodies have been there for longer than a day.
Yeah.
By
So
the
I'm
way,
sharing with you real quick here.
kiwis.
Here we go,
Kiwis-
Greg.
Oh, sorry guys.
Oh no, go ahead. But I'm just here's
Kiwis
the
do
next
last,
piece.
but kiwis do last a long time as long as they're cool. I used to leave them
Okay.
out. I didn't have heat in my house, and I knew how long a kiwi could last. They could last a long, long time. If the
So that
temperature-
area, in that area, the house would have been full of maggots, insects, multiple different kinds of insects, and there were none. That was one thing that really stood out. So this is how they determine, how long it is. They show you how long it takes before they lay the eggs, and before the
Yeah, they
maggots,
show
and there
that.
weren't any, and the amount of different types of beetles, adult flies, other insects, cheese skippers,
Yeah.
larvae, none of this, no eggs, nothing. And this is how they determine how long a body's been there for 3 weeks. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing, But if you want to, Jamie, if you want to share this right here, this will tell you, and it wasn't there. None of it. Where were these? Anyway, it's insane. Insane. No eggs, no bugs, no maggots. There'd be maggots everywhere. There'd be, especially in the dog's poop too. I mean, it would be everywhere. They'd be everywhere. According to this, what
Well, you know, they'd be going in and
uses
out
to
of the
determine
door.
that there were none. Okay, I'm gonna go off this now, but
If people were in their backyards, they might have noticed flies coming in and out of that back door too. the
but
last
we
door.
just had a picture of the bodies and there were none, zero, zip.
No, yeah,
none.
I'm saying if there were some, then it's likely they would notice.
Now being in heat speeds up the development, as you can see right here.
Right.
So they were inside. I'm assuming that nobody turned the thermostat off, right? It was winter, correct? So that would have developed. That would have made it even more.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it was set to 68.
That's why I want to know what the forensics are, and if they use this method, which almost every single forensic investigation does to determine time of death, is
Well, they always check
maggots.
how long. They always check for how the blood seeped down by gravity. What gravity does to your internal blood in your skin.
Sure. But how could they determine anything? Because there were no maggots. That would have mean they would have died within a day or two, according to
Well,
this. And this
well,
is
well,
forensic.
well,
Does
Eric.
that make sense?
Yeah, well, Eric,
There were
people in the
none.
chat-
We just looked at
People
the
in that-
photo.
people in the chat room, Eric, was saying, well, especially Sophia, she said it was 68 degrees, and then Vivian Monkey says, does the temperature matter when the insects will appear?
No, but it matters how many there will be. And again, there weren't any
Yes.
from what we just saw.
Right. Right.
And you can go through this. I'm just kind of scrolling through it, but it just shows you there would be maggots crawling all over the place. There would have been bugs, beetles, different types of what was it? A cheese something? But anyway, different. There were none. Adult flies. They're not that important to determine the time of death, but there will be those. And we just saw the picture. Grubs, pupae, eggs. There's none of this. It's something that I noticed. I remember seeing I do remember seeing the dog poop in the basement. Where was all the maggots and the flies in the dog poop? There weren't any.
Wasn't there? No.
Right. So if this is how forensics are determined in a lot of ways to the time of death, I would love. I'm going to look into it myself. I'm like, hey, Greg, want to look into something else? Like you've already. I'm going to look into this too because I want to see if I can find a record of if this was used to determine time of death.
Okay.
Or how they did determine time of death.
The only way that they determined the time of death, I believe, was based on their digital records. Basically, that's really it. You know, that's why they said, well, because there was some activity on December 25th or something. Then they must have all been dead by that date. But they really don't know. They really do not.
Well, here they tell you, the types of insects and larvae and eggs and maggots that are found in a body determine, how
So
long.
if there's no maggots are present,
Nothing.
the only.
So what it tells you here is that that's a big way to determine how long a body's been there because they look at different stages and that's how they can tell. But that never been.
Yeah. The counter that I heard to that was that because it was cold, because of the climate, because of this is in Minnesota, and because of the cold weather. I don't know if that was before we found out the temperature that it was set heat at 68. So I don't know. I mean, 68 to me is kind of cold, but I know that's.
But Greg, Cash says this. The bugs and fly may be sluggish, but they will still find the body in that.
Oh, for sure. Doesn't it? That 68 is not even close to cold enough for maggots or other insects to appear on dead bodies.
Yeah, but how
that's
cold
a
was
fact
it?
because I've already read through this.
Yeah, but how cold was it outside? Because that does.
That's a good
It only
question.
matters how cold it was inside.
Well, I mean,
We're not talking about
sometimes,
maggots and the
yes.
bugs coming from outside. Where it's part of the forensic that happens when a body dies.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
No.
kind of a hit and miss sometimes, depending on just how if they kind of find that house in the winter.
If they found the house with the windows open and snow on the floor, I might be able to get into that. But
Well, there is that, there's 1/4 inch.
and we have that too if it's refrigerated.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, plus they weren't in the eggs, like the eggshell. I mean, not that we know of, so it's like, what I was thinking earlier when they talked about there being dummies, the possibility of a dummy, I thought, well, what are the chances are that he knew he was going to be murdered and like brutally, so he had to fake his death because of what he knew.
All right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That was a popular theory when this first came out because Colin had said dummies. One of the big theories that we got in the group was that, well, he must have faked his death.
Right. So Cash says this in the chat room. The only way there will be no bugs around would be if the whole area was deep frozen.
Interesting. Wow.
Right.
That's a big statement. I mean, that's a big thing there. So that's
Well,
good.
that's what
Good to know.
Yeah, that's what I meant kind of earlier when we kind of began. It's like even in the winter, the bugs do. They kind of hibernate, wake up, hibernate, wake up. They get
So
around.
they should still be there. That's
Flies do, like, because flies, they just freeze up and then unfreeze and start flying again.
Well, right. And I mean that is
and there's no
absolutely
flies mentioned.
a
There's
great
no
point.
insects.
That
None
it
of that
was
is mentioned
winter.
in police reports.
It was not
No.
winter inside that house though. That's the kicker right there. I mean, if the bodies are found outside in the winter, that's totally different. That's in this article too. But
There's, like,
these
no
bodies were not
cobwebs.
outside. They were not at the temperature where maggots and other insects wouldn't have freaking
Right.
grown
It
on the
doesn't
bodies.
matter-
So that one was a huge one to me. Maybe not to everybody else, but to me that was a huge one.
That's huge.
I looked at those bodies and there wasn't any. And it's feces in the dog poop, none of that either. Or feces, I'm sorry, bugs or larvae or any type of maggots.
Right.
There was none of that. There would have been. Anyway, yeah.
Like-
Another mind blower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reason why
Add it to the list.
the reason why
Right. Just another one to the list, right?
That's
no,
another
the reason why Cash says what she's saying is that
Mhm.
because she studied this stuff way too much. But
Oh, you
flies will-
did? Okay.
But flies will snake under a piece of bark on a tree and will appear in a split second with
Yeah.
worm blood.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And the vivid monkey, as there was blood at the scene, the insects probably arrived very soon after death. Yes, and they
Yeah.
would have laid eggs, and there would have been a ton of bugs there, and a ton of larvae, and a ton of different crazy insects all over the place, including maggots. And there was none in that picture. You want me to
Yeah,
go back to the
wow.
picture?
You're right. But you know what else? What other way they test how much time the flies have been around is because they check the windows and they check things flies go on and they look for the fly spots. Flies leave those fly spots on things they crawl on. And
I'm more specifically about the maggots.
Yeah, Eric, go to the picture at the end of this video too, because that gives the same bodies from a different angle. And I know people don't want to watch; they don't want to look at it.
No, it's not
You can just
fun to
listen
watch,
for a
but
second,
we're gonna
but-
we're gonna hope that our instincts are right.
So-
These are real bodies, and if they
This is
are,
the one. Yeah, this is the one from a different angle. This one was accidentally given to us, and I did blur out the daughter.
what
The
the
daughter's
hell,
face.
Greg? I haven't
and
seen
all.
this one.
Yeah. So this was given to. This was accidentally released by the BCA. And so this is public data here. What we're looking at. We're the ones who actually did that to the daughter. The one
Wow,
that
when
you
did
see
you get
there.
this?
We got this a while ago.
Oh
Um,
God! Again, we gotta
yeah.
hope that this is not real and this is stage props. This is freaking horrific
Yeah.
to look at.
Well,
At the same time, people, the same thing I was just talking about, they're not there. Nothing.
Well-
Maggots, no fly. There would be flies buzzing all over the place,
well,
and
Eric,
maggots crawling, and eggs. There would be.
well, Mary.
I've already looked at the forensics of it.
Yeah, but hold on. Mary just picked up a good point. So if there were no bugs, is it because they were not dead for long?
Exactly. Ding,
Right.
ding, ding. Right. Or these aren't bodies, or I don't know, man.
Do
Why
they look
would
like
the-
mannequins? Do they look like they were mannequins that were set up to act like they were
That
home
looks-
when they weren't?
Right.
that
No.
The whole
that-
point is if they were there for 3 weeks, absolutely 100%, there would be maggots, flies, and all kinds of craziness going on here, and there isn't. And I
That
want to
looks
see that
real.
forensic report that tells us that, again, for 3 weeks, given.
I've
what
seen plenty of mannequins. That
If it was that cold, you see condensation on the window. I mean, it was not.
Yeah, that does look
Perfect
real. Yeah, I would agree
environment
with you there.
for Matt. I mean, they would have grown and it would have happened already, but there would be for 3 weeks with the dog running around peeing and shitting everywhere. They would have been everywhere.
Yeah, there's
Now-
no dust on the drapes. There'd be
Right.
dust. Like
So
there's
it's
no
time to
power-
talk to the coroner and hold them accountable. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
but
want-
no
I want to
coroner-
ask
The
them-
corner
ask
skip
them.
This
skip
is another
town.
good point.
Yeah,
This is
I'll get
another
off
good
this.
point.
I don't even want to watch. I don't want
Yeah,
to see
well,
this anymore. But
There's another
we
good
do
point.
because I want to just. Anna, I'm looking, trying to find any trace of any insects whatsoever. And
Well,
there's
here's another
none.
good point. Here's another good point. The Vivian Monkey says this in the chat room. This is the pick I've seen. How is there no blood splatter on the carpet from David?
It might be on it though, like they kind of laying over it. You know, we can't really tell there,
Like a
but
freaking train wreck, man. I want to click off it, but I can't stop staring at it to find evidence.
I've seen plenty of dummies. I've known about how to fake scenes and all. I was gonna make some things like that myself in movies and whatever. That looks pretty real. It could be fake, but it looks more real to me. But there's no spiders and cobwebs in the corners of the room.
There's no
There's no-
maggots. There's no insects.
Right.
Yeah, there's
Well,
no
see-
bugs.
Yeah,
Be
but
crawling all
that's-
over the bodies. 3 weeks?
Well,
Come
yeah,
on,
but you
man.
know what?
You've even seen a murder film, like a
We didn't
horror
even
flick. You know this.
We got a million pictures. There's not one fly on the wall anywhere.
None.
On, the counter,
Right.
not-
On the
not
bodies, though.
refrigerator.
That's how they determine the time of death after this long, if the
Right.
conditions are correct. That's
And that's-
insane.
And that's why Cass says this in the chat room. That is not a realistic image based on the facts released.
Correct.
Totally wrong. Nothing
Correct.
adds up in any way.
Correct. That could be anybody.
Was he saying that was a satanic town by chance? Did he ever? They usually
Apple
do
Valley.
that.
Well, you know what? I don't think he ever said that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Greg. But there's a lot of shady stuff going on surrounding this in the Apple Valley Police. We can say that for sure, right?
There's a lot of Freemason. I mean, if you look up the history of that state, you'll find a lot of
Freemason.
cultic stuff, a lot of Freemason activity, et cetera, et cetera. You'll find a lot of that. Yeah.
They settle in
never-
towns near each other, and then they let like certain amount of Christians be amongst them to sort of to make it look kosher.
You
what I
sacrifice
mean?
them when they can, maybe.
And they gather up. No, they coordinate. All the neighbors will coordinate against the time they're going to do a
Mhm.
killing. We got to do it. We're all witnesses that aren't witnesses. Yeah, basically.
I hate to make another freaking gruesome point, but I'm noticing. So we're seeing Kamel face down. And again, when somebody dies traumatically, nonetheless, they normally shite themselves, and I see no evidence of that. Kamel or
Okay, what
Or-
about like the
Yeah, do you
gunpowder
see what
on
I'm
the
talking about,
hand?
guys?
Yeah.
It's like,
The pants would be shite.
So Danny became a Freemason not long after this.
Oh my god.
what about gunpowder? I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, they always determine the time of death. In other words, when you die and you're on the ground,
Oh my
your
God.
blood settles. The blood in the body settles to the bottom side.
Right.
Right.
And they
That's true.
determine, how much did settle and how much hard and what the color is, and
The cult sacrifice, possibly. And
Yeah,
yeah,
that,
great point. And the thing is, God help us if this is real, but it kind of gives you an idea of why anybody around the film might have backed off now, doesn't it?
Right.
Sure.
your
does.
opinion,
Oh,
your
yeah.
opinion, Greg. Vatican say was this an occult sacrifice?
I think it's possible. I think it's highly possible.
this is what you need to do. This is what we need to do. Go back and check the astronomy by chance. All right,
I gotta
see,
snip this.
you have 3 people killed. You have a male and 2 females. and then you check the ages, and the rituals would have to do with special days, but more importantly, where the moon and the certain alignments were, and that would have to do with how many people died and what kind of male and female.
Yeah.
So it's a stretch, a little bit of a stretch, but it sometimes applies.
So, Greg, this one from the Vivid Monkey, the tubing in the basement tub could be a prop or evidence left behind. What's your thoughts?
It could be. I think I know David had a fish tank, and so it kind of looks like the tubing that you would connect to a fish tank to let the whole bubbles go in there. So it could be that. We've also looked into the possibility of being tied to a humidifier or some type of breathing thing. So it has those tubings too. Kamel did work at a medical facility, so it could be something related to that. I know there's been a lot of theories on it, and so I'm definitely curious to hear everybody's theories on it, because right now I really don't know. So I really don't know exactly what that is. I think it's very strange that it's there in that bath. I mean, there's so many. If you just not even looking at the autopsy photos, which if anybody does want to read the autopsy reports, you can read those. We do have that. That's all public stuff there too. But just looking at some of those photos, especially in those bathrooms, why is there a cup near every toilet? Weird things like that, where these paper towels are. So you can really get into the just strange things. But the fact that tubing is there has really bothered me, and I have no idea why it bothers me so much. So I'm always curious to hear people's thoughts on what they think that tubing is.
Yeah.
I got to look at that someday. But here's the other thing, and it probably won't matter. Now, plants, how people water their plants and how dry they were, or if they were starting to shrivel up at the tips, would be a factor in, like if everyone, because they didn't get watered. But on the other hand, those were indoor plants that seemed like maybe they didn't need that much water. That's something to look into, maybe.
Yeah.
If they want
Cat-
water too dry, the soil totally dry, or leaves at the leaf tips. Look at the leaf tips.
Looks like Cash says this in the chat room, that concrete, then that pure physics, and unless the bleed out deliberately elsewhere, there would be a blood settle. So yeah, that's true.
I'm still over here staring at those dead bodies like Wayne Carver.
Mm-hmm.
I would be. Yeah, I'm not I'm not squeamish myself.
You guys remember Wayne Carver, right?
A little bit.
I don't know. The coroner from freaking Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to believe.
I knew.
Looking at this again.
I tell
Yeah,
you,
if you're-
3 weeks
if-
of maggots. This is not.
I mean, looking at that photo, Eric, there's so many things in that photo. One thing, if
Right.
you look at where that recliner is, in separate photos, there is a huge, this is the biggest blood stain in the whole house, period. There on that recliner, at the bottom, if you're looking at the image, look at the bottom left there. And in other photos, you can see it. This is called item 34. This huge blood stain, it is a brown blood stain, as big as somebody's head. Okay. And it is there. Now, obviously, that is 100% proof that somebody's body was actually moved. Somebody's body was near that recliner and they were bleeding out. It is a
And we're
huge
not saying
stain.
that these aren't dead bodies and it's not them, but we're saying
Sure.
that again, there's not trying to be any disrespect to any of that. There's
No,
just
but
a lot of
they
anomalies out there.
never
If
never test that.
they are dead bodies. They're freshly dead because it's impossible per forensics that these bodies have been there for 3 weeks without the maggots and the bugs on them.
On
I
that
mean,
They
point,
were all-
This fabulous thing.
yeah. Well, Greg, on that point about that stain, are you
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna click off.
speculating that the head was severed off the body from that recliner?
No,
I believe
Right.
somebody's body was at where that blood stain is on that recliner. Somebody's head was probably laying up
one of the
against
where you
that
can't see.
recliner, and at
Gotcha.
some point it was moved.
It wasn't there.
Now, here's what's crazy is they never test the blood on that recliner. This is literally the biggest blood stain in the whole house.
Wow.
In the whole house.
How do you know
They
that?
never test it. Never
How'd you
tested.
find that out?
I mean, we looked at the BCA documents of what they've
You did.
tested. I did document that
They
in my
never
book
test the
too.
blood on the recliner,
I never tested the blood on that recliner. That is item 34.
and it's a
We got
ginormous
that-
thing. Wow.
Have we got the,
Yep. I mean, there we go. What else do you need to find?
Greg, you
Yes.
gave me the photo of the recliner, didn't you?
I don't know if I hope I did. I don't know if I
no,
did.
I'll go through. I'll go through.
I can vouch that it's there.
Yeah, if not, I can find it for
sure.
you.
I mean, so many.
In the lounge room.
That
yeah.
last one though, Greg. Holy crap!
It's
I'm like,
it's
hey,
actually
Greg, I'm gonna blow
number.
your mind with something, and you're like, yeah, well, let me show you something, Eric.
So
Holy
that is
fuck.
in those BCA. So that is in the 711 photos. It's
I've
labeled
got it here.
BCA
So why would they
4984.
release the photo of them laying on the floor like that, but not release the forensic?
They did not.
photo?
They did not mean to release that photo, from what we were told.
You're
Because
talking about-
after. Go
You're
ahead.
talking about the brown colored recliner near the Christmas tree?
Correct. Correct.
All right, I'm seeing the back of it now.
Okay, so that is item 34, the blood at the bottom of that recliner. We only have a few photos of it, which is kind of weird, but they never tested it.
I wonder if you can do a Freedom of Information Act to try to get them to release the coroner photos, because they're required as coroners to take photos of any dead bodies.
Yeah.
They investigate. So that there are, I don't know if they'll ever be. Of course, they probably will never be released, but they are out there. That the coroner is required to take those pictures,
Right.
and if they don't have those pictures, so I'm wondering Freedom of Information, because being able to analyze the bodies themselves, wow, let a freaking real coroner analyze those and go,
I've got
Absolutely.
this
First,
photo of
no, Eric, that these bodies have only been there for a day or two or three at most, right? I mean, I'm just
Or
saying
an hour.
that would be key. But again, that's like, are we gonna ever get to analyze any of the bodies from Andy Sooks? So
I'm trying
I
to get to
digress.
that
Good luck on
recliner.
that.
I'm trying to get to that recliner. I have got one photo here, but it's a bit far away. You can't really, well,
Yeah, there's a couple photos, and like it took me a while to go through it and find like the best one. The best one that I found is labeled BCA 4984.
what number is
one-
that? What number is that in 711? What number? I'm up to number 79 at the moment.
Mm,
So, like-
82.
So the TV was not on, nothing like that. No TVs, right? Just the Apple thing.
there was nothing on there. Everything was in sleep mode, basically. So whenever the police touched it, it turned on. So there were no passwords. If anybody has a Mac computer, most of them, once you turn it on, you have to put in a password. These had no passwords on. Once you touch any button on that keyboard, it just lights up and it shows you exactly what you want the police to see.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
There's something else I was thinking. I can't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the bedroom. Yeah, I'm in the bedroom.
4989. So I'm
Well,
gonna find it for you.
Okay, what about the trash people? See,
Yeah.
because people who pick up trash, they with the trash truck and everything, they would they may have noticed there was no trash going out week by week, and they could remember the very last time they picked up the trash.
Yeah.
Something like that, and maybe full of Christmas wrapping stuff and boxes thrown out.
Well, yeah. Well, they would have said something about the door at the back being ajar. So
Yeah, and that was always the thing, because in one of the photos, and I don't remember if it's because there's a recycling garbage can and there's a regular garbage can, but in one of them, there is one little tiny piece. It's almost like it's almost just like a little ripped out piece of paper that is still there at the bottom of that garbage can, which I always thought was kind of strange. But
Yeah.
so I mean, both cans, there was nothing in it. So it was like, okay, where's all the Christmas wrapping? Where's all of this stuff? If they just died right after Christmas, you would expect all all of that to be there.
Yeah.
In the back area, kind of where the sliding door is in the back, there are like 4 or 5 black garbage bags, and so I was thinking, well, maybe that's where all of the Christmas wrapping is. We do that too because we have so many presents. We just have a bunch of bags, and we just throw all of the Christmas present, all of the wrappings. We throw them into those bags, set them somewhere, and then later on we'll take them out and dump them. So that's possible too.
Right.
Right.
What about a bird feeder?
Jamie, did you get that photo I just sent in the private?
Oh,
chat?
in the yeah, here we go. I got it here.
If they were regular bird feeders, you could determine how long it was since they last filled a tube, with like the tubes hanging for the bird, depending on how tall they are,
Hold on.
something like that. It's a clue.
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't see any bird feeders. I'm not sure about, I mean, obviously it's a different area than where I am, so I don't know how all that works.
Yeah, just sent me into
Yeah,
the
well,
other-
I'll be contacting a local coroner for various reasons, just to ask him about some of these photos that we just saw.
Yeah, that's all. I'm trying
So we
to
can have
stop
a
this.
professional saying there's no
I'm
way
trying to
guys
stop.
have been there longer than a couple days. Just saying.
Please don't. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Oh no! We did say it. We just say it for a brief moment. No, I've got to go right back to the. What number?
Yeah,
was
so
that
keep
one?
scrolling. It's going to be 4983 is the number that you're looking for.
4983. There we go.
Are there any
So
numbers?
once you get there,
Is there?
No,
Is there?
but-
Any,
yes, yes, there are. Yeah, several.
4983. 49. I've got a lot to go down. Here we go. Here we go. So there's thousands of them. 498. What is it? 49.
4983.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Okay.
I'm almost
And that's
there.
where it starts. So then you'll see starting right there. So that is, I mean, look at how big that blood
Right here.
stain is. Why not? I mean, they label it item 34. Why the hell are they not testing? Now, this is the recliner in the reclined spot. So this isn't how it was found either. So they reclined this chair, but in other photos, you'll see where that recliner is, and this is the bottom of it. So it's when it's unreclined, that blood stain is right against the living room carpet floor. So somebody's head was there, or something was bleeding there at this corner. Somebody's body had to have been there because it's not anywhere near where those bodies are found in any of the photos that we've seen. Somebody moved one of those bodies, period.
Yeah,
Right.
that definitely looked like from the head.
It looks like a head, right? Yeah, like somebody's head was propped up against there, laying against there.
that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Perfect round circle bend right here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Perfect round.
I mean, almost fresh blood too at the bottom
Yeah.
down there, right there too. You know,
Around here as well. And you're saying that this had never been tested.
never been tested.
Wow. Wow.
Why not? Because that would show whose body was there, and that would also prove
Hold
that
on.
somebody's body was moved.
See this part right here, Greg? That looks like a bullet hole right there.
I think it's just blood. I think it's just a big blood stain.
It could be blood, but it looks like a bullet hole.
It's too small. Too small.
Yeah,
for-
well, cigarette. No one smokes cigarettes in that house, but that looks like a cigarette burn.
I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying that could be a bullet.
Oh my god.
I'm just saying what it is. Yeah, yeah.
One thing I noticed, which is really barely worth mentioning, but is worth mentioning, is basically, you know, when you have a dishwasher and you go to empty it, I don't know what the percentage is of what people do. See, some people just open the bottom, then they empty it, and then they slide it back in, and then they do the top, or they do the top, and then they take everything out, close it, and then they pull the bottom out. But they were both pulled out. Now I know that's not that abnormal either way, but I mean, I don't know how normal that is for people. Maybe someone was setting up trying to make it look a certain way.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm barking up the wrong tree at the
It's
moment.
interesting to me that I understand that the head and the neck is where a dog goes for first, but isn't it interesting that, like, the skull or a person's head or their fingerprints, which are on their hands, are like
Yeah, I
the
know. Yeah.
or,
that's what I
the
was-
teeth. You know what the dog eat the teeth too? Where's the
Yeah.
anyway? Are the biggest key to identifying somebody who died, aren't they? Isn't that how
Wasn't
That's how they
wasn't
were
the feet-
identified.
right? It's
Did
just
I
it's
see-
getting more and more shady, man.
Did I
Nothing.
see like?
You know, it wasn't 100% shady. Now it's like a 900%.
Yeah, but was one of the feet like? I think the
I'm looking
child.
at this. Where's the teeth?
Wasn't there just socks on one of the feet? I'm not sure if I saw that right.
I don't. I think not on the daughter. I think the only one who had socks on was Kamel. She had socks on. But that
Like
was
the
it.
dog did not eat the teeth, did not eat the freaking skull. Where's the other? This is. Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make
Anyway.
sense.
But if the dog is going to chew the hands off,
Hey,
it would chew the feet off.
You know, the only way that
Right.
it will
That's a good
hold
point.
water, what we're talking about right now, is to talk to a real, much like 9/11, where you have over 3,000 architects and engineers that said there's no way that Building 7 fell from office fires into its own footprint and free fall speed. Same thing here. To have a coroner look at these pictures and say, no way. And
Yeah.
the way to do it, peeps, is not to tell them what they're looking at or why they're looking at it. Just ask them, show them the picture, and ask for their perspective.
That's a
Right,
great
yeah.
idea.
Right.
That's
a
how I've
great
gotten every single architect and engineer, even the ones who thought 9/11 went down the real way, to kind of wake up. Is don't tell them why they're looking at it. Just say, is this possible? And they're like, hell no. Well, do you know when this happened? When? Well, on 9/11. So this right here, this picture, in my opinion, and I'm not a professional, is impossible, to
Right.
say the least, for 3 weeks for sure. So just show, and then this is how we can maybe move forward a little more, is to have the
Yeah.
more credible people that we have, that are actually credentialed, that can agree with this. The coroner can go look at these bodies and go, 0 maggots after 3 weeks is impossible.
Well, say, Greg, you
I'm
just
trying my ass off,
answered.
Greg, as I know
you
you
just
are
an-
too. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, Greg, you just answered the question. How does the dog eat the hand under the body? It's a good question.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't
Well,
make
this one-
sense.
None of it does. None of this makes sense. Well,
But
it
this
makes
one
sense.
from Sophia. The sample still existed 2 years ago. That I think it's from the couch or the recliner.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if it's still evidence or now. We need an attorney to be possible to get that sample.
Yeah. You would want to get that sample and have them test it and find out whose blood is it.
Yeah, I'm messaging coroners as we speak.
I mean, these are just
I want
some of the
their
things that. I mean, the other thing is it's all the stuff that the authorities didn't do, right? And it's easy for us to sit here and just second guess. Oh, they should have done this. They should have done that. But it's like, why didn't you do that? That they need to think about that. They have an answer as to why they didn't do that. Were they pressured not to do that? Was it just oversight? Was it because within 24 hours they already had their killer?
Giant blood splotch on a recliner right next to the bodies. You don't.
Why
want
not?
that.
I mean, look at all
Come
the
on,
things that they did test. Why not test that?
And
one?
that was
That's
their
the
answer to
biggest
you, if I
one.
remember, is that they it wasn't really an answer. They really didn't give an answer.
No, they
Either way.
pretty much. I think they were hoping nobody would really look at the item 34 and wouldn't focus on that pretty much. So I think with a lot of stuff that they gave us, and that's why they remember, Eric, all they gave us were 94 pages of police reports and 464 photos. That was it. They told us that was enough to prove their case. And obviously, the
How
more
does a photo like
information we got-
that horrible one that I just was
Yeah.
realizing, how did that just slip out? How does something like that?
Eric, there could be people on the inside trying to help us out.
Thank you. That's
That could be, and that's why I am.
isn't that nice?
Yeah, I have family, I have friends in law in enforcement. I try to make that clear. I don't hate law. I support law in enforcement. 100%. 100%. Yeah, there's bad cops. There's bad everybody out there. I'm a Christian. There's bad Christians out there too. You know what I mean? But so it's like because we're questioning what they did, because we're asking these questions, does not mean that we think that all cops are bad or the cops are this or that. It's like, yeah, but these are just simple things, questions that the public is asking.
Sure.
And the authorities are not willing to give us those answers.
Right.
So that's why we're here. That's why we write books, we write blogs, we do videos, because we want to get those answers, not because we just want to nitpick at what they should have done, this and that. No, we want the answers. And we're not going to stop until we get those answers.
Right.
Now, Greg, we've got two questions in the chat room. The first one from Kat. Do you know the date this case was closed? She's not sure of the jurisdiction, but there's a rule to keep evidence for a set period of time regardless.
So the case is officially ruled as exceptionally cleared. Whether that means that it's closed, I don't believe so. So I think they kind of leave the door open. And that was on October 8th of 2015. So remember, the bodies are found on January 17th, 2015. The case is ruled exceptionally cleared, not closed, but it's ruled exceptionally cleared on October 8th, 2015. At that point, the police made it very clear they're not speaking to us. They never released like a public, okay, this is what happened, blah, 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 blah. They just say the case is closed. We're not talking about it. But they're never able to prove David Crowley guilty. So they basically quietly closed this case. And when you look at all of these Gray State goons, all of these goons that were working with David, that were putting so much pressure on us in that whole time frame to stop asking questions, to not ask questions, it just seems like, well, you guys are just hoping that everybody will just stop asking questions. The case will just kind of die, and then you guys will take David's project and do something with it. What the hell? What kind of weirdos are we dealing with here?
Well, I think we know what kind of weirdos we're dealing with, right? And the thing is, I've never ruled this out, and I don't think Greg has either, or any of us, that maybe this did go down like they said. Whatever we were looking at the crime scene photos are completely BS. I'm not saying that, but we're not saying that the family was not murdered. There was some kind of MK Ultra craziness that went on with David Crowley, and he went insane. But the thing is, if that's the case, why do the crime scene photos not match up with what they said?
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's how it went down.
Make it
You know,
weird.
that'd be very easy. I mean, they do it. It's out there. Look it up. MK Ultra, Mind Control, all that good voice to God technology, you name it, right? It's out there.
I was just gonna say the voice
Out
to
there,
skull.
it could happen. So why would you have to stage a fake scene if that's the case?
And think
That's
about
what
it.
Claiming is this is a fake scene, and any coroner is going to tell you the same thing.
But when we started the show, oh sorry, Jamie. But when we started the show, I was thinking of the voice to skull technology. It could have been in them, and they activated it, but they
You're a
would have
crazy
needed.
conspiracy theorist, and you
Big time.
I was
But here's the kicker.
possibly
though.
beheaded.
But they would have wanted to try to remove whatever they might have had in his skull, so they would have had to cover that evidence and like blame the dog. You know, like you'd have
For
to
all we
cut-
know, they were paid off a whole lot of money to move to some remote island and shut up forever and get the money. I mean, we really do not know, but what we do know is we're looking at these crime scene photos and looking at all the evidence surrounding this, that it is complete BS, and there's a lot of fishiness around it, and it needs to be investigated, and it should be investigated. And this law enforcement agency in Apple Valley obviously has been told to shut up for various reasons.
apple in your eye, Valley.
Well, they're talking about crime scene photo. This is from Vivid Monkey. Do you have a pic of BCA 5106? Some have seen writing in the material of the bottom of the couch near the floor.
Yeah, I know exactly what they're talking about. So if you go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com, and if you scroll down to BCA photos, there's 711 photos there. You'll find all of the BCA photos, just pretty much what Jamie was looking at there too. And you can go through all of those photos, and you will see that photo there. So you can get the highest res as it was given to us. And hopefully, the point of my website, the point of having all the documents, all of those photos, is that so everybody here, if you want to do your own investigation or just look at all of this stuff, you can look at it without hearing my thoughts or hearing my biased view or anything like that on this case.
So what number photo would that be? 51, Yeah, I've got it here. 51.
06.
I'm going to put it up to show you people. 5106.
Sophia 1776 is asking Greg to share the group and the YouTube, and I'm part of that group too.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
So the group is Justice for David Crowley and Family. We have almost 4,000 members now too.
It's been growing,
so
Greg. It's been
and
growing.
growing. It's always growing. We always get new people that are, a lot of people after the COVID thing happened, man, a lot of people from multiple countries, multiple places. We have a monthly podcast that I hope to get you guys on at some point here too. So that comes out on the first of every month. If wherever you listen to podcasts, just search for The Gray Stage. It'll pop right up.
Yeah, I had
the YouTube channel
you,
is the same.
So whenever you share a video, Greg, I automatically get a notification. Well, until
Nice.
unless YouTube, the steps in the way sometimes.
Yeah, well, they suck at YouTube
Yeah, they
sucks,
do.
man. I'm so tired of
This is
YouTube.
the photo.
Yep. Yep.
So, Greg, this is the photo, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is yeah, so this is one of the photos here, and a lot of people have looked at that, and if you see where the bottom of the couch is, where the couch and the carpet meet, right there in the center, kind of next between where item 44. If you go to the right, yeah, kind of where item 44. So if you go, all of that area, some people have done some research and looked at that, and they think that spells out something. Look at go to the left a little bit, yeah, right there. So see
let me zoom
1,
in.
2 lines. Okay, so see those lines. One of them kind of looks like a hand. So little to the right there. So that's one that could look like maybe three fingers or something. The problem it could be the dog.
Well,
It could
hold
be
on.
from the dog.
Well, hold
too.
on, Greg.
Sure.
That's the same type of 3 fingers I saw on the bloody windows earlier.
Kind of.
The same lines.
I mean, there
Same
could
line.
be symbology in here, warning people. Sure.
It's the same bloody
And
3
there's a
lines on the
triangle to the
window.
right of it too, up in the right.
Could have been as he was dying. He
There's
could
a
have
triangle up
gripped that.
there too. I mean,
Yeah, I mean the problem is there's no bodies in that.
the problem is
area.
where's the
There's no
intestine?
hands in that
Where's any
area.
where's any body? I mean,
And
It
they
could be
put-
the dog is what I always thought
there'd
that
be
they were
guts
dog
everywhere.
claws.
This is ridiculous, man. It's just really hard to look at this, and I cannot wait for a credible.
Yeah, because where your cursor is, kind of where that book is, that's where that's to the right of that is where Kamel's head is. So there should be a lot of blood in
But I
that if
thought
she
Kamel-
died right there.
I thought.
Right.
Oh no, not Kamel's head.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Yeah, that's where Kamel's head would. That's where her
Over there.
body was basically found. Now, of course, remember
yeah,
it did have those blankets. So look at where those blankets are that are now up on the couch. Those blankets were down where item 44 was. So that could be why we're not seeing blood here, because blankets have all the blood on it. You can clearly see blood on those blankets. There's a few spots there. So I don't know. It just seems like
That's why I want to. That's a real coroner, a forensic person.
Yeah.
Greg and I, we both. You should do the same, my brother. Is talk to any law enforcement that you know that are in forensics to look at this carpet, because I'm pretty sure, just being a layperson, that there would be a lot more stains, a lot more blood, and a lot more to that carpet than just what looks like somebody tracked some mud in on it.
Right. And
You
they-
know, every
I'm not a
law
professional.
enforcement person
No.
I've talked to. Yeah, I haven't talked to any coroners. I do think that's an awesome idea. Let's get 3,000 coroners to sign and say there's
yeah.
something
Right,
wrong here,
yeah.
man.
Even a coroner. I mean, to have one on
Yeah,
with you
sure.
to go through these and say it's impossible. That's not possible.
Right.
Not that it'll change anything, because again, 3,000 architects and engineers plus it doesn't change anything. But I digress.
So
The more
these
we
were the
get, the better.
So these were the blankets the bodies were wrapped up in, because there is blood there on the blue one.
Correct. So those blankets were under the body. They were under Kamel's body and partially under David's feet.
They
She
moved
would've-
the blankets to the couch to take pictures of them.
After the bodies were moved, because
gotta be
obviously
kidding me.
this photo was taken after the bodies are moved.
But
So
that's,
Kam-
they're just like, oh, let's throw them in a pile over here on the couch and take a picture.
Right.
Oh my
Um,
God, Greg! Again, new photos. Sorry,
There's a
real
lot of
time
that.
reactions, folks.
Yeah.
That happens never when
Did they
they're
have
doing a crime scene. Those would have
So-
been bagged up and taken away immediately, not thrown on the couch.
right.
Am I wrong?
And there's a piece of paper up here on the couch tucked underneath as well.
Oh my God,
But-
that's
And a
the
white
blankets, dude. If
But,
the bodies were wrapped in those blankets,
On
The,
the
the
bottom.
bodies were underneath the. I'm sorry, the bodies were on top
the
of
blankets.
those blankets.
you know, we'll just talk to some
So-
police officers that we know that
There's-
would
and there's
say that,
another
you know,
point-
after they find deceased bodies eaten up, they just take the blankets and throw them on the couch and take.
Well, that's another blanket. That a
That
blanket on the
never
right.
happens. That's ridiculous.
Greg, that's another blanket.
Wow,
on the
thanks,
left
Greg. I
corner.
didn't know that.
Sure.
That's another blanket on the left-hand corner here too, on the floor.
That is a shawl, so that's probably from Kamel. So she probably had that on. Why it's way over there, I have no
Yeah.
idea. But there's a lot of things in these later photos, which is what we're looking at, are some of the later photos where a lot
Yeah,
of
yeah.
things are actually.
We're gonna pull the bodies out. We're gonna pull the blankets out from underneath the bodies and throw them in a crumpled mess on the couch. And take
So
it.
Kamel's body would have been
Come
laying
on.
Correct.
down this way, Greg.
Correct.
Where this
That's right.
staying, yeah, down this way here.
Mhm.
And her head.
This
would
is
have been
worse
down
than the
there.
Lanza house where they had the crime scene photos and,
Oh,
and
yeah, way
the rooms
worse.
are rearranged. Like the rooms aren't even in the same order that anyway. This is
But
yeah.
these lines
you
here,
go.
Greg, these lines here, these three lines, I'm saying, I saw it on the other window in the kitchen. It's the same. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying sorry. Yeah.
The,
Anyway,
the monkey, no decom for 3 weeks on the car. I know, man. It's that ridiculous, and that's why
Yeah.
again it's really important when we're doing this to have credible sources and incredible. I mean, that's why when you go to court, they have like freaking experts testifying. You know, and this is when you have an expert look at this and say impossible. You know, you got a lot of credible people on your side rather than just us
And-
conspiracy theorists out here.
and Zadikin, I don't think David Crowley was related to Alistair Crowley. No,
No, but again, you got Mason, you got
Yeah.
freaking Io, you got freaking Crowley. I mean, come on,
Right.
man. They
Yeah,
love
yeah, yeah.
doing it like this. They love
I know.
throwing those
Check this-
breadcrumbs out there like that for freaking people to pick up on and go, "What the fuck?"
You
But
did
most
it.
people are brain dead. You
Breadcrumbs,
know, I mean,
cute.
how many have
All right,
gotten
but
the
here's-
jabs? How many have
here's
gotten the
something-
jab now in the U.S.? So I mean, that's where we're at, folks.
But here's a
Well,
little
even-
something. You're going to need to ask the coroner this. You're going to have to ask to find about this in the report. And that would be about if they checked in the
Mm-hmm.
bathrooms and bedrooms for women's products. That would indicate amount of time that has gone by.
3 weeks. A great point. Another great point.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me. I got to write that down.
Yeah.
Apparently, Greg, have you heard? Because I use a pad and paper sometimes when I
Mhm.
talk to
Oh,
people,
yeah.
that makes me a chill, and I'm taking.
Oh, is that right?
On them. Have you heard this yet? That's the news.
I haven't, but I have my pen and paper.
You're obviously a
It's-
chill
Well, see,
too.
Eric and I, we take notes all the time here.
yeah.
And,
So women's products in the bathroom for 3 weeks, sure. Yes, that makes sense too.
But I
Yeah.
want to say this. I want to say this for the record. The chat room's been on fire tonight. Thank
Yeah,
you
they
to
have.
everyone that's been in the chat room.
Heck yeah, they're
Awesome.
always the best.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Got
And
a bunch of stuff in there. Yeah.
and also, if you haven't already followed, please hit the follow button. Your support is greatly appreciated. We've got shows 5 days a week, possibly 6 days a week, Monday to Friday / Saturday, because that's who we are. So
Greg, why don't you, if you're able to, I'd love to have you back because I think you were on one show with Vinny Eastwood a while back. I think.
Oh yeah, that's right.
um, Yeah, well, I don't know if you know what happened to him, but he was
No, I
peacefully
didn't.
protesting in New Zealand. They threw him in jail. Now
Oh,
he's
my-
out. He's on 24-hour surveillance. He gets visits for it.
I
Yeah,
did an
Leave his
interview,
house.
Greg.
and the charge is for freaking medical misinformation, going against the
Oh,
narrative.
my
He always doing it.
Got it.
Vinny,
Right.
right? He's going to be on November 3rd at 10 p.m.
Okay.
Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
Love to have
Greg-
you on with him.
Sure.
Yeah, Greg, I did an interview with his wife, Sarah. It's on Southern Truth YouTube channel. Just
Yeah, I think I
Oh.
caught some of that. I caught some of
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
so and that. But oh, Bill, this is something for you, Bill. The old gentleman in the photo, not in the photo, in the video yesterday, and
Yep.
and Greg, because you watched the show yesterday too,
Mhm.
Greg. I'm getting him on. He is a retired judge here in South Australia. He'll be coming on late next week.
Yeah, Jamie.
Nice.
Jamie has really been getting it, man. He's been at the protest in Australia, which Australia's. I mean, you might as well live in North Korea.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
And that's how New Zealand is now. And It is. It's freaking. It sucks. And Jamie, for you to hold out, you know what I mean, and freaking keep doing what you're doing. I know how hard that is, man.
That's a big deal.
Well,
Yeah.
The support's here now. I mean, you guys are making this show what it is because I'm still in YouTube jail till tomorrow. Got one more strike. We can't talk about the stuff here on Twitch. What we do, well, we can't talk on YouTube. What we do here on Twitch. That's why
Well, maybe we can talk about this.
This. But the other stuff that I talk about normally about COVID and that, no.
You can't talk about any of that.
That's weird.
That's it.
Yeah.
You can talk about a lot of things, but that is a no. I'm surprised the Judy Mikovits video is still up on my station. I always thought that got nuked. It's been up 3 days now. I'm just waiting. I know it's coming.
Don't worry, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming.
So this is a side note from Cash. I will be keen on doing this again for other cases like this. This is one of my brain chill things right here.
Me
Well,
too.
listen,
Love true crime. That I mean,
There's
I'm
going to be a lot
analyzing.
more. There's going to be a lot more about this. I'm trying to go deep into the Son of Sam era of 1976 or 77. I want to go into that because there's a lot. But I've been trying to speak to the guy that's doing the Son of Sam. He doesn't want to come on the show, but who cares? We'll do it ourselves. But
Holy crap, we've been on here over 3 hours. Greg, always. Isn't that crazy? Unless it's like
It always happens. Yeah.
like on
I
Red
know.
Radio where it's only 2 hours,
You guys
we
can-
gotta go. It always ends up like
guys,
Without the time
Right.
limit.
but guys,
Dude, I
there's
missed
no
you, man.
time limit. This is no time limit. Cat, I Son of Sam. I can't. I know.
Samsonite.
I'm into true.
I guess what I'm
myself.
saying is getting close to 4, so I probably gotta
I got
gotta work
it.
in a car
I'm
like
going to be
4
dead
hours.
tomorrow.
Jamie, it's like it's 6 p.m. It's Margaritaville
It's all
time.
good. We've been 24 hours here.
Because he's in Australia, right? We talked about this earlier. I'm like, dude, do you realize like when it's 4 here, it's like 6 p.m. your time?
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Talk about that. Talk about that. It's currently 6:08
Not even
right now. Here.
6:30
Oh,
at night, right?
6:08 right now. So yeah, but see, everybody's asking me. You live in the future, James. Can you give me the lotto numbers? I said, yeah,
There you
between
go.
1 and 90. So that's all I can say.
We're
But,
gonna finish with that phone call though, without us talking over, right? We're just gonna let it play through at the end. That was
Well,
I mentioned
before
that
we do,
because you
yes,
do
we
that.
do. But before that, Greg, promote that book again. I'm going to put you on the solo
Mhm.
screen so everyone can see the book.
Sure. Now you can get this book for free right now. If you go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com, you can download this book for free right now. Of course, if you do want a physical copy like this, you will have to, I think it's like 15 or 20 bucks for that book. But I'd say download it first, read it there. You can print it out. And if you like it, if you feel like it's something worth buying, then buy it. But I definitely wanted to make sure that people have the actual research, that they can get it all free.
Buy the
So
book.
it's all there,
Buy the
and-
book. If the grid goes down, you're not going to be able to look at that online. Plus,
Print it out. No, well, you can
Brandon
get the,
serves a little
you
bit of
get the
money for all the
digital-
research he's done. You do, man.
no, it's
I
all
buy your
good.
book
It's all
immediately.
good.
You do.
I know, but yeah, I know. Well, thank you for that. But I mean,
Hey,
it's,
same thing, dude. He gives books away constantly. I'm not making that much money
Well,
It's like a
it's
best
gotta
way
count
to
anyway.
prophecy, but he just gives them away because he wants to get the information out, and that's kind of like
Absolutely.
Greg is. That's
I would-
Greg.
yeah, I definitely will. I will send one your way. Tell me where to send it. I'll send. I do.
Australia. It only cost you about $200 shipping, probably.
That's all good. That's all good. Actually, I think if you buy it directly from lulu.com, you probably. I know other people in other countries have purchased it directly from there. So
I think that's
that
where
shouldn't be a
I think that's where I got it from.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, and it's that's the best place to get it.
Get it?
talking about purchasing something, I was looking at online on Judas Priest's website last night, and they got a 50th anniversary of all their albums. It's going to cost me over $600.
That's
over,
worth it, though.
over $600 to get it from England shipped to Australia.
By the way,
Wow.
can we talk about how freaking amazingly sweet Jujutsu is by Iron Maiden? Now, these
Yes.
guys are like
Yes.
freaking 69, 70, 72. They're in their 70s and still killing it. I just got to give a shout out to Iron Maiden.
Here we go. I'll bring out one of my favorite Iron Maiden albums right here.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Power
yeah.
Slave. It's Power Slave.
Power Slave.
Right, so I got it right there.
Aces eye, y'all. But anyway, yeah, shout out to people that are out there friggin' fighting for truth, freedom, and
Amen. That's right.
the human way, I guess, now. 'Cause a lot of
What
times-
did, were there dog scratches for the attempt of the dog to try to get out after so much time? I mean, like,
You're still right, dude. You can go for seriously. You won't sleep all night. I've been there.
Welcome.
You gotta
You're
get-
going down that rabbit hole, Billy.
Yep,
you know,
yep.
you guys, we did this. This is the wrong. We were supposed to be doing this on Halloween, right? I mean, that's when we could have done it.
I didn't know we were gonna go over the photos when
Well, there is a paranormal aspect to this, and if we could do something like that for the Halloween, where we just talk about all of the paranormal aspects of this
is
case.
that not
There are
exactly what I
many.
wrote to Bill about Greg? I said it doesn't. We can go
Yeah.
any route you want, and we can talk about
Wherever you want to go.
anything going on.
Yeah.
He's very
Greg-
awake and aware.
Greg, you got an open invitation, man. You can come any day, any time.
Thank you. I
As
appreciate
always,
that.
You always have. You know.
Yeah,
you
but
always
me,
have- you
I'm
always-
starting a brand new show on Halloween
Oh.
night.
Nice.
Hey, so do I
No.
dress up as Freddy Krueger then?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Starting a brand new
unfortunately-
show, but I can't come on.
I know that fucking sucks, man. I'm like kind of pissed about it. Actually,
I don't want to come
yeah.
on. That's all
I
good.
wish they didn't see if they didn't say anything, if they just simply if you guys just butted
Who
heads
cares?
and went your ways, you would have just came on and nobody
Whatever.
would have known the difference, and I was gonna get you on anyway, but they had to fucking say it. Oh, sorry, Greg, we're talking over you. But hey, Greg,
That's okay. Yeah.
Greg, I've
Tomorrow
been
night-
banned from networks now because I'm a little too radical. Apparently,
Oh, we both have. You and I both.
I wear like a
Somehow
bad
I'm not
habit.
shocked about that.
Right.
I'm not shocked about that, Eric. Sorry.
But guys, listen, I got my new show coming up, and it's going to be called. I got a cool name. You got it. You got to remember. My show name that I had always planned on having is finally going to begin, called Argon. It's going to be called Argon. Got to write that down. Argon. So we're gonna have
You need a
we're gonna
promo?
have Argonites, people in, you know, Argon Knights and
Welcome to Argon.
It's pretty good.
yeah.
where you can
But
sneak
Greg, you
out,
can come
huh?
on tomorrow night. I got a show Saturday. It's going to switch names next Saturday after. And
What
then,
time, Bill? Give him the time too.
Well, it's East Coast U.S. time, so it's the 10 to midnight show.
Okay.
You got Skype though, because I can only use Skype right now.
Yeah, I'm on
That'll be-
Skype.
So that'll be
Alright, cool.
7 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, usually I'm good. I'm good after like 9 p.m.
I hate
My
stealing guests, but it would like it just really
Stealing
clicked.
gas. We share each other.
Yeah, I know. Like that's
How it works. Stealing gas.
I was kind of
Oh, here
afraid
we
to
go.
ask, but
Here you go, Billy.
Billy and the
Billy.
Argonites. That's awesome. That's great.
cool.
Hey guys, if you
Yeah.
want to create, a Southern Truth shirt, go ahead. Or we
If you're
gonna
not
stand up.
stealing guests, then we're not having the right guests on.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
You
those kind
guys
of
in the
guests.
chat room. You guys in the chat room been a blast of where have you been, people? Where have you been?
Yeah, they've been awesome. It's been
I
great.
got-
I can't keep up with the chat room. There's so much
There's
great
some
stuff in
solid
there.
hardcore 20, 30, would you say maybe 20, 30 people that are really as into this
Yeah.
case as Greg is.
Well,
And
listen
get-
here.
I shouldn't say into there's over 4,000 on the page, but as far as
Yeah.
doing live videos, there's people that they're
Yeah.
really passionate about this case.
They really are.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I said it, but it's the I was originally gonna start Argon. See, I'm starting my new show on Sunday, but that is going to be called my old show's name, and my old show is going to be the new name. So just to explain to anybody who might get confused if you go try to listen to me, either Saturday versus Sunday night. So it's going to be
Yeah.
both Saturday and Sunday nights at the same time. I'll have a show on, but tomorrow
Nice.
night, it's up to you. Like, I assume you guys are going to want to have Greg on your guys' show on Halloween. Now,
What? I'm not gonna be anywhere near my house on Halloween. I'm gonna be out
Oh yeah, right.
in the pool.
Man, I wish there was going to be video though. There's no video. But,
Yeah, we need you to live stream it, Eric, wherever.
Yeah,
you're at.
live stream. Well, what we can do, we can probably hook up the OBS if I have it up and running by Halloween. I can't give you any promises. I can probably live stream it here on Twitch.
Do some
Well-
simulcast. Huh?
Yeah, yeah.
So if you want to wait till Halloween, that might be. I don't know what they're going
We
to say.
will.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I mean,
Father.
whatever's clever. Whatever's clever. I'm on Skype, so Greg Fernandez Jr. You find me there on Skype. So whatever works, man.
Yeah, you guys give them my contacts if you can. My Skype
You bet.
contact. Yeah, cool. Thanks,
Cool.
guys.
So
You can give them to him right now.
yeah, give it to them right now.
Yeah, throw it out. Bill's like, oh my god, I might be stealing somebody. No, I'm playing, dude. No, friggin' Greg needs as much exposure as possible because he got the goods.
Yeah, well, you want to get this word out. don't
He's
you?
debated
That's-
anyone he's stepped up to the plate and debated anybody who had an alternative view and done it with a dignity and class too.
Yeah, we want to clear Dave's name too. That's kind
That's
of what
right.
I'm thinking.
That's right.
You guys just keep talking. I've got to run to the toilet right now.
Keep talking.
Yeah.
It's almost 4
Oh,
here. I'm gonna
I'm
play the phone call.
I'm heading to bed myself.
All right.
I
I'm
gotta
gonna
go
play
to
the
bed.
phone
Oh,
call
shit.
to take us out, if that's
All
okay
right.
with you guys.
All right, so we're gonna play the phone call,
Yeah, and I'll shut up.
and then
Believe it or not.
Greg, this will be re-uploaded onto Rumble.
Cool.
During the week.
I'm gonna find you there.
And that. So
Okay.
and I will also upload this onto Southern Truth YouTube channel as well. But guys, you guys are the best. Everybody, there's too many to name here. You guys are awesome. Thank you for chatting. I'm going to have that judge next week, but we're also trying to get Max Egan. He's still relocating. He's still busy, and Judy Markovich.
Yeah, it'll be about a week. It'll be done. He had to
Yeah, it'll
move.
be a week.
And he's
So
going to talk
that'll-
about that story too, Greg.
Yeah.
There's another one for you. Max had to move.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah. So there's a lot coming up.
There's a lot coming up. So, but if you want to continue to watch Southern Truth, tune in Monday next week from 10 p.m. Eastern. 10 p.m. Eastern, which will be 7 p.m. Pacific time. And those people that from Australia, you know what time I go on. It's 12:30 Central Time in the afternoon here in Australia. So take it away, Eric.
All right. Again, thanks for having me on as always, Jamie. What a great brother and co-host you are. Bill Grant, same to you, brother. Thank you so much. And Greg, man, we gotta get together more often.
Absolutely.
It's been too long.
You're
Much
right.
love to you, brother.
It was
And
not-
everybody in the chat room
Yeah.
Everybody in
Love,
the chat room.
great chat room.
and
Awesome.
people in the Justice for David Crowley page. Much
Yeah.
love for hanging in there. All right, so we're gonna play this phone call, and I'm gonna mute out, so you don't hear me anyway. All right.
All right, Greg, I'll see you tomorrow and or Halloween. So
All right, my brother.
cool, brother.
Sounds good.
All right, guys. Have a great night, everybody.
You
You're
too.
not done.
That as well. Oh, and thanks Zadoki and Billy and the Argonauts little thing he put in there. All right, guys, have a good night.
Welcome to the Resistance. Peace.
Fire, how may I help you?
Yes, this is Judy Procknell, and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Well, we've noticed that they haven't been around, and there were Christmas presents on the stoop. So I went over there, and there's a dog in the house, and there's definitely some bodies in the living room.
Oh, okay. Stay on the line with me just a minute. Do you know what their address is?
Well, I'm 1055, and they would be to the west of me,
Okay, the house.
so
So,
like 1050 or whatever.
okay, so if I'm facing and looking at your house, Judy, would it be the house to the right or the left?
If you're facing my house, it would be your right.
To the right. What are you seeing in there?
it just looks like there's a pile of bodies and one, like the head is eaten off.
Oh no.
I suppose by the dog. And my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real. And they would have been there since before Christmas.
Okay, and so you haven't seen.
And all their Christmas lights are still on in the house. And my husband said he saw a gun.
On the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, stay on the line with me just a minute, please.
It'd be a husband, wife, and child.
Stay on the line with me. I'll get some people rolling over there. You saw Christmas presents?
Alan, I'm calling 911.
You saw presents inside the home too?
There's presents on the front step, and they've been there since before Christmas. And there's definite. I just peeked in the front window, and it's gross. Colin, what's their address? 1051 Ramsdale Drive.
Okay,
Don't look in the window, Lorraine.
1051 Ramsdale. Okay.
Right.
And you said that.
Lorraine, don't look in there. No.
So it looks
Don't look in there.
looks like multiple bodies inside.
Yes.
And it looks like the dog may have been.
Yes.
Okay, you saw the gun on the floor there?
Yes, my husband saw it. He's not here right now. He's talking to the other neighbor. We haven't seen any movement over there. We just thought they were gone for Christmas, and we came back from Florida this week, and we still hadn't seen, and the presents were still there. So my husband went over there to check.
Okay. They thought they were gone for Christmas. Haven't seen any movement.
So there hasn't been anything movement there since before Christmas. They haven't shoveled. Excuse me, I think I have to throw up.
Okay, yeah, okay, ma'am. I won't keep you any longer, okay, Judy?
Okay, thank
I appreciate the call. I got help coming, okay?
you. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
I've got a cupboard with cans of food, filtered water and pictures of you. And I'm not coming out until this is all over. And I'm looking through the glass where the light bends at the cracks. And I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, pretending the echoes belong to someone. Someone I used to know. And we become silhouettes when our bodies finally go. I wanted to walk through the empty streets and feel something constant under my feet, but all the news reports recommended that I stay indoors, because the air outside will make ourselves divided at an alarming rate, until our shells simply cannot hold all our insides in, and that's when we'll explode. And it won't be a pretty sight, and we'll become silhouettes when our bodies finally go. And we'll become silhouettes when our bodies finally go. We'll become silhouettes when our bodies finally go. We'll become silhouettes when our bodies finally go. Smeared black ink. Your palms are sweaty, and I'm barely listening to last demands. I'm staring at the asphalt, wondering what's buried underneath. Where my badge? A vinyl sticker with big block letters, and here into my chest tells your new friends I am a visitor here, I am not permanent, and the only thing keeping me dry is you seem so out of context in this gaudy apartment complex. A stranger with your door key explaining that I'm just visiting, and I am finally seeing well, I was the one worth leaving. Well, I was the one worth leaving. DC sleeps alone tonight. seems so out of context. In this gaudy apartment complex, a stranger with a door key, explaining that I'm just visiting. I finally see, but I was the one worth leaving. Well, I was the one worth leaving. District sleeps alone tonight after the bars turn out their lights and send the auto swerving into the loneliest evening. I finally see, but I was the one worth leaving. 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 This place is a prison, and these people aren't your friends. Inhaling thrills through $20 bills, and the tumblers are drained and then flooded again and again. There's guards at the on-ramps, armed to the teeth, and you may case the grounds from the Cascades to Puget Sound, but you are not permitted to leave. I know there's a big world out there like the one that I saw on the screen. In my living room late last night, it was almost too bright to see. I know that it's not a party if it happens every night. Pretending there's glamour and candelabra when you're drinking by candlelight. What does it take to get a drink in this place? What does it take? How long must I wait? What does it take to get a drink in this place? What does it take? How long must I wait? How long must I wait?
Isn't that something? Isn't that cool? Huh. Haven't been able to drive live in a while, so this is awesome. Well, greetings everyone, and thank you all for joining me. Just gonna pop in here fairly briefly, and just another beautiful day here, and enjoying life, and was going through clearing out some old emails, and I found a couple files that I had not put up on my website yet. So remember how we have the Danny August Mason files, the contracts. So what I found, and I asked Dan Hinton about this too. I guess he's had them up on his website for a while. I probably had planned to do it, put it on my website, and just haven't. But the Mitch Heil, the contracts that David wanted Mitch Heil to sign, I'm gonna add those to my website. Hey Rick, hello man, good to see you here. Just testing out this live stream while I drive, so I'll be safe, and I'm hands free, so don't call the cops on me here. Just kidding. But yeah, so I was happy that I found those documents. Just gonna back up. So what I found, it looks like there's two of them, and they are for Mitch Heil. They are the copy of the contract that David wanted Mitch Heil to sign away his rights. And what I want to do is I want to get them up on my website, and I want to compare those to the ones that David wanted Danny August Mason to sign, because they should be exactly the same, right? It should be pretty much the exact same contract. Obviously, just replacing Danny August Mason's name with Mitch Heil. So I'll be curious to see that. But yeah, I was shocked that I hadn't, that I totally forgot about them. Totally forgot about those two documents. So I will be adding those to my website here very, very shortly, hopefully within the next day or two. And again, if you want to if you're looking for any documents related to this case, photos, go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. Right now, just scroll to the bottom. You'll just see a bunch of stuff, a bunch of documents that you can download now. So feel free to download those. I don't have them in some type of an order yet, but hopefully that will come next. There's just not enough hours in the day to get everything. And here are two more documents that slipped through my fingers here. So I had them, I held on to them, and I realized that these were not the Danny August Mason rights, the PDFs. They were the ones for Mitch Heil. So again, I'll be posting those to my website very soon. And I'm assuming they're going to be the exact same thing, but I have not heard back from the Apple Valley City attorney yet. So I'm gonna give them another week or so, and then I will reach back out to them and see if there's any progress on those documents and those photos and the video and all the stuff that other people have that we don't have yet. So, we'll see. Now, of course, technically, I guess we do have them because they were put on a public website. We were able to put those out there and make sure that all of you have access to those documents too, and those photos and the video as well. But, it would be nice that when we put in a request of our own that we also get that too. So I'll keep you posted on that. And thanks, Rick, for joining in here for just going to be live here for a few more seconds, but a few more minutes, I should say. But thanks for having me on your show. If you have not subscribed to Crip Rick's I've Been Thinking, the new YouTube channel, it's an awesome channel, lots of good stuff there. So it looks like he has a plan for a lot more videos up there, but make sure you subscribe to him if you want to get caught up on my latest interview. And then with Catherine, he also interviewed Catherine. It looks like Sophia will hopefully be next, and hopefully Dan Hinton too. I think those would be some great interviews for anybody who wants to just, ask questions. And if you got questions, whatever you've been thinking about, and we'll be happy to answer those. So, so another thing on the Facebook group, a guy named Bill Hale, thank you to, he had posted a comment about David Crowley mentioning vaccines in the rough cut of the Rise, right? Which the Rise is the nonfiction documentary style companion to David Crowley's fictional script. And so it looks like he was able to find where experimental vaccines are actually mentioned in The Rise, in a copy of The Rise. So I haven't looked at it yet. Hopefully I'll be able to check that out soon. But I'm very curious about that, because we do know we have the photo that was from one of the trailer footage. It's either Kamel or Kamel's sister wearing a mask sitting on a bus. So, you know, and then in David's script too, in his 2013 script, he also he talks about the vaccines. So he talks about that in there too. And man, you can look at how they've used the vaccines to turn the country against itself, against us all. Let's see, I wanted to ask if he ever spoke about vaccines in his journal, etc. Not in the journal. I didn't hear anything about the vaccines in his journal. Just in the scripts, in the 2013 script, that was it. But I didn't see anything about that in the journal. He doesn't talk too much about the scripts in his journal either, just kind of the progress, right? But he doesn't really go into like the characters that much, or go into some of the things that are in his script. But he does mention Danny August Mason's character, which is weird because at that point he had taken Danny August Mason's character out of the 2014 script. So, but he's still mentioning Danny August Mason's character. So I thought that was pretty interesting as well too. So, but that's the only thing. Yeah, I don't remember in the journal any vaccines mentioned. Only in the 2013 script, really. That's it. So it's. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff that is in David's script, you know, you can kind of look at and like, well, especially the 2013 one. I think there's a lot more in there. The 2014 script looks like a kind of like a watered down version, like a Tom Clancy watered down version of the 2012 trailer, right? If you watch the 2012 trailer and read David Crowley's 2014 script, it is completely different, right? There's not that much that is similar at all, period. So that was worse. So, anyways, Rick, I hope that does answer your question there. I appreciate those questions as well. I'm trying to answer those live here in real time as I drive hands-free. So not breaking any laws. Watch your hands. But just a beautiful day, another beautiful day. Today is Monday, right? Oh, man, Mondays. Yeah. Mondays are not my best days, not my friends here, but it's another week, the start of another week, and we'll keep moving on. And like I was talking with Rick, I can't believe we went 3 hours too. I looked at that, I was like, wow, we went just about 3 hours, and I felt like I was just getting my groove back. So yeah, we'll have to do that again fairly soon. And of course, would love to get you onto the podcast as well. So again, the next podcast recording that we're going to do, we'll focus on Detective Jim Gummer. On November 1st, 2021, we'll be finishing the Closing the Case chapter, focusing on Tom Lydon. So we'll end all of the discussion about Tom Lydon, closing the case, and why he's such a big part of the idea of closing the case, and why pretty much he's given like the final word of this. Up until the Sloppumentary comes out, it's pretty much Tom Lydon. Tom Lydon is really the final word on this. And, again, he doesn't really seem to question the police. It just kind of lets them talk and acts like he really cares and very serious about it. But he's not asking any hard-hitting questions or anything like that. Not even asking any general questions. It's just the whole basis of Tom Lydon's 20-minute news report is David Crowley is guilty, and then here's why. And then it proceeds to go on, but doesn't really give you any evidence of why David Crowley is guilty. It's just all trickery. Nonsense. Trickery and nonsense. I need to read those scripts. Yeah, those scripts are definitely worth reading. I think now we have there are 3 versions technically, but so 2 of the 2014 version, and then we have 1 of the 2013 version. And then in David Crowley's journal, he mentions another version. I think he calls it V2. So there is probably another newer version that we may not have yet either. So be curious to see what the most recent, the latest version is. Now, we were already told by the Apple Valley City attorney that some of the things that we were not going to get. You can read that letter. That's on my website too. Scripts are on my website, so you have access to all of that stuff. So we know that what we're not going to get in, actual context, the content of what was on David Crowley's phone or what was on his computers, which is fine. I mean, I think what they gave us as far as the log of his internet history is pretty cool. I think that, that helped me with a lot of different things. One thing we didn't mention, Rick, that I wanted to, I knew there was a few things that I wanted to mention and never got to, was the date, because in the electronic crime scene unit, whatever it is, in their file, they say that, the type message that Dave wrote, I have loved you all with all of my heart. They say that was actually written, or that started on December 19th. So again, two things it points to. It points to that's the hardcore evidence right there that David actually wrote that. That may be the only evidence that David did actually write, I have loved you all with all of my heart, on the kitchen laptop. Of course, the other thing to consider is that it was written on December 19th. So way before anybody had died or anything, or David Crowley had quote unquote snapped, way before that. But then that, then it was open like on the 26th, I think, for some reason it was reopened then. So, but again, those are the evidence. Those are the things that we're looking for. Okay, what proves David did this, did that, right? So that to me is the hard evidence that David Crowley did actually write, I have loved you all with all of my heart. It shows it had nothing to do with the killings because of the date that it was written, the date that it was started. For some reason it was open. So there's an autosave. So there may have been more stuff on there. We don't really know, but we know that was not written, after the killings happened. Hey, Jet, good to see you here. We are live back in the saddle here. Do you know if he was writing any other scripts on others? Yeah, I think he's writing like 8 other scripts. So again, the other theory is that he was obsessed with Gray State and he's only doing this. If you look at Tom Leiden's 20-minute news report, that's basically what he's saying, right? David was only focused on that. That's not true at all. He was writing many other scripts and working on many other projects too. So that is another big valid point that gets overlooked sometimes as well. So I wanted to make sure to mention that as well. But I miss this. I miss just, when I'm driving to do some errands or do some chores or do whatever I need to go do, it's just turning on my phone and going live with you guys. I love this. So I will plan on doing more of these probably on Wednesday. We'll come back probably on Wednesday and I'll maybe do another one of these. If I have some new content or new things to really share, I mean, I could sit here and just wait for people to ask questions too. That's always good. If you guys have any questions, that's, I'll definitely try to answer those here for you live. If I can, I will do to the best of my ability. The documentary I am working on, I don't know if you want to call it a documentary. I can't think of anything else, to really call it. It's just going to be for YouTube and for Rumble, for my Rumble channel, my poor Rumble channel. I set all this work into it and haven't really added any new content there. So hopefully I'll be able to add some soon. Planet X, what's up, brother? Good to see you there too. Planet X Filmworks, man. If you guys are into the whole Zodiac thing, like me, I've been into it. Peacock, I think, put the 2007 film on there. So like I watched that and now I'm like, wow, this is brought back a lot of memories and a lot of things with the whole Zodiac killer. So Planet X Filmworks, man, they've been doing some great videos on the Zodiac killer, the Zodiac movie. That was awesome too. But man, I still feel like the Zodiac has got to be more than one people. It's hard for me after watching that movie. I was like, there's no way it could just be one person. I don't know if it's any of the people that are mentioned in there, but that looks like a cold thing, a syndicate thing. I don't know what the heck's going on there, but it's hard for me to believe that that is just one person. So many twists and turns, so many rabbit holes. So I think, back when I was doing the research on the Zodiac, I think a lot of that helped prepare me for the David Crowley case in certain ways, taught me patience about the David Crowley case, what to think about, what to look at, and how to keep an open mind and how not to just go down one rabbit hole and realize there's so many different rabbit holes that you can go down with all of these cases. So the parallels, some of the parallels between the research that I've done on the Zodiac compared to the David Crowley case, I feel like there's a lot more with the David Crowley case that is verifiable. There's a lot of things with this Zodiac stuff. Zodiac Files episode 3 soon. Awesome. Looking forward to that. Still want to get on about the wrestling show, man, because right now New Japan Pro Wrestling is almost done with their G1 tournament, which is like the biggest thing that they have right now, aside from their show at the end of this year, their WrestleMania. Basically, this is the tournament that will decide who gets to challenge for the title. So the G1 thing is awesome, and once it's over, I'd love to do something on that too. But again, there's just not enough hours in the day. It's great to have so many people working with so many people, covering so many different topics, and who are focused on truth and focused on being good, decent human beings. So glad that we all kind of merge into this case here and can all kind of discuss it. I think it's a very worthwhile topic. So Jet says, I love Dark Side of the Ring. Yeah, they do a lot. Planet X Filmworks, they do a lot of shows on the Dark Side of the Ring, which I have watched their shows on that. I think when they went live a couple times and I was in the chat room, but the Dark Side of the Ring is hard for me to really watch, of course. Yeah, it's just because I focus on the light side of the ring, but anyways, that's a whole nother issue. But yeah, I hear those series are really good. I haven't really seen any of them, so I can't really comment on it. That's why watching Planet X Filmworks talk about it was really cool. It was really good. It really, it allowed me to kind of know what they were talking about without me having to actually watch it, I guess. So it's kind of cheating. So the guys did all the work. All I had to do was just sit there and just watch it. So yeah, Dark Side of the Ring is very sad, and that's another reason why, the wrestling business, all that stuff, man, it can be really, really sad stuff. And I just don't want my focus. I'm not saying their focus is there, but obviously if the show is called Dark Side of the Ring, that's what they're going to talk about. And I'm just not a big fan of the gossip, the David Meltzer and all that stuff. I really like I like the podcast. I love hearing from the actual wrestlers, hearing the stories from them. So anyways, that's a whole nother thing. But so it's been quite the journey here. And just I remember, there's so many other things going on in the David Crowley case. Our life does not revolve around the David Crowley case. I'm a part-timer. I'll speak for myself, just a part-timer here. And so trying to make it easy for all of the other part-timers who want to quickly get caught up and have a good place where you can go to look at the research and just kind of find it and do your own research, right? Not have some guy in a beanie with glasses sitting in a car tell you what happened and this is why you should believe me and nobody else. Like, nobody's gonna buy that. Nobody's gonna fall for that stuff. Why not just say, hey, man, this is what the evidence shows. Think about a topic that you really want to cover, when you want to research it, what could people do to make it easier for you to research it? Do you want them to tell you the whole thing? Do you want them to tell you their thoughts, their views on it? Or do you just want the actual research with the summary? Those are kind of the things that I go back and forth on, I guess. 'Cause some of my videos, I do make it very clear, hey, if you think David Crowley is innocent, you're right. If you think he's guilty, you are wrong. And obviously that's my personal view on it, and then, other videos we just talk about certain aspects of the case and try to leave it as wide open for you as possible. So the fake documents y'all found in the Crowley case blew me away. Me too, Jet. I couldn't believe it. I had to read the Apple Valley City Attorney thing a couple of times, and Sophia kept trying to get me to read it. I just didn't have time, and I didn't really see what the big thing was. And I read it. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, because I thought that was a real document, a real police document. And when I realized it wasn't, it's like, what idiots would go to that length to really do that, and then share it, post it, share it, whatever, post it privately or posting it publicly, like creating that stuff, man. I mean, that stuff is going to come back to you. God sees everything. So doing stuff like that, man, you are setting yourself up for a world of hurt. And there's no reason to, but obviously, when you have people that are just focused on just playing games, not really focused on helping you understand why they think David Crowley is guilty, right? Sometimes it's like they think because they're louder or because, they have to post everywhere and they comment on everything and they try to downgrade everything, that makes them the majority. But it doesn't. It really just shows that, the lack of confidence that they have in what they really think, because then they have to put you down, then they have to do all these weird games, play all these weird games and stuff, instead of just saying, look, this is what proves David Crowley guilty. Anyone who is not focused on that is really not worth my time. And I also have to say, I gave people that time, I gave people that chance, the opportunity. The opportunity is not an everlasting opportunity. You have the opportunity to contact me, to share views, to share thoughts, in a respectful way. But if it reaches that point where it's not a respectful way, if it reaches that point where we just cannot agree to disagree, where you're being disrespectful, I'm just going to block you. I'm just going to turn it off. And so that's what I did with several people. And, hey, if I have to do it again, I definitely will. But I do try to engage people as much as possible. And still engage with many people who do think David Crowley is guilty. Nothing wrong with that, right? But it's the way, it's the actions, right? It's the way that it's done. Is it done with confidence, or is it just done by playing games and all this stuff? And I think that's what the fake document really showed, is wow, the lack of confidence to have to create documents instead of just saying, here are the real documents. You focus on the real documents. No, they can't focus on the real documents. You can't focus on the people involved in the case, right? They want to make it about you. And it's like, man, self-centered, egotistical people just focus on the case. Let's just stick there. Let's just say, okay, this is what you think. This is what the facts show about David Crowley. That should be it. What's so hard about that? When did that become so difficult? It should be very, very logical. But whatever. To each their own, right? So, and yeah, that's a great thing, is we live in a free country where you're free to express yourself. But don't forget, other people are also free to turn the knob off and put you out of their life. You have that freedom as well. Jet says, was the fake document and FOIA requested paperwork? No. So the fake document, the only time I saw the fake document was posted on Tony Floyd's website. And then I think Sophia, she's the one who actually sent it over to the police kind of to verify it. And they're like, this is a fake document. They're absolutely fraudulent is some of the words that they use. An absolutely fraudulent document. And there it is. So that was the first thing that I heard about it. It's never been a part of any of the requests that we've requested, because it's a fake document. It doesn't exist as far as the police know. Somebody else created it. So that's why when we got our documents for this case, right, that's why it wasn't in there, because it didn't exist. So but we did get the real documents. And again, if you guys want to go and look at that and check those out, you go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. It's all right there. And I hope you will. I hope you'll take the time when you have the time. Obviously, that's why I try to do some videos on it too. To kind of go over it. So that way, for people, not everybody is going to have time for that. And sometimes if you have to choose between, watching a 2-hour video on it or spending hours reading it all yourself, sometimes people are just going to watch that video. So that's why it's good to make videos on it too. And then obviously people can just go and check it out for themselves whenever they want, if they can. I will try to do an interview, someone from the David Guilty side. I haven't Be Fair on both sides. Yeah, Be Fair. Do the interview, man. Whatever you think is good, whatever you think is cool. Nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, what's the harm? What's the difference? Nothing wrong with that at all. There's, nothing to hide, right? So we'll see. I'm curious to see how that goes for you. It won't be one that I'll be watching, I can assure you that. But I've dealt with it already, so for years. But yeah, man, nothing wrong with that, man. Why not? Whatever you think is good, bro. Whatever you think is right. Whatever you think is fair. It's your channel. You have your vision for your channel, and just go with it, man. Don't let anybody stop you. So I subscribe to that, and I totally believe that. So I think that's awesome, man. You have a lot of patience. I could tell you that. All right, good peeps. Nice chatting with you all. God bless you all. This was fun. I'm glad that I'm able to do this again, and I will be back probably Wednesday to do another one like these. Make sure that you are subscribed. That way you can just jump right in here whenever I choose to go live, because you never know when it's going to happen. All right, good people. God bless you all.
Hello and welcome to another installment of Crowley Case Updates. My name is Dan Hennon. Today's presentation will be called The Deaths of the Crowley Family, Ordo Ab Chao. Ordo Ab Chao means order from chaos. Order from chaos. The first thing that comes to mind when looking at the Crowley murder scene is chaos. The way things are scattered, but important things are left alone, to the awful attempt at creating bloody footprints on the floor, to the use of blood to write on the wall. The entire crime scene leaves you wondering, how could the murderers be so incompetent? Let's take a deeper dive into another way of seeing the crime scene. When we're done, maybe you too will see the Order Ab Chao. Order from chaos. Let's begin by looking at this beautiful family. When first coming upon the scene, we are met with the following. Bodies that are positioned, blood writing on the wall, bloody, quote, footprints, and David is missing his right hand. Camille is missing both hands, and Rania is missing her right arm. Then, both David and Camille are missing a lot of their heads / faces. On the left here, we'll see the bloody footprints. Looks like footprints, but are they really? On the right, we'll see Allahu Akbar written using Camille's blood. Now, when first coming upon the scene, we are met with the following. This is page 2 continued. You see a Quran torn and strewn about the floor. The supposed rapture and paranormal activity in the Crowley home prior to their deaths. This was talked about at length after the bodies were discovered. The lack of blood in the bodies, no lividity was seen upon autopsy, and the lack of David's and Rania's blood in the house. In the small print here, it says, there is more, but this presentation's sole purpose is to tie certain pieces of information together. There are 4 key players in this drama, and they are as follows: Danny August Mason, Dan Crowley Jr., Mason Hendricks, Sean Wright. Let's get acquainted with each of the key players. First on our list is Danny August Mason. David met Danny August Mason, from here on out to be referred to as DAM, his initials, while attending film school. It is reported the two were introduced through David's film instructor. It is also reported that DAM sent David an email which contained links to websites that talked about conspiracy theories. So while DAM and other of the Gray State team slandered David, called him a conspiracy nut, DAM was first into the whole genre. What is interesting about DAM is his background. According to DAM, he studied Jeet Kune Do for most of his life, considers himself to be an expert in the field of martial arts. How DAM describes Jeet Kune Do is its quote, quickest, easiest way to take out your opponent in under/about 10 to 15 seconds, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, you learn how to break or kill your opponent in under 10 to 15 seconds, end quote. Let that sink in. DAM was also heavily into the paranormal, and he was initiated into Freemasonry via his friend Travis Thorpe. This is noted because Kamel experienced some paranormal type events that scared her. The infamous ones being Kamel's vision/dream of being raptured, and when she heard and saw an entity in her home. Here are a couple interesting photos of DAM. Freemasonry on the left, photo on the right. Next, we'll talk about Dan Crowley Jr. There isn't much we know about Dan Crowley Jr. From here on out, to be referred to as DCJ. What we do know is, according to DCJ and others from the Gray State team, David had all but stopped communicating with him/them. In fact, DCJ made it a point to refer to the time David canceled a pre-planned babysitting job without an explanation. It was evident David was not going to allow DCJ to babysit Rania, at least in the foreseeable future. The most intriguing thing attributed to DCJ is the fact he withdrew $50,000 from his father's bank account. Dan Sr. was out of the country when the illicit bank transaction took place. Following the money, we could find where Dan Sr. juggled funds and transferred the missing $50,000 back into the account it was taken from. However, where the initial $50,000 went is anyone's guess, although we will draw a dotted line to the crime. Please remember, this dotted line is only a possibility. Here are a couple of interesting photos of DCJ. Next, we look at Mason Hendricks. Although we have not found a direct link between Mason Hendricks, from this point forward referred to as MH, and the Crowley crime scene, what is a dotted line is MH's interests, which lay with Norse paganism. On the inside of his right upper arm, he has a tattoo of Odin's triangle. This symbol is used to represent death. MH had an unhealthy attraction to Kamel. He would often tell David he would take her from him one day. MH would later reveal these things were said in fun. But why don't you read for yourself and you decide? Below is a quote that says, quote, David was so protective of Kamel, said Hendricks. And I would always fuck with him, quote, Hendricks jokingly told David if he ever got sick of Kamel, he would gladly step in and take his place. Then there's this. Hendricks also joked around with Kamel about a possible relationship. Quote, Kamel, are you sick of David yet? Hendricks asked. Are you sick of this scrawny little man? Whenever you want to hang out with the real man, Kamel, you let me know. End quote. Hendricks was always messing around with David like that. Kamel would laugh, and they would hug. It was all in good fun. The following 3 photos were posted to MH's Facebook account the day after the Crowley bodies were found. One on the left is DAM with MH. One on the right, cartoon figure that he posted to his Facebook page. Lastly, we now bring to the table Sean Wright. Sean Wright, from this point forward, will be referred to as SW. Is a very crude individual. He has threatened us on a few occasions because we are looking into the deaths of the Crowley family. Yet, how could he claim to be David's friend and still say horrible things about him? SW is a person of interest for a few reasons. The following photos will make sense in a few minutes. Sean Wright on the right. Screenshot of the Facebook post on the left, including the phrase in the middle, you need to call me, I'm all good with getting out free tech. I brought that up initially. But if it's released before my court, you may send me to prison instead of beating my case. For real though, David Crowley, call me. That's a comment from Sean Wright to David Crowley. Crowley writes back in response, I don't have any of your tax talk in there, Sean, my man. Don't sweat it. The movie is meant to send other people to prison. Very interesting. Now, Sean Wright leaves his phone number there. It's out in red. He leaves his cell phone number on that response to say, hey, call me. I know that Sean has said several times that he's the best friend of David Crowley. I think if you want to call him, he would already have his phone number, or he could do that via an instant message. This comment was made publicly. What do we see in this picture? Is it SW wearing a takeya, aka Muslim prayer cap? These photos are giving a message. Now it's time to draw the dotted lines. Where these lines lead are our opinion. We are not saying that what was found is the only possible explanation of the situation. However, the coincidences are blatantly clear. Looking at the crime scene in this manner, the chaos now becomes order. Look at the symbols and the signals and the comms given here. DAM left, bottom left MH, top right DCJ, bottom right SW. On the center, it's actually David Crowley, giving an Illuminati signal. Let's get acquainted with some of the Masonic punishments and symbols. 666 in the far left, so you can make it using your hand. The center is the sign of Baphomet devil's horns. On the right is the all-seeing eye. The sign or vow of silence in Freemasonry. And on the right is Balknet, symbol of death, or Odin's triangle. All-seeing eye. Photos taken on the right, in which in some fashion you're covering up your other eye. Only one is visible. Very similar. Sign of Baphomet, devil's horns, SW, flashing it there. Balknet, symbol of death, for Odin's triangle. MH on the right. Look at the tattoo there on his right bicep. That's exactly what that is. Vow of silence. Index finger either pointed up or across. DAM there, photo on the left, giving two symbols, two signals. All-seeing eye, Illuminati. Image from the back, Federal Reserve note, $1 bill, and DAM on the right. What we find interesting is David is using his hands to make a pyramid shape in front of his eyes. The pyramid shape is a symbol for the all-seeing eye. Could this indicate David knew what these symbols meant, especially in light of his movie Gray State? If so, did he know the punishment for exposing the truth? Here's one spell that is used to free a man who has fallen evil and revealed secrets. Quote, drink in the night at a spring water out of a skull of one that hath been slain. Otherwise, eat a pig killed with a knife that slew man. What are other punishments Freemasons says should occur if one should expose their secrets and symbols? On the left, there's a section shaded, and this by pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interest, by deranging his business, by transferring his character after him wherever he may go, by exposing him to the contempt of the whole fraternity of the world. In other words, assassinate someone's character. What has been done to David's character? There's the underline in red. By pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, his character after him, wherever he may go. Children are not excluded from these punishments/rituals. Sometimes its contents are poured on her body for a love charm. Cake may be baked in a small oven that's placed upon her. Animals, such as black cats, or children, underlined here, children, may be sacrificed. Participants may drink the blood of the sacrifice. An orgy of participants often follows the mass. On the bottom right, the fat of young children. Fat of young children. Do you know what else is interesting? It is said that Charles Manson was offered $50,000 to kill actress Sharon Tate. Where do we see $50,000 in the Crowley case? Well, DCJ withdrew $50,000 from his father's bank account when his father was out of the country. This $50,000 was never accounted for, and Dan Crowley Sr. simply transferred funds from one account into the account from which the money was taken. To this day, the paper trail for the $50,000 ends. No answers. $50,000 is often the amount offered/requested when planning a murder for hire. For example, Eldon Hoke stated Courtney Love offered him $50,000 to kill Kurt Cobain. As stated before, it has even been found Charles Manson was offered $50,000 to kill Sharon Tate. According to the Freedom of Information request in this Crowley case, we do see the bank records here of a withdrawal at a branch location of $50,000 in cash, not a traveler's check, but cash at the location from a savings account. This date was October 18th, when Dan Sr. explained to detectives he was out of the country on business. All-seeing eye, DCJ. Even Susan Adkins knew about the all-seeing eye. She's paying homage to her god, Lucifer. Susan Adkins was the murderer of Charles Manson's accomplice. See the all-seeing eye, the 666 in the hand. On the left, see the helter-skelter in blood at the Tate LaBianca crime scene. On the right, we see the Crowley crime scene. Allahu Akbar, written in blood. Do you notice any similarities with the verbiage used? On the left, death to pigs. On the right, I was the one who noticed the bullet home, and some neighbor reported Chris Klein's plate number to the pigs because he supposedly drives a suspicious vehicle, which is just a bear-up truck. Refers to the police here as pigs. There are other aspects to the crime scene that need to be addressed. One of those being the Muslim angle. What do we mean by Muslim angle? Well, let's take a look. There are several photos which show torn pages from the Quran. You can clearly see by this picture, these pages were purposely ripped from the book. David clearly was not against the people of the Middle East or what they believed. His wife Kamal was from Pakistan. A lot of people also don't know how much David loved the people of Afghanistan. This is obvious by his Facebook post regarding the war and what was happening to the people. Did you also know David wasn't the only one of the Gray State team who had knowledge of the Muslim faith? Let's revisit this photo of SW. This is another dotted line within the crime scene. It certainly looks like a takeya. Our question then is, why would an American white man wear one if he wasn't going to a mosque to pray? Photo of SW on the left. The coup de grace. A lot of the members of the Apple Valley Police Department belong to a lodge specifically for police officers. On the next slide, you can see Elizabeth Eilers and Brian Booth, or staff members at the South Metro Lodge. How could this possibly matter? Because Freemasons take care of their own. They have been sworn to ruin the reputations and worse of those who expose Freemasonry. David never stood a chance. Screenshot, local South Metro Lodge number 14, Minnesota Fraternal Order of Police. Look at the president, Elizabeth Eilers. Look at the bottom, Sergeant at Arms. Recognize the name Brian Booth? Both are connected to the Crowley case. In conclusion, what we see here is no longer chaotic, but in one sense, very organized. There are elements of Freemasonry, the occult, Muslim honor killing, and pure rage within this crime scene. The Apple Valley Police Department didn't look at any possible explanation other than, quote, David did it. What we know of David Crowley is that he was a man who loved his wife and child, who loved his country. He stated on several occasions that peace is the best solution to problems. Even the police state they could find no motive for David to commit the crime. What is more important is this. David stated on the Alex Jones show that if he were to end up dead, he wasn't suicidal. Isn't that how so many deaths are called when dealing with situations like Gray State? Here, David said he was